The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led in tandem by Representative Lukens and Representative Weinberg.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please take the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Doherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, Dixon, Duran. Rep. English is excused. Epps, Evans, Frizzell, Froelich, Garcia, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Rep. Gonzalez Gutierrez,
Excused.
Hamrick, Hartsook, Herod, Rep. Herod,
Excused.
Holtorf, Judah, Joseph, Kip, Leader, Lindsay, Linstead, Luck, Lukens, Lynch, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow,
Here.
McCormick, McLaughlin, Michelson Janae, Ortiz. Ortiz is on the wall. Parenti, Puglisi, Ricks, Sharbini, Sirota, Snyder. Soper is excused. Story, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A. Velasco is excused. Vigil, Weinberg, Weissman, Weissman's excused. Wilford, Wilson, Winter, Woodrow, Young, and Madam Speaker.
With 59 present, 6 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. Madam Speaker, I hope you'll forgive me. Just a small, slight change of decorum this morning as I prepare my remarks for the reading of the journal.
I see it is April Fool's Day. We'll allow a little grace.
Colleagues, as many of you have discovered, I owe you an apology. We did not make it to the printers on time. I asked our esteemed clerks about a motion to amend the official photo of this legislative body, but have been assured that no such rule exists. And so, as a way of amends to you, you'll find on your desks a very small token of my appreciation to this esteemed body so that you can alter your class photo as you desire. Happy April Fool's Day to all of you. All I can say is it takes one to know one. And with that, Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Friday, March 31st, 2023 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is adopted. Announcements or introductions? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I need the Capitol Choir down here. We have a birthday tomorrow. Come on down. Don't be shy. We could do it tomorrow again. How's that? I think it is Rep. Bradley's birthday tomorrow. Don't be shy. Okay, let's go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Representative Bradley. Happy birthday to you.
Representative Bradley, you did bring birthday cake for everyone, right? Members, our next order of business is third reading, final passage of bills. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 190.
Senate Bill 190 by Senators Winter, F. and Marchman, also Representatives McCormick and Epps, concerning policies to make punishable deceptive actions regarding pregnancy-related services.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 190 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Bockenfeld.
It's an honor to serve with you, Madam Speaker.
An honor to serve with you.
Madam Speaker, these bills are very, very important and critical to many of our constituents, and just to make sure that everybody clearly understands what's in the bills, I would ask at this time that the bill be read at length.
That is a proper request. Please read the bill at length.
First Regular Session 74th General Assembly State of Colorado revised. This version includes all amendments adopted on second reading in the Second House LLSNO. 23 to 540.01 Breda Darling X 2241 Senate Bill 23 to 190. Senate Committees House Committees Judiciary. A bill for an act. 101 concerning policies to make punishable deceptive actions. 102 regarding pregnancy-related services. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill makes it a deceptive trade practice for a person to make or disseminate to the public any advertisement that indicates, directly or indirectly, that the person provides abortions, emergency contraceptives, or referrals for abortions or emergency contraceptives when the person knows or reasonably should have known that the person does not provide those specific services. House second reading unamended March 30, 2023. Senate third reading unamended March 22, 2023. Senate amended second reading March 21, 2023. Senate sponsorship Winter, F. and Marchman, Cutter, Gonzalez, Jaquez Lewis, Moreno, Buckner, Coleman, Danielson, Fenberg, Fields, Ginal, Hinrichsen, Coker, Sullivan. House sponsorship McCormick and Epps, Froelich, Titten. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. A healthcare provider engages in unprofessional conduct or is subject to discipline in this state if the healthcare provider provides, prescribes, administers, or attempts medication abortion reversal in this state. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly 3 finds and declares that, 4a, in Colorado, a pregnant individual has a fundamental right to 5 continue a pregnancy or to terminate a pregnancy by abortion. 6b, pregnant individuals need timely and accurate information 7 from qualified medical professionals to make informed decisions about 8 their health and well-being. 9c, according to the American Medical Association's Journal of 10 Ethics, anti-abortion centers, also known as crisis pregnancy centers. 11. Aim to prevent abortions by persuading people that adoption or parenting. 12 is a better option. 13. D. Anti-abortion centers are the ground-level presence of a 14 well-coordinated anti-choice movement. 15. E. Some anti-abortion centers use deceptive advertising tactics to 16 target and acquire clients from historically marginalized groups, including 17 Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, those who live in rural 18 areas, LGBTQ plus communities, students, people with lower incomes, and 19 people for whom English is not their first language. 20, F. Some anti-abortion centers go so far as to advertise medication. 21, abortion reversal, a dangerous and deceptive practice that is not supported. 22, by science or clinical standards, according to the American College of 23 Obstetricians and Gynecologists, or by the United States Food and Drug. 2, 190. 1. Administration. 2, G. The American Medical Association states, physicians, do 3 not and cannot, without misleading them, tell their patients that it may be possible to reverse a medication abortion. 5, H. Time is a critical factor for individuals seeking abortion care. 6 and 7, I. No one should be deceived, manipulated, or face unnecessary 8 delays when seeking support or health care during pregnancy. 9, 2, therefore, the General Assembly finds and declares that it is 10 imperative that Colorado stop deceptive trade practices and 11 unprofessional conduct with respect to the provision of abortion services. 12 and medication abortion reversal, and accordingly, the following issues. 13 are matters of statewide concern. 14, A. Stopping deceptive trade practices relating to access to timely. 15 abortion and emergency contraceptives, as described in Section 6-1-733, 16 Colorado Revised Statutes, and medication abortion reversal, and 17, B. Declaring that it is unprofessional conduct for a person. 18 regulated pursuant to Title 12, Colorado Revised Statutes, to provide. 19 prescribe, administer, or attempt medication abortion reversal, as 20 described in Section 12-30-120, Colorado Revised Statutes. 21, 3, the General Assembly further finds and declares that, 22, A, Section 6-1-105, 1, E, and 1, RRR, Colorado Revised Statutes, 23 declare, in part, that it is a deceptive trade practice to knowingly or 24 recklessly make a false representation as to the characteristics, uses, or 25 benefits of products or services, or to knowingly or recklessly engage in 26 any unfair, unconscionable, deceptive, deliberately misleading, false, or 27 fraudulent act or practice, and 3, 190. 1b. This prohibition on deceptive trade practices applies to 2. Disseminating or causing to be disseminated false advertising relating to 3. The provision of abortion or emergency contraceptive services, or referrals for those services, and advertising for or providing or offering to provide 5 or make available medication abortion reversal. 6. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 6-1-733 as 7 follows. 86-1-733. Access to abortion services and emergency 9 contraception, deceptive trade practice, definitions. 1. AS used IN 10 this section, unless the context otherwise requires. 11. A. Abortion has the meaning set forth in section 1225-6-402, 1. 13. B. Emergency contraceptive means a drug or device. 14. Approved by the Food and Drug Administration. 2. Significantly. 15. Reduce the risk of pregnancy if taken or administered within a 16 specified period of time after sexual intercourse, including 17 emergency contraceptive pills and intrauterine devices. 18. C. Food and Drug Administration means the Food and 19. Drug Administration in the United States Department of Health. 20. In Human Services, or any successor entity. 21. 2. A person engages in a deceptive trade practice when 22. The person makes or disseminates to the public or causes to be 23. Made or disseminated to the public any advertisement that 24. Indicates that the person provides abortions or emergency 25 contraceptives, or referrals for abortions or emergency 26 contraceptives, when the person knows or reasonably should 27 have known, at the time of publication or dissemination to the 4. 190. 1. Public of the advertisement, that the person does not provide to those specific services. 3. Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 12-30-120 as 4 follows. 5. 12-30-120. Unprofessional conduct, grounds for discipline. 6. Offering medication abortion reversal, definitions. 1. AS used IN 7 this section. 8. A. Abortion has the meaning set forth in section 925-6-402, 1. 10. B. Medication abortion means an abortion conducted 11 solely through the use of 1 or more prescription drugs. 12. C. Medication abortion reversal means administering, 13. Dispensing, distributing, or delivering a drug with the intent to 14. Interfere with, reverse, or halt a medication abortion. 15. 2. A licensee, registrant, or certificant engages in 16 unprofessional conduct or is subject to discipline pursuant to 17 this Title 12 if the licensee, registrant, or certificant provides, 18. Prescribes, administers, or attempts medication abortion. 19. Reversal in this state, unless the Colorado Medical Board. 20. Created in Section 12-240-105, 1, the State Board of Pharmacy. 21. Created in Section 12-280-104, 1, and the State Board of Nursing. 22. Created in Section 12-255-105, 1, in consultation with each 23 other. Each have in effect rules finding that it is a generally 24 accepted standard of practice to engage in medication abortion. 25. Reversal. 26. B. The Board specified in subsection 2A of this Section 27 shall promulgate applicable rules no later than October 1st. 5. 190. 1. 2023, in consultation with each other, concerning whether 2. Engaging in medication abortion reversal is a generally 3 accepted standard of practice. 4. Section 4. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds, 5 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 6 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. Dash 6, 190.
Representative Bockenfeld. Members, we are on third reading. I will ask for you to take your seats.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity, if I may, to read the fiscal note, because I do believe it's very, very important. And we're talking about Senate Bill 190, and I have a fiscal note from March 13th, 2023. The draft number is 23-05-40. The prime sponsors of the bill is Senator Winter and Senator Marchman. The representatives are Representative McCormick and Representative Epps. The fiscal analyst is Christine McLaughlin. There is no state revenue impact. There is a state expenditure. There's no state transfer impact. There's no Tabor refund impact. There is a local government impact, and there's no statutory public entity impact. The bill makes it a deceptive trade practice to advertise abortions or emergency contraceptives that are not provided and makes it unprofessional conduct for a regulated health care professional to provide medication abortion reversal. The bill increases state and local revenue and workload on an ongoing basis. In regards to the appropriation summary, no appropriation is required. In regards to the fiscal note status, the fiscal notes reflect the introduced bill. Summary of the legislation. The bill makes it a deceptive practice to directly or indirectly advertise abortions, emergency contraceptives, or referrals for these services when the person does not provide these services.
Members, ask you to remain quiet during third readings. Thank you.
The bill also makes it unprofessional conduct for a regulated healthcare professional to provide, prescribe, administer, or attempt a medication abortion reversal. State revenue. The bill increases state revenue from fees and penalties by a minimal amount as discussed below. Civil penalties. Under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act, a person committing a deceptive trade practice may be subject to a civil penalty of up to $20,000 for each violation. Additional penalties may be imposed for subsequent violations of a court order or injunction. This revenue is classified as a damage award and not subject to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Given the uncertainty amount, the number of cases that may be pursued by the Attorney General and district attorneys, as well as the wide range in potential penalty amounts, the fiscal note cannot estimate the potential impact of these civil penalties. In regards to filing fees, to the extent the bill results in more civil filings with the trial courts, fee revenue to the Judicial Department may increase by a minimal amount. Revenue from filing fees is subject to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. State expenditures. The bill increases workload for the Department of Regulatory Agencies, the Department of Law, the Judicial Department, as discussed below. In regards to the Department of Regulatory Agencies, the bill may result in additional complaints or disciplinary procedures for state regulatory boards and the Division of Professions and Occupations. Given that regulated professionals are assumed to have a high level of compliance Any increase in workload is anticipated to be minimal and can be accomplished within the existing appropriations. In regards to the Department of Law, workload in the Department of Law will minimally increase to the extent that deceptive trade practice complaints are filed. The department will review complaints under the bill and prioritize investigations as necessary within the overall number of deceptive trade practice complaints and available resources. In regards to the Judicial Department, the bill will increase workload in the trial courts in the Judicial Department to handle any challenges to the agency, disciplinary decisions, and any cases filed under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act from the addition of new deceptive trade practice. It is assumed that the people will abide by the law, and any violation of the legislation will result in minimal number of new cases. No change in appropriation is required. Impacts on local government. Similar to the state, to the extent district attorneys receive complaints related to new deceptive trade practices under the bill, workload will increase to investigate complaints and seek relief when appropriate. It is assumed most such cases will be handled at the state level by the Attorney General. The effective date of this bill. The bill takes effect upon the signature of the governor or upon becoming law without his signatures. The state and local government contacts in order to prepare this fiscal note were the district attorneys, the state's information technology department, the judicial department, regulatory agencies, public health and environment department, and the Department of Law. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is all about deceptive practices. So why not start with the legislative declaration? States in the legislative declaration that the American Medical Journal of Ethics claims to prevent abortion by persuading people to adopt or parent as a better option. You know, the thing about this is it says American Medical Association's Journal of Ethics, like that's some sort of reference guide. It's really just a monthly magazine that anybody can put an article in, and this happened to be the month that they were doing articles on reproductive health and abortion. So it really means nothing. In fact, the two doctors that wrote the article are, I would say, upset obstetricians that did not like these centers possibly affecting their business because these centers are often funded through community donations and not don't line the pockets of the doctors involved. And then we go on to Section F. Some anti-abortion centers go so far as to advertise medication, abortion reversal, a dangerous deceptive practice that is not supported by science or clinical settings, according to the American College of Obstetrician and Gynecologists, or by the United States Food and Drug Administration. Big deal. Most of our over-the-counter vitamins aren't recognized by the FDA, but we still take them, and it's still, you know, as far as we know, it does what we think it does. And then we go on to Section G. The American Medical Association states, physicians do not and cannot, without misleading them, tell their patients that it may be possible to reverse a medical abortion. The funny thing is, this was the American Medical Association on their own case against another state advertising. So the state was requiring the clinics to post certain information, and the American Medical Association was filing a case against the state for that, Where here, we're doing the exact opposite, which they also defend. So it's kind of both sides there. They're wanting to sue for what we're doing here, but in that case, it was on the other side, so they were suing against or for what we're doing here. One thing we've neglected to talk about during this is the First Amendment rights. This bill may illegally restrain the First Amendment rights of those seeking info, or those seeking to inform women on the availability of abortion reversal treatments. The First Amendment requires heightened scrutiny whenever the government creates a regulation of speech because of a disagreement with the message it conveys, which is exactly what we're doing here. We don't like what these clinics are doing, so therefore we're going to stifle their speech. Where the state's interest is to disseminate an ideology, no matter how acceptable to some, such interest cannot outweigh an individual's First Amendment rights. These are all quotes from previous cases. A state cannot suppress the dissemination of truthful information about entirely lawful activity simply because it's fearful of the information's effect upon the disseminators and its recipients. Again, this is what we're doing here. We're saying we don't like this message, we can't prove it's not true, so we're going to just stifle the message. Now, those quotes I mentioned do not apply to speech that is deceptive or misleading in this bill. So this bill aims to paint all the information about abortion reversal as deceptive in order to justify the speech restriction. Because this bill incorrectly attempts to label all information about abortion reversal as deceptive, it violates the First Amendment. Due to the history of safe use of progesterone and the fact that other jurisdictions require information regarding anti-abortion reversal, there is a strong argument that the proposed Colorado law would do exactly what the Supreme Court has said is forbidden by suppressing truthful information about about entirely lawful activities based on its interest in dissemination, its preferable ideology around abortion. In California, the law was rejected, requiring pregnancy centers to distribute information regarding the availability of abortions. The Supreme Court explained that the First Amendment forbids a state from compelling pregnancy centers to make disclosures regarding the availability of abortions. That was in 2008. So, we know this bill's going to go to court because, you're trying to stop people's freedom of speech just because you don't like it. The court said that the state may not single out pregnancy centers for special and burdensome speech regulations. Justice Kennedy further explained that California's law is a typical example of the serious threat presented when government seeks to impose its own message in the place of individual speech, thought, and expression. The Fourth Circuit Court also rejected Baltimore's law that would have required limited service pregnancy centers to post disclaimers in its waiting room notifying clients that it does not provide or make a referral for abortions or birth control services. Now, it's funny that we're singling out abortion centers on this because we don't do it to dentists, we don't do it to Target. If you go to your dentist and it says dentist on the front and you go in and say, hey, I need some implants, and the dentist goes, I don't do that, we don't go, well, that's just lying. You said you're a dentist. They do lots of things. Target sells books, but they don't have to disclose that they're a bookstore or not a bookstore, just because that's a portion of their business. So it would be ridiculous for a pregnancy center to have to advertise what they don't do or do in everything versus just a general, hey, this is what our center does. And again, we're talking about deceptive practices, and I think we need to address Planned Parenthood. I mean, if we're comparing Target to being a bookstore, Planned Parenthood, the name alone is deceptive. When you're talking about 90% or over 90% of abortions and less than 3% of other parental services provided, that's pretty deceptive.
Representative Wilson, feel free to refer to organizations in a more generic way, not specifically by name. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I think we really need to look at this bill and what it's after and why it's targeting one area but not others. And when we look at deceptive practices, we should take into consideration the legislative declaration and organizations that apply the same practices. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A lot to cover. Talking about deceptive trade practices, per the report done by the Elliott Institute. And recall that even the term help from the witness testimony could be construed as deceptive. Mentioned that about 5 times the other night. Never countered. 64% of the women feel pressured to abort. 79% were not told of available resources. That number will go much higher because that's what this is supposed to do. Pressure can escalate to violence. Clinics fail to screen for coercion. We tried to get those aspects in there. Suicide rate is 6 times higher after feticide. Most felt rushed or uncertain, yet 67% weren't counseled. 84% weren't sufficiently informed before. And homicide is the leading killer of pregnant women. Nearly 4 times as many women are likely to die after feticide. 65% of women suffer trauma afterwards. From deceptive or coercive counseling to job housing discrimination. And remember, here's just many examples of a waitress fired to abort because we've now conflated pregnancy with injury or illness, and employers are sending their employees to Colorado to deal with it. A ticket and in a hotel is a very small price to pay. Why pay for OB appointments, sick leave, maternity leave when a mail order pill and a trip to the lab can handle that inconvenient injury or illness? But children stand in the way to the enslaving subordination of the division of labor until labor has become not only the chief means of life, but life's prime want. Children are an inconvenience, they're an illness, they're an injury. Passing 190 marked a sad day, not because we lost, that was obvious with the silencing of our voices and the unprecedented use of Rule 14. Not so much our voices, but those of the Coloradans we represent. 22-1279 legalized fetal harvesting, and this bill is intended to protect the profit centers. This bill will not be weaponized. It is a weapon, obviously, from the lawyerly crafted, tactically vague language, but very specific in its allowance from the witness testimony that even help could be considered a deceitful practice. And then making all of these crisis pregnancy centers subject to lawfare and ledge-fare from this body, stating that infertility was declared to be punishment despite that was never stated. Pregnancy chimerism might be the cause of this problem, or the changes to the endocrine system that is reprogrammed to sustain life, not punishment. We're tasked with solving the problems within the bounds of individual sovereignty, and this is well outside those bounds, grinding into the dust so many amendments, and specifically the First Amendment in this case, and certainly the entire foundation of our Declaration of Independence. We know that the fetal harvesting profit centers are heavily invested in influence politics, and because it is a huge business, and those numbers I think are going to be brought out a little bit later. For ideological and funding reasons, I suspect that there are many politicians militant to promote and protect the fetal harvesting profit centers, and they are a profit center. This bill is a weapon. Let's see what it's against, but first I'd like to share a poem. Roses are red, crisis pregnant centers are ooh. Pregnant people deserve medical attention, accurate information, and if they want, abortion care too. That needs a little work on the iambic pentameter, but let's just see what you entails. This is from a constituent who is following the debates, or maybe debates. So I'll give it my best Air Force fighter pilot attempt to keep it together, but bear with me. I want to see what ew is. What are we trying to get out of this state? Because they represent a 5-2 that these volunteers work for, so we have to put them out of business. First and foremost, I want to say thank you for tirelessly working hard against SB 23-190. My heart has been sickened and broken for the words that have been spoken against pregnancy resource centers, mainly due to the fact that I'm an executive director of the Arkansas Valley Pregnancy Center located in La Junta, Los Animas, serving the counties of Crawley, Otero, and Bent. I spent many hours listening to the debates these past few days, and as I worked in the office doing normal day-to-day things, preparing for our annual Walk for Life, seeing clients, and I admittedly became discouraged. How could people who have not stepped foot into our office, maybe that would have been part of the shareholdering, the stakeholdering, say that we lure clients with our deceptive with our clients, that we prevent our clients from making an informed choice, when in actuality we tell them that no matter what their decision they choose to make, we will still be here, loving them just as much the moment after they've had their abortion as we do today, before they make that decision. I truly know that evil prevails, fed purely on the hate of God's life, but sometimes it does, and I'm reading the letter. Discouragement, frustration, indignation and anger are all present in my heart today. And then my 3 p.m. appointment came in. A first-time mom in her 20s who had spent much of her pregnancy homeless when we first met her, needed STD, STI testing, who has limited family support due to a broken, damaged relationships, came in this afternoon for an appointment. A young woman, very unsure of herself and worried about whether she could be a good mom, who struggled with her relationship with her baby's father, who got her very first appointment and who didn't and still doesn't know very well how to pay bills or where she can find the resources to help her, because she's not always being treated kindly by those in the positions to help her. I was excited to see her and see how she was doing. Though initially we had limited contact with both her and her baby's father, we were always there when they needed us. Mom finally made the leap to begin our Learn to Earn classes and earn a new crib and mattress. I wondered if the time she would stick to the classes, but she is, and she every week, meeting over pregnancy, birth, and infant care classes. We have gotten to know each other. Stability and the security of our presence was and is something that she could count on each week. We encouraged her, we listened to her, guided her, and cheered her on every single week. Week after week, 2 weeks ago, a beautiful baby girl entered this world into her parents' life, and I would say much to the chagrin of the fetal prophecy centers. And these news journey begin. Not only one time did the clients care about their core beliefs are pro-life. They cared that we are pro-them, pro-helping them be good parents, pro-helping them be by simply being there to listen to a new mom be overwhelmed with caring for a brand new life and giving her reassurance that she can do all things through Christ. They cared that we cared for them and their precious, beautiful baby. Now, don't get me wrong, through ups and downs of the past week, I admittedly had doubts on how God would work things out in their life, but every week there were steps forward and steps backwards. And then, not as many as a week before, progress. God once allowed me the privilege of seeing him at work in a client's life. Today she needed diapers, wipes, formula, and us to ooh and ah over pictures of the beautiful baby, and we did. And we told her how incredibly proud we are of her doing really hard things and how happy we are for her and how she has come and far she has come in the last couple of months. She has lots of smiles for us, something that she hadn't had a lot of before. This is the very last thing we did to reach out and hug me, then hug our receptionist and bounce out the door saying she would see me next week for her next class, and reminded me that she has just 3 classes left and she would be able to get a baby crib and a mattress. She smiled as I told her I was getting it ordered. She is earning that crib and mattress. What a privilege to serve. How did I get this lucky? Not lucky, but incredibly blessed to serve at a pregnancy center. Ooh, a pregnancy center. I'm telling you that my day at the Pregnancy Resource Center, because maybe today, after the fights that you've been fighting for us and for our clients and for the babies, that you need to hear something good. And you are doing good. And I'm not just one person out of many, but many people say thank you. and we appreciate what you have fought hard to do. Thank you for standing in the gap. Thank you for fighting the lives that are so worth it. So this bill, in my remaining minute, is designed to be weaponized, is weaponized, will be a weapon against these crisis pregnancy centers because they stand in the way of the growth industry that was created by 1279. Yes, agencies are going to be sending people from all across the country because it is easier to get them here and pay for it than pay for a life.
Representative DeGraff, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Have there been oversteps? Maybe. But Planned Parenthood is known to lie. Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
There are these agencies, they prey on women. They go to these agencies for contraceptives that have been found to be weak. What happens when those weak contraceptives don't work? They go in and they get a procedure, a medical procedure. These pills, these procedures, they are dangerous. They are not addressing the problem. I urge you to not consider these pregnancy centers ew and help keep babies out of buckets and put them in bassinets. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been getting quite a few emails, messages about all three of these bills. And I've tried to explain in a lot of these emails. See, again, I haven't necessarily explained my education or my pedigree, but it falls into a category that is like this. I study people groups, and I study cultures, and I study settings and dynamics within leadership. And I found that every single group, how small, how big is irrelevant, but every single group has a paradigm or a dynamic. And so to take this assembly, it would be the same way. This assembly has a specific dynamic to it, or DNA, a paradigm. And so I've tried to explain, when people question me about these bills, I say you need to understand the bigger picture, not just the limitedness, but the bigger picture. This bill, I believe, is the thesis for this General Assembly. This is the concept or the driving force behind this General Assembly. Deceptive trade practices. In these bills, we've set amendments that say this is the Oxford Dictionary definition of this word. It's rejected. The literal definition that's been used for some of these things centuries, it's rejected, and we now put our own definition into this. We're going after these pregnancy centers because of the truth that they're speaking. And we have to change definitions, we have to change words, and we've done that close to a dozen times just in a handful of bills, not including all of them. 190 is the thesis for what we are right now. We are creating a deceptive paradigm. This is what we're accomplishing. We're doing it in bills. We're doing it one word at a time or one phrase at a time, but that's what we're doing. And we will go down in history as this assembly accomplishing those tasks. And I personally believe that a couple decades from now, people will be looking back in derision and toward what we're trying to accomplish, or what we are accomplishing. Because we are being deceptive. And people that are being truthful, we're calling deceptive.
Representative Bottoms, please speak to the bill.
In this bill, we are being deceptive. In this bill, we're calling people that are being truthful deceptive. And we prove over and over facts. That's also, according to this bill, which is the thesis of this, facts are irrelevant. We know things like progesterone, it's a healthy, it's been used for so long. So many women use this on so many different levels, but So this has become our thesis, deceptive. We're trying to say, no, let's bring some truth back by these definitions and these different things. But our answer is we're going to go after these pregnancy centers because we cannot let truth get out there. I personally did this. I not only visited the website of Planned Parenthood, but I went.
Representative Bottoms, please do not refer to individual organizations. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I visited the website and called a group that has PP at the beginning of their name that asking about these things. What goes on with this? How do you do this? And it was interesting how when I would directly ask questions about things that are scientifically proven to be true and extremely healthy for a mother and a baby, there was deception. And so this is my answer to the thesis. These places are built upon truth, and we're attacking them for that reason. And so I strongly suggest a no vote on this bill.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Normally, when I get up here, I try to bring a little bit of a different perspective. I think it's pretty obvious, party line, what the feelings are between pro-choice and pro-life. And I think when things like this come up, this bill in particular, it's good to kind of take a different perspective as to why there's so much partisanship in this. This particular subject, I mean, in looking at this bill, it's basically a walking contradiction of itself. And we're talking about deceptive practices or deceptive trade. Just even under the bill title, the first paragraph under the bill title, the bill makes it a deceptive trade practice for a person to make or disseminate to the public any advertisement that indicates directly or indirectly that the person provides abortions, emergency contraceptives, or referrals for abortions or emergency contraceptives when the person knows or reasonably should have known that the person does not provide those specific services. And those deceptive trade practices, those titlings and names, if you're looking at those organizations that include words like parenthood, that are providing abortion services. This is contradicting in and of itself. When we're talking about pregnancy centers that might have a word like choice in their title or in their language, how is that any worse or better than what's going on the opposite end of that? But to turn it to where there shouldn't be, just because a pregnancy center is pro-life and anti-abortion, they don't want to refer people to abortion clinics because they want to be able to offer people some sort of way to sustain the life of the unborn child, versus the fact that we're talking about people that are against an organization that provides an abortion pill, an abortion medication, that when a person makes an impulsive decision to abort an unborn child, they don't have the opportunity to come back the next day and say, oh my God, what did I do? How do I reverse this? And be able to get that information to go to a pregnancy center, go somewhere where they can get progesterone. And to completely bash the idea of taking progesterone, which is not any kind of wild drug that we're talking about. If we're looking at just the simple definition, what is progesterone? It's a hormone that plays an important role in your reproductive system. Hormones are chemical messengers that tell your body how to work in women or people assigned female at birth. Progesterone supports menstruation and helps maintain the early stages of a pregnancy. It gives a woman a second chance at maintaining that unborn child. It gives a woman that second chance of making a decision that's probably going to stick with her for the rest of her life, and not in a good way. Something that we all have regrets through our lives, but that's something that I would hate to have to live with if I had the opportunity of taking it back. If I had the opportunity of changing it just by getting some information about it, getting to know something. So to point at one side of this argument and say that they are creating deceptive trade practices by saying this or that, and not saying that the other side doesn't, this is something that should be going both directions. And if nothing else, it shouldn't be a bill. It shouldn't be something that we're pushing through legislation. This is something that we need to pay attention to. If we're talking pro-choice, we're talking about the choice of somebody should have that more than enough information to know that they can reverse that instead of simply making that decision that's going to affect not only the unborn child, but them and their family for the rest of their lives. That's a decision that's going to stick with you. I'm kind of puzzled at how a Senate bill can make it through both chambers without being seen as just such a walking contradiction of itself. It's very frustrating to see that those amendments that could have been put in place to make this bill better, to make this bill something that wasn't such a walking contradiction, that can actually serve both ends of this, were denied. And here we are on third readings of a bill that's going to become law that is completely one-sided and completely banishes the opportunity in Colorado for women to be able to get that advice of this is how you can save your unborn child if you already took that pill or took that first step. So I strongly urge a no vote on this for those reasons. Obviously a different perspective than just the pro-choice and pro-life movements, but here we are talking about this on the third reading on a Saturday. I strongly urge a no vote, and thank you.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've had many of these senators reach out to me, and they're like, Representative Winter, we feel like sometimes that we've been misrepresented, and the majority of us do really hard work to try to help women, try to help people through the crisis that they face. They just asked if I could reiterate some of the things that they do and some of the myths. Pregnancy centers do not have the capacity and the resources to help women and their babies. And the response is, not only do we have the capacity to help women and their babies, we also have greater capacity than most local abortion providers. And they're recognizing that they provide services too. But they're saying, we have the ability not only to provide some services, we can go well above beyond that. One of them in El Paso County had said that they'd give 994 ultrasounds last year, and they serviced 1,859 people. Another one, services provided at pregnancy centers are poor quality. They are recognized as reproductive health care facility in the eyes of the DOJ the same way as an abortion clinic is. One of their quotes is, our medical team administers medical-grade pregnancy tests provided by National Medical and Pharmaceutical Company. Our ultrasound machines employ state-of-the-art technology, and our ultrasound technicians are professionally trained by registered diagnostic medical sonographers who are certified in obstetrics. Recently, an Academy journal totally denied them to report to an article where all these false accusations were made. They said that they're disgusted by the fact that they would be thinking in their clinic that they would intimidate women into keeping their pregnancies. Their policies and procedures dictate that we respect patient autonomy and share the truth about all options available to a woman when she is pregnant. Abortion, making an adoption, and Planned Parenting. And I guess the hot topic that really comes to the part of this bill is, you know, for the most part, I think that you guys understand that I try to look at things, all of things, from the above view. I try to rationalize, listen to everybody's opinions, and try to formulate that. The interests of all. But at the end of the day, I'm going to vote my district, I'm going to vote my conscience, and I'm going to vote my values. And I've received numerous emails, just like the rest of my colleagues, And they're like, Rep. Winter, we've sent you to represent our people, even if it's in direct opposition of some in that chamber. But at the end of the day, they need to understand and they need to hear our voices. But the number one email that I get is they just can't understand the whole FDA drug issue that we've debated back and forth in here. Why it works on one end and is not allowed to work on the other. They take issue with that. They say they see the hypocrisy in it. And we've talked about choice, we've talked about people flooding into this state to receive services. But my good colleague from Douglas County mentioned the other day, now women are going to have to leave this state to receive some services. I brought up the discussion and I threw my daughters in one of these situations that, you know, maybe she decided that she wanted to start this process and halfway through, she changed her mind. And at the end of the day, if she thought that there was something that she could throw at the wall and make stick to possibly save a baby, I think she should be able to do that. No different than the choices that you talk about in this bill. And those are the things that my constituents can't see through. Okay for this one, not for that one. This is okay here, but it's not okay there. They're slightly depressed because they feel like the wool's being pulled over their eyes. They're not smart enough to figure this out. They use words like blatant. And they're constantly telling us they're praying for us. And I think that's a good thing. Because it takes strength to come stand in this well, no matter what side you're on, and voice your opinion, and to be passionate about it. But at the end of the day, y'all, we got to get together where we can get together. There's some things in some of these bills that were minor when you look at what these bills were intended to do. My colleague from El Paso County stood up here and begged on a technical issue that's going to create havoc and hell in small counties, and we couldn't even come together on that. And you expect my constituents to have faith in government. Well, they don't. They don't. And it's sad, because there are people that love this country. Think about rural Colorado. Forget the mandate. Because when I got here, it was a Colorado for all of us, a Colorado for everyone. Well, I don't see it. And I appreciate you, those of you that we can get together on bills where we can see eye to eye and we can get things done for people in this state. And there's things in here that are going to divide us. But you can't forget the other side. And you can hold to your values and give a little bit so those people don't lose faith in their government. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought a lot about what I was going to say today on all three of these bills. Some I'll have more commentary on than this, but what really stuck out to me when I read this particular bill was choice. I brought an amendment that asked for wording to be a little bit changed. And the wording, to me, really did not appreciate the amount of choices that women have. That language, and it was said a lot, we say this all the time, words matter. And I truly believe that words do matter. And so my ask, I thought, was a simple, common sense, reasonable one. And it said, let's change the conversation a little bit. So let's change the words pro-abortion centers to movement for choice. Because your choice to have a child is also a choice. The freedom and the right to have a child is a choice. And so let's at least start with the basic understanding that women have lots of choices. And they have the right to make those choices, whatever it is that they decide. And that was voted down. lots of conversation about words and how important those words were and that we needed that language in this bill, which I disagree with, and we can disagree, but I definitely disagree with that. And it was interesting because when I had first broached the conversation with people inside these walls and outside about the usage of the word choice, there was a little bit of angst. They said, Rose, I don't know. I don't know that you should frame this conversation in terms of choice. And I took that actually to inspire me to lean into the word choice and to just really stress that women have multiple choices. I have worked with pregnancy centers for years. They do allow lots of different choices, but they also provide, especially during COVID, I worked with them as they provided diapers and formula, and they do good work in these communities. And I don't want to lose sight of the good work that's being done as we engage in these conversations. I just think it's really important that we do choose the right words as we are moving forward, that we do give women options, and including the option to change their mind. That is their choice. And so I just want to remind everyone that there are a lot of choices and a lot of options, and words do matter. And let's not lose sight of that in these conversations. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Wilson, this is your second time to speak. You have 1 minute, 24 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Los Animas and colleague from El Paso. They brought up some good points. This is supposed to be a Colorado for all, and this country is designed so that it is not ruled by the mob, to where the makeup of our country protects the minority while giving the majority more of a say, but still allows the minority a say. And that's
Representative Wilson, I do want to give you some latitude, but to the bill, please.
Thank you, ma'am. So that being said, we do have to recognize that these centers serve members of our community, all of Coloradans, and it is about choice. I want to take some time and read an email, a part of an email from a constituent that had an abortion. I went to an abortion clinic. They told me that a time to get there, that they would meet me outside. No one came out to meet me. They didn't tell my ride she could stay, so she thought she had to leave. I was alone. I was never asked if I had really thought about this, and I was never offered any sort of information on all the options. Abortion.
Representative Wilson, your time has expired.
That went quick. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to be here with you this morning.
Honor to be here with you this morning.
Thank you. So, colleagues, we have heard so many personal stories from members the last few days about personal experiences, about some really bad experiences, and I feel so horrible that so many people have, in this chamber, have had those experiences. Because that shouldn't really be. At the same time, I know from my own experiences that there is good out there too, and we're not hearing those voices. There are people who have had good experiences in pregnancy resource centers. I don't feel like we've heard that over the last couple of days. As I read through this bill, I had to think about the theme of deceptive trade practices. And that caused me, I'm not an attorney. I don't play one on TV. But I had to feel like, gosh, something's already out there for deceptive trade practices, deceptive practices. And I looked around a little bit. And sure enough, there are laws that already exist in this country regarding deceptive trade practices, both at the federal and the state level. At the federal level, there's the Federal Trade Commission Act, Section 5. That's the section that specifically deals with deceptive trade practices. And it kind of defines this as an act or practice is deceptive where a representation, omission, or practice misleads or is likely to mislead the consumer. It's pretty straightforward. Or a consumer's interpretation of the representation, omission, or practice is considered reasonable under the circumstances. Or the misleading representation, omission, or practice is material. I think that's a legalese word. So that's at the federal level. Come to find out also, we have statute here in our great state already. Colorado Revised Statutes, Article 6-1-105. And it lists a number of things that fall under this category of deceptive trade practices. Misleading advertising to the general public, false statements about a competitor's product or practice, bait and switch advertising to potential consumers, use of fake testimonials, and then there's a bunch of others that don't really apply to this particular situation around ingredients or warranties, materials, material qualities. So I'm trying to figure out why we're running this particular piece of legislation if we already have significant guidelines from law, both at the federal and the state level. Because I think you've heard me speak before about how we don't need to create more pages in those red books, unnecessary ones. And I could even see this particular bill being reasonable. I could get behind it if it were a two-way street. But all this bill speaks to are specific services for reproductive health care. It doesn't speak to all services for reproductive health care. And because it doesn't, I can only surmise that this bill is really intended to silence pregnancy resource centers. And why? I mean, I guess this goes back to, we've heard some of my colleagues have talked about First Amendment rights, and I agree with that. I'm concerned about that with this bill. But it goes back to what I kind of started off at the beginning talking about is experiences. We've heard from folks who have had very, very bad experiences and life-altering experiences, and that's terrible. But there are people out there who have had good experiences with pregnancy resource centers. They have found help, they have found hope, they have found education. So why are we trying to silence those voices? I know one of the reasons is this concern around the progesterone treatment. And I'd just like to leave you with one final thought on that. Because we've talked a lot about the progesterone treatments. lots of statistics, lots of studies, lots of differing studies. One thing, you know, when I first got my first COVID vaccine, this was not an FDA-approved vaccine. It was kind of, we were told to follow the science, but candidly, the science was a little sketchy. But we all did it anyway, because it gave us hope. It gave us hope of returning to a normal life. It gave us hope that we would survive this pandemic. I'm just putting myself in somebody's place, that if you find yourself pregnant and you go for a chemical abortion and you take your first pill and you have second thoughts and you say, gosh, I don't want to do this. It may not be 100% that it works by taking progesterone if you've changed your mind. You may still lose your baby. But it's better than the alternative, because the alternative is you're for sure losing your baby. So I think we do need to follow the science in some respects on this. I would ask for your no vote. Thank you very much.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to serve with you.
And a privilege to serve with you.
I left here last night pretty discouraged, and I still find myself in that state. And this is a subject that I said I was not going to talk a great deal about because I'm male, and I don't feel I'm an expert on this subject. Having said that, though, for each of these bills, I've looked at them from the standpoint of my particular background, which is grounded in science as an engineer initially, and then on into business. And when I look at this particular bill, two words jumped out at me right from the start. One had to do with the word unprofessional, and the other focused more on deceitful practices. And I've seen a few of these bills since I've been here, and they trouble me because we're supposed to be people of the law, too. And the last I knew, people of the law are innocent until proven guilty. And what I'd like to do is go back to the amendment a little bit that I did on 2A, not that I'm going to put that amendment back up here again. I'm not allowed to do that. But 2A on page 5 starts with a licensee, registrant, or certificant engages in unprofessional conduct or is subject to discipline pursuant to the Title 12 if the licensee, registrant, or certificant provides, prescribes, administers, or attempts medication, abortion, reversal in this state. And then our Senate colleagues came with amendment with the first word that says, unless. I said it when I put the amendment out, and I'll say it again. That is the cart before the horse. That is guilty until proven innocent. And we need to pay attention to that. In this particular bill, The folks that first should have weighed in on this before we started using words of unprofessional and deceitful or misleading were, in fact, the Colorado Medical Board, the State Board of Pharmacy, the State Board of Nursing. They should have looked at the research on both sides of this argument and come to us with their conclusions. And if their conclusions were that this was unprofessional, I would understand that. But I don't understand us using those words. We first and foremost should be listening to the experts. And I, for one, will fully admit that I am not an expert when it comes to medicine or on this subject. But I do feel, being around the law as long as I have been leading a business, that I do know that I always want to treat people that they're innocent first. And this bill does not do that. And I would ask us to consider that and ask us to pull it back, ask these boards to take a position on the research that has been done. And I heard a great deal about the research on one side wasn't scientific and the research on the other side was scientific. Hello, how are we supposed to determine that here in these chambers? We need to let the experts give us that information. I hope we could pause and just put a no on this for the time being and do this the right way and have, in fact, these folks come to a conclusion and let us know what their conclusions are. Thank you.
Representative Catlin.
It's an honor to serve with you, Madam Chair.
It is an honor to serve with you, Representative Catlin.
Thank you. Well, I'm coming here this morning as a dad, which means I don't know much. Ask my kids. I really don't know much about this. I've never had to deal with it. None of the people that I know and love have had to deal with the need. So rather than plead how much I do know, I'd really rather talk about what I can see in relationship to how this bill will be implemented and what it looks like to some of the people in my district. To begin with, it looks like it's an anti-pregnancy center bill. The legislative declaration rails against the evils of trying to prevent abortions by persuading people that adoption or parenting is a better option. You know, in my life, I've had kind of an inordinate number of friends that were adopted children. And that somebody reached out and said, I choose to love you, rather than I have to love you. In my own house, I brought a boy with me. And the woman that I found set him on her lap and said, son, I'm choosing to love you, which makes you very special. And that's one of the ways she blended my family. Now, I know that doesn't lead directly back to the topic, but that was powerful to me. It was powerful to him. And I think that's true when we do reach out and say, I'm choosing to love you. I want to talk about these centers, the ones that I'm familiar with in my communities, in the counties that I represent. They're up front. And they, from what I can see, they appropriately disclose that they don't provide an abortion. But their purpose is to show women that there are alternatives to the procedure. Colorado already has laws preventing deceptive trade practices. The unfair or deceptive trade practices in the Colorado Revised Statutes already provides or prohibits venues from falsely advertising their trades practices, goods, or services. Yet, this bill seeks to eliminate any alternatives to abortion. Instead, it's smearing CPCs by calling them fake clinics and, in fact, hindering the freedom of speech. You know, there are things that we all value in this room. And freedom of speech is one of those that we continue to put up on the pedestal, but when we get an opportunity, we want to take you down. Say, no, you can't say that. I think that's dangerous. I think it's dangerous in all the things we do, not simply on this issue. So the state's primarily going to say to these pro-life pregnancy centers to promote the state's own preferred message, advertising abortions. I don't think we should be doing that. The bill prohibits a person from engaging in a deceptive trade practice. The legislative declaration entitled the bill make it clear that CPCs are being targeted because of their beliefs. Now, I don't know what happens when we start to target religious-based organizations or any organizations for that matter. It's important, the decisions that women are going to make in regards to their health and the family's health and the baby's health. I agree with that. We continue to say that we are an all of the above state and that approach is the best. Yet we're dismissing adoption or birth as legitimate choices and seek to continue to put down these CPCs. I'd also like to speak a little bit, and this is in the science realm, so you know that I'll be up above my head on this one. When we try to seek the abortion pill reversal treatment, the people that are seeking that are using a product that's been safe and effective way to attempt to reverse the effects of the chemical by taking a naturally occurring hormone. We've been using that hormone to help pregnancies for years, to help make it a stronger pregnancy, to help that baby stay in a healthy spot. Yet now, that can't be used. So there's a question in there, and I might have needed to ask it one evening or late afternoon. Are we still going to be able to use it for people who want to have that baby on the other side of this question? Or will it be stopped too? The other thing that they tell me is that that product is used in cancer treatment. Hopefully, this bill is not going to spill over into that treatment, because the people I have known who have suffered with that disease, with cancer of any kind, will go to any length to find a way. They'll do everything they can. We shouldn't be taking anything off the shelf that can help. So this morning I'm here to ask you to vote no. Now, I do understand what questions go on, how serious a conversation young women are having. But I'm a person that likes to have more choices. An old boy told me once, the way you define quality of life, Mark, is by the number of choices you have. And you know, as I've aged, that's become more and more true. So I don't want to limit the number of choices that a person might have. So today I'm asking you to vote no on this bill.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, coming to this, I mentioned earlier, I believe this is our thesis. I went back and looked at some transcripts and of our speeches from this well, and found, and I have them here if anybody wants to see timestamps of how many times the majority party used the word Planned Parenthood and was not addressed.
Representative Bottoms, while I'm in the chair, I will ask all members not to use specific names of organizations. Thank you. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning. Members, this body is a legislative body, as are many bodies around this country. Our job collectively is to legislate, pass legislation, with the intent that it's the right thing for the public. Obviously, there's many discussions and differing views on what is best for the public, but having a choice in this matter under this bill or in the business realm of any business is important. As a consumer, we go out into the world and we seek choices. We seek to find things that fit what we're looking for. During my personal and professional life, in particular in the military, I've had friends and colleagues that have had both abortions and chose to reverse things or chose to have the baby in difficult situations. Sitting as a commander or a senior officer, you often get troops that come to you and ask questions. I'm not the counselor, I'm not the chaplain, I'm not the mental health professional, but it was my job to direct them to those appropriate sources. And I can tell you without a doubt, without an exception, that every single person that came in to see me, on whatever side they were on that decision-making process, they were struggling. They didn't know which way to go. My job was to get them to the professionals that can help them with their decision, not make that decision for them. But they had a choice. They had options. This bill we are stating is targeting one side of that option. I understand that there's very different views philosophically and politically. That's fine. But what's not fine is when we start limiting an option because we disagree with it politically and philosophically, or religiously, or anything else. Our country was founded on individual freedom. Our country was founded on having choices. Businesses grew in this country on choices. Families expanded on choices. We are here because of choices. Our choices to run and our choices to get the people to elect us. So why are we, now that we are in this legislative body that crafts laws, why are we limiting choices out there? Why are we telling one side that we disagree with politically and philosophically that what they're doing is deceptive? Why are we going after a side and singling them out to say they should not be doing this? Is it because we disagree with them philosophically? It's fine to disagree philosophically. It's fine to disagree politically. It's even okay if we never come to an agreement. It's not okay to pass legislation that limits that other side from advocating for what they believe in. No one is advocating for the destruction of society. No one is advocating to cause harm to someone else. That is illegal. But we should not be limiting the option of free speech. We should not be limiting what we can and cannot do out there because we disagree with it politically and philosophically. My mom had a saying, "Two wrongs do not make a right." Just because one person does something wrong does not give the other side to do something else wrong against them. Two wrongs do not make a right. In my opinion, this legislation is wrong because a side that disagrees with what another side is saying politically and philosophically is targeting it. Businesses and consumers have choices out there. Consumers can choose to go to a doctor, a dentist, a healthcare provider, any form of a clinic based on doing their research. They should not be limited in what they can do. Now, if you're a surgeon of cardiac, you shouldn't probably be doing orthopedic surgery. But that's not what we're talking about here. Thought that was my buzzer. Here it's because it's a political and philosophical disagreement. I think we would serve ourselves better, this body better, and the public better if we left them with choices out there. If we gave them the opportunity to choose which direction they wish to go, not only with their lives, but with their pregnancies. And there's a lot of people that should normally be involved in that decision. I remember watching the individuals that would come into my office and ask me which way should they go. I'm like, I can't tell you that. I can point you to the chaplain. I can point you to the mental health providers. But they were seeking guidance. My job was to get them to people that could give them guidance and options. I was giving them options versus using my influence by virtue of my rank to direct them to a certain course of action. Not because I believed they were right or wrong, but because it was not my job. My job was to ensure they had options. Our job here is to ensure that the people have options. I urge you to vote no on this because we are limiting options, and that is not what legislative bodies should be doing. I thank you for your time, and have a wonderful day.
Representative Bradley.
We know that HB 19-1289 strengthens the Colorado Consumer Protection Act and already gives the AG's office more tools to crack down on scams and unfair business practices. I will tell you again, after hours of witness testimony, there was zero evidence presented against these pregnancy crisis centers on their so-called deceptive trade practice. We haven't heard any lawsuits from people suing pregnancy resource centers from deceptive trade practice. We weren't even given any examples of deceptive trade practices from pregnancy resource centers, so where is the evidence? This bill states that anti-abortion centers are the ground level presence of a well-coordinated anti-choice movement, but I disagree. There have been no targets on abortion clinics in the state since 2015. The sole reason that there are only 20 abortion clinics in Colorado is because of supply and demand. While most Coloradans agree with abortion, they are clearly not personally getting them. On the contrary, there are over 50 pregnancy resource centers throughout Colorado providing information and support for teens and women who want to maintain their pregnancy and just don't know how. These nonprofit community-based organizations provide ultrasounds, medical exams, STI testing and treatment services, well exams, fertility awareness, based education, prenatal care, lactation, breastfeeding consultations, and more. These centers have served over 2 million people in 2019 with the total value of service around $266 million. Over 730,000 pregnancy tests have been given, 486,000 ultrasounds given, and 160,000 STI tests performed, and over 1 million diapers provided. They have over 68,000 workers, and 80% of them are volunteers. 6,424 licensed medical professionals gave their time and skills on a volunteer basis, and we had a Colorado lawmaker have a poem talking about that they're ooh that they offer women a choice to maintain their pregnancies, that they have people volunteer their time to help others that are less fortunate, that they help pay rent and utilities for patients, that they help with formula and diapers for people who can't afford them. What a slap in the face to kind people who represent these centers. And I want to know if there was any stakeholdering, because we stakeholdered harm prevention reduction centers for the safe injection sites. Did we stakeholder these centers? Did we go and look at these centers and see if they're doing what is being described in this bill? Let's talk about the major industry in Colorado that received a $400,000 grant from the government after the Dobbs decision. They spent $50 million on midterm elections. And in an annual reportedly that they showed excess and revenue of over expenses of $70 million, and abortion made up 97% of their pregnancy resolution centers. Boy, it doesn't sound like anything about planning parenting, but more about killing babies. And why aren't the advocates...
Representative Bradley, back to the bill.
And why aren't the advocates for abortion not screaming from the rooftops that there's only 20 abortion clinics in the state? For fear? We talked about that. Pregnancy resource centers' revenue is between $500,000 to $1 million, and they have over 50. And they show up even though they've had 38 churches across the country firebombed, 58 other pro-life clinics and organizations suffered the same fate. If there's such a need for abortion, where are all the centers? Because we know they have the money to build them and fortify the walls to secure them. And why don't abortion centers offer ultrasounds before abortion to all women who are seen? Former Planned, and I'm just quoting, Planned Parenthood worker Catherine Anthony Adair said the following in an interview. At the time I worked for Planned Parenthood, ultrasounds were only done if the woman was unsure of the dates of her last menstrual period. Or
Representative Bradley, even as a quote, I will ask you to leave the organization name out. Thank you.
Or if the doctor ordered one. Women were not given the option of viewing the ultrasound. In reality, ultrasounds before abortion are good medical practice. Besides verifying the length of the pregnancy, which determines what technique of abortion and what instruments are used, an ultrasound is one way to verify that a woman does not have a tubal or ectopic pregnancy. A woman may test positive for pregnancy, but really have a situation where the unborn baby is developing in the fallopian tubes and not in the womb. If this is not discovered, the tube can rupture, which is a major complication that can result in death. We've had many women not given an ultrasound from these industries that have died. In most cases, when ultrasounds are performed, women are not shown the images unless they specifically ask to see them, and sometimes not even them. Numerous former abortion providers have attested to this, including Dr. Joseph Randall, who was quoted saying, the women, are never allowed to look at the ultrasound because we knew that if they so much as heard the heartbeat, they wouldn't want to have an abortion. The fact that many of these abortion industries oppose any legislation that would allow a woman the option of seeing the ultrasound screen further attests to this pattern. Even in cases where the law states that the woman does not need to look at the ultrasound, but must merely be given the option, the abortion industry has been contentious. One pro-choice author commented on a proposed law in Louisiana which required a woman to see an ultrasound image of her baby before aborting it, called the ultrasound a torture weapon, seeing a heartbeat of a baby on the screen compared to a torture weapon. We know why the abortion industry doesn't want women looking at ultrasounds, because we've seen the evidence that 68% of women that see their baby's heartbeat will not go through an abortion, and they have $70 million on the line, and candidates have donations on the line. Why else would we not include the abortion industry and their deceptive trade practice in this bill? Because Coloradans, too much money is on the line for the abortion industry. They don't want women who have abortions to know they have an increased risk for alcoholism, child abuse, divorce and relationship problems, drug abuse, post-abortion syndrome, psychological impairment, repeat abortion, sleep disorders, suicide, thoughts of suicide, along with the physical effects of abortion, which can be death, immediate complications, breast cancer, ectopic pregnancy, placenta previa, stillbirth, premature delivery, low birth weight, and miscarriage. And if this bill wasn't bad enough, the worst part of this bill targets healthcare providers that engage in unprofessional conduct or is a subject to discipline in the state of the healthcare provider, provides, prescribes, administers, or attempts medication, abortion reversal in the state. What? The state of pro-choice has now become the state of pro-abortion. We heard from countless reps in this well talking about bodily autonomy and the right for women to have a personal decision in their health care decisions with their doctor. So why are you voting for this bill? Women in Colorado, this bill will now prevent you from changing your mind after you take the first abortion pill. Is that choice to you? For all the women who said to the government, take your hands off my body, the government will now double down on your ability to choose. I just stated that in Colorado, a pregnant individual has a fundamental right to continue a pregnancy, not anymore according to this bill. And I will completely again dismantle the argument to this, because as a healthcare provider, we must stand for truth over lies. The one study that the proponent witness used was the Creenan study of a whole 10 women that had to be ended early when 2 of the patients that took the first abortion pill started hemorrhaging. And the study had to be stopped, and they were in the control group without even taking progesterone. And you want to talk about unethical? The author of that study was paid to do the study by the maker of the first chemical drug for abortion, mifepristone, which has its own set of risks, including hemorrhage, infection, and potential long-term emotional consequences. In fact, the CDC has reported over 5,000 adverse reactions associated to chemical abortions and 0 related to progesterone taken after it to maintain a pregnancy. Some proponents were in opposition to progesterone for the lack of a randomized control trial. In fact, we heard lots of representatives coming up here and talking about it. But they were sure okay with mifepristone not being studied with a randomized control trial that has gone on to kill women who have taken it. That's hypocrisy. But none of the studies matter, because you have made it clear in this well that off-label hormones are okay to be used to save some, but not okay to save babies. So do not come up here and say that naturally occurring hormone is unsafe to use to save a baby when you spent 6 hours yesterday saying it's okay to save trans kids. Do you even see the hypocrisy? Bill's sponsor talks about women road tripping for an abortion and coming to our state. What about the women who change their mind and they only have 72 hours to find a doctor, now out of our state, because they're at risk for losing their baby? Do you see the hypocrisy? Not all of your constituents will have abortions. And are you fighting for the exhausted mom who maybe doesn't want to have a pregnancy in that moment and goes and has a pill and wants to change her mind and now has to find somewhere out of state to go?
Representative Bradley, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Not allowing women to even hear about APR if she changes her mind is an infringement on the ability for providers to give or talk about available treatment. Women in Colorado, this bill is the opposite of choice. This is about government controlling what you choose to do to your body, all while supporters say my body, my choice, or speak at length about bodily autonomy. APR is proven to be safe and effective, and they are choosing, not doctors, who gets to use progesterone. They are telling you it's okay to save kids transitioning, but not okay to save your babies. Colorado, what does that tell you? Because I will tell you, seeing and holding a dead baby will forever take a piece of your heart and your soul from you. And that's what this bill will do to women. Women who have changed their mind and want to save their baby will have to live with the guilt of her decision because you have tied her hands. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. CPCs, crisis pregnancy centers, are upfront and appropriately disclose that they do not provide abortions. The purpose of these centers is to show that there are alternatives to abortions. But even if you purposely ignore the political literature this bill tries to pass off as necessary legislation for the good of the people, Colorado already has existing laws. preventing deceptive trade practices. The Unfair or Deceptive Trade Practices in Colorado Revised Statute 6-1-105 already prohibits venues from falsely advertising their trades, practices, goods, or services. Rather than actually accomplishing anything, this bill seeks to eliminate any alternatives to abortion. Instead, this smears CPCs by calling them fake clinics and, in effect, hinder freedom of speech. Strict scrutiny is applied when the government imposes a content-based restriction on speech. Two recent cases between CPCs and laws have resulted in some victories. The National Institution of Family and Life Advocates versus Becerra from the Supreme Court of the United States, and Greater Baltimore Center for Pregnancy Concerns Incorporated versus Mayor and City Council of Baltimore from the Fourth Circuit. Writing a concurrence, Justice Kennedy wrote the following: "The state requires primarily pro-life pregnancy centers to promote the state's own preferred message advertising abortions. This compels individuals to contradict their most deeply held beliefs grounded in basic philosophical, ethical, or religious precepts. Though the language of the bill prohibits a person from engaging in a deceptive trade practice, the legislative declaration and title of the bill make it clear that CPCs are being targeted. If we start to target religious-based organizations, or any organizations for that matter, where does this end? I constantly hear narrative about the importance of reproductive health decisions made in light of a particular situation. However, though this acts as if it is an all-above approach is best, I believe we are dismissing adoption or birth as legitimate alternative choices. My Loveland constituents have voiced concern for months in opposition, and today I rise to represent my district by urging a no vote. Thank you for your time.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I came to this chamber and I came to this body, I knew there would be things that we would agree on. There would be things that we would disagree on. And I knew that we would be dealing in two general areas. We would be dealing in the area of policy, and at times we would be dealing in the area of ideology. And I know that every single one of us in this chamber has deeply held beliefs, and I respect that. But when we take these seats and we're legislating, we have to legislate on the basis of policy. We have to legislate on the basis of a Colorado for all. And that's why bills like this honestly disappoint me. Because when I read this bill, when I watch the debate, when I watch the conversations, unfortunately what I see and what many of my constituents see is a situation in which a level playing field is not being established, but rather the government is taking the position of picking winners and losers, not on the basis of policy, but on the basis of ideology. And I fear for that. I fear for that because when I came here having spent the previous 10 years of my life in law enforcement, where when people called me up, when people dialed 911, the first question was not, oh, what's your political affiliation, or what's your deeply held ideological belief? The first question was, how can I help? How can I solve that problem? How can I work together with the community members to bring our community together? That's what I dedicated 10 years of my life to doing. Working in the community, working with all stakeholders in the community, in a jurisdiction that leans blue, in a municipality that leans blue. And it didn't matter to me because I was serving the people of my community, the people of Colorado, And I was trying as hard as I can to find that common ground, to find those areas where we can collaborate and work together for the betterment of everyone. And I could do that because I was empowered by a level playing field. And so when I look at bills like this, when I read the rhetoric in the first part of the bill in the legislative declaration, I ask myself, is this creating that level playing field? Is this empowering a Colorado for all in which policies establish a neutral, level playing field in which ideologies can compete in the marketplace of ideas, but without the government picking winners and losers? And I don't see that in the first part of this bill. In the second part of the bill, as you've heard me speak before, I think that it is legislating in an area in which there is tremendous disagreement among the experts themselves. I sat through numerous hours of testimony in committee, listening to medical professionals on both sides of this issue talk about why they either agreed with or disagreed with these different medical treatments here. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a medical professional. This is not my area of expertise. But in between 12 years in the military and 10 years in law enforcement, with the vast majority of that being in command level positions, I've learned that I'm often called upon to make decisions in areas where I do not have particular subject matter expertise. And in those situations, I very seldom go wrong when I listen to honest and robust dialogue from the subject matter experts. And so when I sat for over 12 hours in committee and I listened to numerous examples of testimony, deeply divided, hotly debated testimony from well-credentialed medical doctors on both sides of this issue, what I took away from that was there is tremendous disagreement on this issue in the medical community itself. I heard testimony from doctors who say they have administered these procedures in the state of Colorado. And I asked them, have you been disciplined for that? Have you been brought up on ethics concerns by your governing board? And the answer that I continued to receive was no. So if we have governing boards in Colorado today that are composed of these subject matter experts, and if these procedures are occurring today in Colorado by licensed medical professionals who are not receiving complaints and who are not being investigated for these procedures, the only conclusion that I can come to is that this is not yet settled even in the medical community. And so if it is not settled in the medical community, why is the legislature stepping in? Why are the voices of the subject matter experts not being listened to? Why is a level playing field not being preserved? And that's my ultimate concern, is that when we sit in these seats and we push the red button or the green button, we are creating law for the state of Colorado. And that law needs to be made on the basis of a level playing field in the area of policy. And I don't see that this bill does that. And that concerns me. It concerns me because of my past experiences and the fact that my constituents sent me here to work for all of them on both sides of the aisle, and for those who don't even claim a side of the aisle. And when I see legislation like this, I worry for this state. I worry that rather than building bridges, the divide just gets deeper. I worry that we are legislating on the basis of ideology and not policy. And that's of grave concern to me. So, out of respect for my conscience, out of respect for my constituents, out of respect for the gravity of this office, out of respect for all who have come before us and who have allowed us to sit in this seat here to continue to advocate for that level playing field, I felt compelled this morning to come down to the well and ensure that these remarks were on record as the explanation for why I will be a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I must echo most of what Representative Evans was speaking about. I, too, do not come down to the well to make a personal plea or position statement very often. So before I get into that part of it, I do want to thank the people who have come down here and have spoken and have told their stories and have shared their experiences, both good but often so tragic. That must have been very difficult. I also want to thank the men who this is not their story. It can be their wife's story, their sister, their cousin, their friend, but they feel the pain as well, and I appreciate that. Today we are just dealing with Senate Bill 190. It's been so long, I had to check. That I know I need to keep my comments to that bill, and I will. I'm not young, so I can tell you that I do remember when women were asking for equality, the bra-burning days of the 70s. We've come a long ways, ladies, but this bill will take you back. Somebody is making a decision for you. I find that embarrassing. That's not going forward, that's a step back, in my opinion. I think I've said, for some of you who know me well, I often say I have had a blessed life. I'm fortunate. I am very fortunate that I come from the family I've got and the family I have. So these are not experiences I can relate to, hence, I haven't been here. But that doesn't mean that I don't have empathy, sympathy, and a desire to make it better for people. But this bill does not. Another disappointment then in this chamber, and because I've followed the work of legislators before me, is that I feel that, especially on these bills, the people who've been down here talking and actually really wanting to encourage a debate, it has really been a monologue. But it's been a monologue of which probably was a lot of wasted breath. The last thing I'm going to say is just reiterate what I have said before. This bill is embarrassing. It is not taking any women forward. It is taking us back. And I would urge a no vote. We can do better, Colorado. We can do better.
Representative Bachenfeld, this is your second time to speak. You have 2 minutes, 35 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my family, my wife and I have 5 children. And 4 of them were boys, and one of them was a daughter. She was the youngest one. And learned real quick that raising a daughter is a lot different than raising boys after having 4 other ones. And but I thought about this situation often, as has my wife, and wondered as my daughter got older if she ever found herself in a difficult situation, how she would handle it. And of course, we let her know that there was never ever any situation that was too difficult that she couldn't come to us with and talk to us about it. But kids get peer pressure, and we're well aware of that. We wanted to make sure that she also understood that, and you know, if she ever found herself in a situation, there were all other alternatives other than abortion. And so I'm glad that there were organizations out there so that if she ever found herself in that situation, that she would be able to talk to a lot of different sides of the issue and understand what types of alternatives that were out there. I also thought about the fact that if she found herself in a medical condition where she, you know, was pregnant and had a baby, and that her health would be potentially impacted by having the baby and that type of thing, and wanted her to make sure that she took into consideration the baby's viability as well as her own when she assessed her own personal risk. And life is not without risk. And I think each and every one of us here that have children understand that if we were ever put in a situation where we had to put our lives before our children, I'm quite confident the majority of people would always do that. I know that I would do that.
Representative Bockenfeld, your time has expired.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Everyone knows that I'm strongly opposed to this bill as written without significant amendments. Just the title of the bill and contents of the bill language are deceptive in and of itself. Deceptive trade practices, pregnancy-related services. Allow me to explain, colleagues, and also to explain to Colorado, a Colorado for all. For all of Colorado, if you want to be a part of the abortion industry and use that as your only choice for remedy. But not a Colorado for all if you want to change your mind. Because there are choices out there. I asked for bipartisan work on this. I pleaded with my colleagues to say we certainly can find some way to balance the scale. Find some accommodation for a Colorado for all. I saw the banner at the start of session. I looked up and wanted to believe. But now I look down with a sorrow heart, with sadness, because we are not living up to what we talked about in January. So I'll explain. As we start off here, the first thing is anti-abortion center. I don't know of one of these locations that's called an anti-abortion center. See, that's a made-up word by people that don't want to support the pro-life movement. Clearly. Now, the anti-abortion centers, here's the first deception, are called crisis prevention centers or crisis pregnancy centers. Well, they are. If you're pregnant and you have a crisis, you can walk in there and talk to some folks. Now, they say they're aimed to prevent abortions by persuading people that adoption and parenting is a better option. That's subjective. How dare we, in this chamber, speak for all of Colorado with subjective language? Do we have that right? I would say no. Now, if you want choices, let's talk about choices, because line 13 and 14 are also more deception. Anti-abortion centers are grounded as well-coordinated anti-choice movement, as a well-coordinated anti-choice movement. Well, let's talk about choice. I've been there. I could sit here and tell stories about my life. I was wild back in my day. I got kids in a couple states, maybe more. I don't know. But I don't want to talk about it. It's hard to talk about. But I will tell you something. It takes a man and a woman to create a baby, and they both have responsibility. And I've shared in that in more than one way in my personal life and my stories and my journey. A man and a woman. Let's start with that premise. And then the woman, in most cases, is left pregnant, and most often the man disappears and shirks that responsibility. And I'm a man, so I guess I can say that, because you can run the numbers. And that's not okay. But then the woman has to look at her choices. Well, there's 3 choices, ladies and gentlemen, and here's the next level of deception. With this bill, you got one choice. The premise of this bill guides you to abortion. But let me tell you something, adoption is a choice. Anybody heard of an open adoption? I have. Maybe I lived it. Go do your fact checking. Check in on little old Representative Holtorf. You know what? What a beautiful outcome. What a beautiful outcome. I've lived it. So don't tell me that's not a choice. Okay, let me continue. Another one is to be a parent. You can make that choice. It's a hard one. It's the hardest one. The easiest one is adoption. The hardest one is to be a single parent. I agree. But we're wanting choices, and I say Colorado have all 3. This bill doesn't do that. Deception. There's more deception in here. I'll talk about the fact, and we talked at length about this, abortion reversal, a dangerous deceptive practice. Not supported by science or clinical standards. False. That is deception. Progesterone has been around for decades. It enhances the fertility process, and it creates life. It also, statistically, and I proved it through the study that everyone wanted to refute, which had a greater number of participants than any of the studies that were presented in testimony, showed 65 to 95% effectiveness in reversal, depending on the number of treatments. Don't tell me that's not right. I've seen it in cattle. I know it works. Deception. Let me continue. It says here that the American Medical Association states physicians do not and cannot, without misleading, tell patients that it may be possible to reverse a medicated abortion. That's a damn lie. Because I've gone to studies and I've shown you that it can. 65 to 95%. 100% in one population with 11 treatments. I'm not saying that's healthy, but that's a fact in that study. So don't say it can't be done, because it can be done, Colorado. But we're going to throw that out the window. Bias. Health care. Health care is all the options, the entire spectrum and continuum of care. Taking a baby to term might be the best health care choice, because an abortion can be dangerous. I'm not saying that's the only choice. Let everybody have all the choices. A Colorado for all. A Colorado for all. Are we creating that with this legislation? Then we go as far to say we're going to call this unprofessional conduct grounds for discipline. With this legislation, we're going to target this practice in statute. Well, there was a time in the 70s when they made abortion illegal. And then that went to the underground. Doctors got prosecuted for that. In my hometown, when I was growing up, our doctor lost his license because of that practice. Was that right or wrong? I'm not going to judge. He was probably trying to help one of these desperate women. That is admirable, if that's the best choice for that person. But there are other choices. Let Colorado have the entire plate of choices. Without top-down control by the state saying these pregnancy centers are going to get targeted for what they do, for the horrible thing they do. What is that horrible thing they do, Colorado? Promote people to consider adoption or parenting. And yes, they should say if you want an abortion, that is an option. Here's a reference, here's a referral, just like we do when we go to the clinic. But to target that and say now that's going to be something that's going to be unprofessional and grounds for discipline, when the heavy hand of government already rains down on the medical community, like a big raptor looking down to snap up whatever it can grab, and those poor doctors and healthcare professionals shake in their boots if they don't follow the government mandates, kind of like COVID vaccinations.
Representative Holtorf, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I'm glad because my blood pressure's going up a little bit and I forgot to take my medication. Colorado, ladies and gentlemen, this is not good governance for all of Colorado. This is a partisan piece of legislation that's promoting an industry, a multi-billion-dollar industry that's going to help Colorado with a huge economic lift in the abortion industry. Because it's now going to become a sanctuary with these suite of bills. And for the people that want to reverse there, the only grace they've given by God is you can be out of this state, any place out of this state in less than 72 hours to go get that abortion reversal progesterone. And I would strongly encourage everybody to start talking about that. New Mexico,
Representative
I don't know about
Holtorf, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's still a number of questions that this body needs to answer. First of all, how does this bill interact with REA, the Reproductive Health Equity Act, which says a public entity, that's us, shall not deny, restrict, interfere with, or discriminate against an individual's fundamental right to use or refuse contraception or to continue a pregnancy and give birth, or to have an abortion in the regulation or provision of benefits, facilities, services, or information. When that particular bill was debated, it was debated as an absolute. There would be no restrictions. This bill is about restrictions. How does that work? Another question. By passing this bill, is this body engaging in invidious discrimination? Is it running afoul of equal protection? Are we singling out one group, even though we know in the same marketplace there are other groups engaged in similar behavior? How about questions relating to the prohibition or compulsion of speech? We understand that that is not acceptable in a variety of settings, especially in non-commercial settings, which is what we find ourselves in when we're talking about pregnancy care centers. It's not a trade. It's a voluntary, gratuitous service that is provided. There's no money exchanged. How about what is included in the pool of deceptive activity? The words are seemingly plain on the page, but as we have flushed out those words in committee hearing and on this floor, there are now questions. Questions about whether a pregnancy care center is going to run afoul of this by adding the word abortion into their search engine optimization terms. Are they going to run afoul based off of what they're saying in their clinics when someone walks through the door? Switching over into the other half of the bill, there are questions about why it's even needed. Medical boards already have this authority. They can already regulate. In fact, they have a duty to regulate in this space, a duty to determine if these things are or are not acceptable. Have there been complaints, formal complaints filed against doctors? We didn't hear about any. Have women reported generally of harm in Colorado? Again, no one, as I remember, in testimony spoke to that. In fact, all of the testimony we heard about the abortion pill reversal was positive, while children who were alive because of it sat in their laps. Have there been malpractice suits? Again, no evidence to that. And will our direction now tip the scales? What is the harm of allowing naturally occurring progesterone to be used? What is the harm? We've heard the one study that was mentioned, the one study that all of this is built off of, which again I'm going to reiterate, included 10 people. 10. All of them abortion-minded. All of them who took the first pill. 5 of them weren't given any progesterone. They were given a placebo. Another 5 of them were given progesterone. There was harm. There were 3 women who hemorrhaged, 2 of them very badly, 1 to the extent of needing a transfusion and having complications, 2 that needed hospitalization. You want to guess which groups were which? The 2 that had harm were the 2 that were not given, 2 of the 5 that were not given progesterone. So why are we saying to the women of Colorado, it's okay, you change your mind, just don't take the second pill, when the only study we have actually substantiates the use of progesterone? These are all questions. Is the harm that we might provide a false hope to women by saying you may have an opportunity to change this? You may. I highly doubt that doctors, because I've been in doctors' offices, are saying, yes, guaranteed, your child will survive if you take this pill. That again would be considered malpractice. We again already have rules about that. So if that's where the harm is, show me a doctor who's out there saying, if you take this pill, you will for sure give birth to a healthy child, and that first pill won't have any impact. I dare you to find me one. But let me now switch to what is the harm of not allowing these pills. There was a story shared in testimony about a woman who was given the first abortion pill unbeknownst to her by her boyfriend. You see, you can buy the abortion pill regimen online and have it shipped to you. And so someone, her boyfriend, not wanting to go through with this pregnancy, gave it to her, unbeknownst to her. And so she wanted a way outside of a choice she didn't make. Are we closing the door on those like that? I heard from a doctor who said, this is going to create a lot of difficulty in my practice. I'm an OB, and you see, what happens if a woman comes in and she is asking for progesterone because she's in the midst of miscarrying? How do I know if that woman is there miscarrying because she took a pill In which case, by this law, I would not be able, because we're assuming, which we heard testimony in this direction too, that the medical boards are just going to rubber stamp. They're going to take the political cues of this body and rubber stamp this decision. And so what happens when I now have to discern, I now have to determine whether or not she's there because she took the abortion pill or because she is just naturally miscarrying? A month ago, the first Thursday in March, to be precise, I walked into an emergency room experiencing pain. Within the next week, it became obvious, and sadly, I learned that I lost my child. And I will tell you that if there was anything that could have been done, I would have done it. Why would we send women across state lines in moments of panic, in moments of deep and excruciating pain, to get a pill that is a naturally occurring hormone? Why would we do that? There's been no demonstration of harm. Thank you.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Wow. Have we bared our soul on this one? We do that. That's what we do. We bring our personal experiences. We bring the experiences of our constituents. And once again, 100% of my caucus has come down here not because we don't have things to do on Saturday, not because we don't want to be somewhere else, but we come down here to have these voices heard. I'm so sick of this rhetoric of everybody being heard. Yep, we're saying a lot of things, but we're not being heard. We're not being heard. There's no opportunity for us to put into this legislation what our district sent us down here to do and bring the voices of our constituents here. It's not happening. It happened not for a second on this bill. No amendments. Nope. We're the majority. We are going to rule through you and say, look, your voices don't matter. If they did, we'd see some amendments. That's proof of that to me. Frustrated. I'm more frustrated about the process than I am even this bill. We have talked this bill to death. Not because we don't have better things to do on our weekends, but because we hold out hope. Our mighty 19 hold out hope that maybe, just maybe, something that we say that's uncomfortable, that's not in your PC speech, that we don't understand, will maybe make a difference. Maybe make a difference for the people that we represent, but that's not happening. The only thing I can say to the substance of this bill is that people in my district say, they're doing what? They're doing more stuff for choice? What the heck more choices do they need? We took care of that. That argument is come and gone. And I have to explain to my constituents in town halls that now they're going so far that they're going to take choices away. This bill clearly takes choices away. And so we go through research, we go through papers, we go through constituent letters, we go through everything to just let that be heard. And it's not even heard, much less listened to. So if those uncomfortable things touched your conscience, I think we have an obligation to let our conscience guide us. I don't push that button unless my conscience is clear. If your conscience is not clear, not because you're doing whatever it takes to stay in line with whatever organization you're with, but if your conscience isn't clear, shame on you for your vote. Vote no.
Representative Marshall.
Colleagues, this is, Madam Speaker, it's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I represent the most conservative district held by my caucus, and I am the most conservative person in my caucus, I believe. And because of that, whenever I've had to been out of step, it's been my policy to always support my caucus members on their amendments to get the bill they desire to the floor and not speak against that bill, even if I may have to vote against it in the end. However, on this case, I have been subjected to quite a lot of anger and angst of people encouraging others to call into question my reasons for voting no on this bill, so I believe I need to explain it. When I ran on a commitment that I would fight against any rollback of abortion rights in Colorado, but I wouldn't support any further expansion of abortion rights in Colorado. And I'm a man, I believe in integrity and wish to keep to that commitment. But this bill wasn't about an expansion or a rollback, so it falls outside that commitment, so I could look upon it on its merits. But the bill is about deceptive trade practices applying somewhere where it had not before. So it is a government restriction on speech, and for many days I kept asking in frustration, why does the Deceptive Trade Practices Act not already apply here? Knowing in my own mind what the issue would be, and that's because it's not commercial speech. It is core First Amendment speech. We cannot just wave a magic wand and turn it into commercial speech. I was very sympathetic to the reasons we're doing this. The idea that women are being deceived, seeing abortion, pregnant, we have options, and believing that they could find abortion services there or abortion referrals and going in. That is a serious problem, because if they get delayed and they get delayed beyond being able to get a medical abortion and now they have to have a surgical, that is a serious issue. So I was very sympathetic. But I couldn't get over the fact that this is a burden on core First Amendment speech. I kept pushing and asking, and finally, the third attorney on the panel gave a beautiful exposition of the law and admitted this is a novel extension and one we believe is defensible. And I found out later my dear friend and colleague, who I have so much respect for from Denver, planted a lot of that information with that attorney, knowing me so well on what would get me thinking about it in the terms I was looking at it. So it was whether it was defensible. And I was given many examples, but every example I was given of advertising, purely on the advertising, I could not see it passing a motion to dismiss on a Deceptive Trade Practices Act. A park bench that says, pregnant, you have options. Solely that. And people saying, that's deceptive. I'm like, it may be to the person reading it, but I don't know how you are going to be able to say the person putting that message out is engaging in deceptive practices. I would fight in the red states, in Ohio and Tennessee, against their gag orders on family planning, on their forced disclosures that there is a medicated abortion reversal, because that would be wrong under First Amendment principles. So I cannot, in good faith, vote for something that I think is inappropriate under First Amendment principles, just because I may believe in the other policy. So I believe this was the wrong tool to get to where we need. And I offered some suggestions on where we may be able to go to get there. Then on the second part, a couple of our colleagues who have pointed out, us directing by legislative fiat to the medical boards that certain conduct is unprofessional, we sat through hours of testimony and had 2 to 3 docs that actually engaged in these practices, and we've asked them, are you not subject to discipline by the medical boards for unprofessional conduct? Has anyone ever, have you ever been subject to that? And the answers were no. The medical boards already have this authority. We give them that authority. Why do we have these medical boards if we are going to, by legislative fiat, tell them what's unprofessional conduct? We have an administrative state for a reason. And I believe there's probably only 2 to 3 members here that were probably qualified enough to be on a medical board and make those decisions. It's my strong suspicion that this is probably medical quackery, but that's not a decision within my expertise. We have those boards for a reason, and we should defer to their expertise and let them do their job. And so for those reasons, I'm going to be a no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I am primarily up here today to talk about my different analysis under the First Amendment, that I do believe that this law will be upheld under the First Amendment. But first, I just want to recognize that in committee and in this chamber, we heard stories of crisis pregnancy centers providing misleading information to people seeking reproductive care. These were people who, based on their own research, went to these crisis pregnancy centers seeking options, people who were contemplating seeking abortions. And they did not choose an option that would not provide abortions. That we heard testimony in this chamber from one of our colleagues who went to one of these centers thinking that they did, in fact, provide abortion services. So these patients were time limited in their available healthcare options, and they were misled to these crisis pregnancy centers. Untruthful speech, whether commercial or otherwise, has never been protected for its own sake. The Supreme Court said this in 1974 in a case called Gertz v. Welch. I also want to recognize that our colleague from Loveland mentioned past cases where courts have discussed laws that regulated crisis pregnancy centers. This law is distinct from those, and I believe it will be upheld because unlike past state attempts to regulate crisis pregnancy centers, we are not compelling an individual or an organization to speak a particular government-mandated or written message regarding abortion availability or abortion options. What we are doing is compelling all people to be truthful in their advertising as to the services that they provide. It is a compelling state interest that consumers are not confused or misled or deceived by advertisements or websites. This legislation will not shut these centers down, and it does not require that any crisis pregnancy center limit or eliminate their faith-based beliefs about abortion. I believe that even under the highest bar of constitutional analysis under the First Amendment, strict scrutiny, that this legislation is narrowly tailored to serve the compelling state interest of ensuring that pregnant individuals are not confused, misled, or deceived about their health care options. And I'm proud to urge members of this chamber to vote yes on this legislation.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too want to say to the pregnancy centers out there in our state and across the nation, keep doing what you're doing, what you purport to do. We're just asking that your counseling, whether it's faith-based or otherwise, be done without coercion, be done without deception. Please talk about the alternatives to abortion if folks have shown up to hear about those alternatives. And indeed, if there continues to be a demand for what you are offering, then you will continue to have consumers coming to your door. We really are trying to make sure that the people that show up for this counseling are doing so knowing that that's exactly what they're going to get when they walk in the door. We want them to be very clear about what to expect when they walk in your doors and to be just as clear about what not to expect when they walk in their doors. And if you're already doing these things and already not having these deceptive ads on your website or elsewhere, then this doesn't apply to you. This bill is asking for truth in advertising. It's asking for the deception to stop. It's asking for us to stick to the standards of accepted medical care. And we did add 3 amendments in the Senate to make sure that the 3 medical boards can weigh in on this. Coloradans and visitors from other states need and deserve honest, transparent, truthful information when seeking medical care, whether it's any kind of medical care, reproductive care or otherwise. And I want to make it clear to my constituents and Coloradans across the state that my conscience and my convictions on voting yes on this bill are solid and completely crystal clear. Please vote yes.
Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you were raised anything like me, you are familiar with the word gospel and that we know that it comes from a word meaning good story, and we know it to mean good news. And I have good news. I have good news, members, that at the end of today or tomorrow or sometime soon, while Colorado is already a very special place, it's going to be an even better place, because at a time when our rights and our bodies are under such attack, we'll continue to be a beacon. Sometime today or tomorrow or really soon, we're going to codify advancing safe access to already protected health care. We're going to protect our patients and providers, increase coverage for reproductive health care. And with SB 23-190, we're going to advance transparency by prohibiting deceptive trade practices at anti-abortion centers. Members, that is good news. I heard it said today, I wrote it down verbatim, I don't know if you heard it, but I heard it said today that our country was founded on individual freedom and that our country was founded on personal choice. And those are mighty bold words to tell to folks who have descended from people who didn't have a lot of choice at the time of the founding of this country, to say it in land from which indigenous folks were massacred and murdered and moved along, and who are relevant to 190 because their communities are still targeted. We heard at the beginning of this debate a mention of black babies. Black babies. There was a claim that a white man must be the savior of black babies, and I'm telling you why we need 190. It requires addressing that vile, reprehensible assertion, because putting little black fetus dolls on desks is not supporting black babies. It has become clear to me in recent days in my conversations with quite a few of you that many of you who were present during that comment in discussing 190, you understood that those words about black babies were hurtful. And you understood that those words were inappropriate, but you didn't understand what the phrase really meant. Using black babies who arrive into a world that criminalizes them, that does not sufficiently support their nutrition, their child care for their parents, their education, their health care, using black babies, and indeed black bodies, who bring us black babies as rhetorical devices in a discussion of 190, what it's doing is it's really commenting about black parents, suggesting that black parents aren't competent enough to make decisions about our own bodies, about when we are to become parents. At the heart of vile language about black babies is a comment about black parenting. But black women are enough and are competent and are able to make our own decisions. All women are, all people who can become pregnant are, especially when given accurate and not deceptive information. We've heard mention several times, it's a comment I agree with about voting your district, but I've heard from folks all over this state, and I'm reminded that folks all over this state, in every corner of this state, need and demand reproductive health care. We receive thanks from folks who are in districts that shouldn't be described as monoliths or homogenous places any more than you're sitting in HD 6, and House District 6 probably knows how I'm going to vote, but they're also not a monolith. We heard mention today of experts, folks saying or conceding that they aren't experts or that they don't know much about certain issues that we've been charged to vote on. But, members, we have experts. This bill addresses two primary components. We have experts from the medical field, from AMA, from ACOG, and others who have told us about the science. So it's okay to not be experts. It's less okay to not listen to the experts. But there's another set of experts who matter here. The representative from Arapahoe County is an expert, told us her story of what happened when she went to one of these centers. She's telling the truth. We heard witnesses who testified at House Judiciary about their experiences at a Boulder clinic, an experience shared by the witness's mother some 3 decades before. She's an expert and is to be believed. I'm not built in the mold of one who can let certain things slide without addressing them. We can't address every bit of information all the time, every time. But some of the misinformation that has been on display in recent days, from the committee hearing to second reading and now to third reading and final passage, is part and parcel of what some of our most vulnerable Coloradans receive when they go to the centers who have been deceptive. Our colleague from Douglas County shared earlier that they hadn't heard any stories about the good work of crisis pregnancy centers. I realize we can't be here for every minute of debate, but not only did we hear many, many stories about good work that happens there, but I, as a bill sponsor, shared my own story about being given honest information at a faith-based clinic in the heart of the Bible Belt. I was loved and given accurate information, and I'm not going to stand by while we do anything less than ensure that all Coloradans have access to the same. I'm proud of 190, of the groups who I won't name, who've done the work to get us here. Member from rural Colorado, from a place in the state, a specific place that I haven't visited yet, but I'm waiting to be invited to see, commented that we pass bills like this and expect constituents to have faith in government. It sat heavy with me because There's something to be said about faith as it relates to prohibiting deceptive trade practices, because I happen to know. I know that faith is the substance of things that are hoped for, and that faith is the evidence of things not seen. When we say the substance of things hoped for, there's some people here who know what I mean and some who won't, and that's okay. But I struggle to keep both faith and hope. This bill gives me hope. I have hope for the fate of reproductive freedom in Colorado, and I have hope that will continue to advance reproductive justice in Colorado, I have hope not because I feel optimistic, but because I understand that hope is a discipline. Hope is a collection of the steps we take, the actions we take. We who commit every morning to waking up and navigating our days, believing that it is impossible to fail. Hope is the discipline that directs us to do that work, even in the face of being maligned. Some of us believe that there are things that will last forever, and that while our time here will end, some of us believe that at least 3 things will last forever: faith, hope, and love. And if of these 3, if of faith, hope, and love, the greatest of these may be love, I know that I have that too. I love Colorado. I love my body. I love my agency, my autonomy. I love that, and I love it for you. Thank you to the advocates and organizers who fight on, even as your providers have been killed and your clinics have been attacked and your work has been aligned. You give me hope when I have so little. SB 23-190 advances our ability to be a leader and a beacon. We're going to prohibit deceptive trade practices at these clinics in Colorado. We will demand professional conduct of our medical professionals. And we will do this with discipline, hope, faith, and love, and ask you for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 190 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Herod votes yes. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 19 no, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 190 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Herod and Gonzalez Gutierrez, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 188.
Senate Bill 188 by Senators Gonzalez and Jaquez Lewis, also Representatives Froelich and Titone, concerning protections for accessing reproductive health care.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 188 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Respectfully, I request that the bill be read at length.
The request has been made for the bill to be read at length. Please proceed.
First regular session, 74th General Assembly, State of Colorado, revised. This version includes all amendments adopted on second reading in the Second House LLSNO. 23 to 531.01 Shelby Ross X 4510 Senate Bill 23 to 188. Senate Committees, House Committees, Judiciary. A bill for an act. 101 concerning protections for accessing reproductive health. 102 care. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill requires contracts between insurers or other persons and healthcare providers regarding the delivery of healthcare services to include a provision that prohibits the following actions if the actions are based solely on the healthcare provider's provision of, or assistance in the provision of, reproductive healthcare or gender-affirming healthcare services, legally protected healthcare activity, in this state, so long as the House amended second reading March 31, 2023. Senate third reading unamended March 22, 2023. Senate amended second reading March 21, 2023. Senate sponsorship Gonzalez and Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Marchman, Moreno, Winter F., Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Danielson, Fenberg, Fields, Ginal, Hansen, Hinrichsen, Coker, Mullica, Rodriguez, Sullivan, Zenzinger. House sponsorship Froelich and Titten, Epps, McCormick. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Care provided did not violate Colorado law. A medical malpractice insurer from refusing to issue, canceling or terminating, refusing to renew, or imposing any sanctions, fines, penalties, or rate increases for a medical malpractice policy, Section 2. A health insurer from taking an adverse action against a healthcare provider, including refusing to pay for a provided healthcare service, terminating or refusing to renew a contract with the healthcare provider, or imposing other penalties on the healthcare provider, Section 3. A health insurer from refusing to credential a physician as a network provider or terminating a physician's status as a network provider, Section 4, or a person or entity from terminating a healthcare contract with a healthcare provider, Section 25. Section 5 protects an individual applying for licensure, certification, or registration in a healthcare-related profession or occupation in Colorado, applicant, as well as a healthcare professional currently licensed, certified, or registered in Colorado, licensee, from having the license, certification, or registration denied or discipline imposed against the licensee based solely on the applicant's or licensee's provision of, or assistance in the provision of, a legally protected healthcare activity in this state or another state or United States territory, so long as the care provided was consistent with generally accepted standards of practice under Colorado law and did not otherwise violate Colorado law. A civil or criminal judgment or a professional disciplinary action arising from the provision of, or assistance in the provision of, a legally protected healthcare activity in this state or another state or United States territory, so long as the care provided was consistent with generally accepted standards of practice under Colorado law and did not otherwise violate Colorado law. The applicant's or licensee's own personal effort to seek or engage in a legally protected healthcare activity, or a civil or criminal judgment against the applicant or licensee arising from the individual's own personal legally protected healthcare activity in this state or another state or United States territory. Section 6 prohibits a court, judicial officer, court employee, or attorney from issuing a subpoena in connection with a proceeding in another state concerning an individual who accesses a legally protected healthcare activity in Colorado or an individual who performs, assists, or aids in the performance of a legally protected healthcare activity in -2, 188. Colorado. Section 7 prohibits the state from applying another state's law to a case or controversy heard in Colorado state court or giving any force or effect to any judgment issued without personal jurisdiction or due process or to any judgment that is penal in nature pursuant to another state's law if the other state's law authorizes a person to bring a civil action against another person or entity for engaging or attempting to engage in a legally protected healthcare activity. If a medical malpractice action is brought in this state against a healthcare provider regulated in this state or another state, Section 8 prohibits a court or arbitrator from allowing evidence or witness testimony relating to professional discipline or criminal or civil charges in this state or another state concerning the provision of, or assistance in the provision of, a legally protected healthcare activity, so long as the care provided did not violate Colorado law. Section 9 prohibits a peace officer from knowingly arresting or participating in the arrest of any person who engages in a legally protected healthcare activity, unless the acts forming the basis for the arrest constitute a criminal offense in Colorado or violate Colorado law. Section 10 prohibits the issuance of a search warrant to search for and seize any property that relates to an investigation into a legally protected healthcare activity. Section 11 prohibits a judge from issuing a summons in a case when a prosecution is pending, or when a grand jury investigation has started or is about to start, for a criminal violation of another state's law involving the provision or receipt of or assistance with accessing a legally protected healthcare activity that is legal in Colorado, unless the acts forming the basis of the prosecution or investigation would also constitute a criminal offense in Colorado. Section 12 prohibits the issuance of an ex parte order for wiretapping or eavesdropping to obtain any wire, oral, or electronic communication that relates to an investigation into a legally protected healthcare activity. Current law allows for the extradition of a person who committed an act in this state that intentionally results in a crime in the state whose executive authority is making the demand, even though the accused was not in the demanding state at the time of the commission of the crime. Section 13 requires the acts for which extradition is sought to be punishable by the laws of this state if the acts occurred in this state and prohibits the governor from surrendering a person charged in another state as a result of the person engaging in a legally protected healthcare activity, unless the executive authority of the demanding state alleges in writing that the accused was physically present in the demanding state at the time of the commission of the alleged offense. Section 14 requires a correctional facility or private contract. -3, 188. Prison incarcerating a person who is capable of pregnancy to, regardless of the person's ability to pay, ensure access to abortions by providing a pregnant person with information about abortion providers, referrals to community-based providers of abortions, referrals to community-based organizations that help people pay for abortions, and transportation to access an abortion, and ensure access to miscarriage management, including medication. Section 15 adds a reproductive health care services worker to the list of protected persons whose personal information may be withheld from the Internet if the protected person believes dissemination of such information poses an imminent and serious threat to the protected person or the safety of the protected person's immediate family. Section 16 prohibits the prosecution or investigation of a licensed healthcare provider if the healthcare provider prescribes an abortifacient to a patient and the patient ingests the abortifacient in another state so long as the abortifacient is prescribed or administered consistent with accepted standards of practice under Colorado law and does not violate Colorado law. Section 17 through Section 20 adds a protected healthcare worker to the list of persons authorized to participate in the Address Confidentiality Program. Section 21 authorizes the Attorney General to independently initiate and bring a civil and criminal action to enforce the Reproductive Health Equity Act. Section 22 prohibits a state agency from providing any information or using any government resources in furtherance of any out-of-state investigation or proceeding seeking to impose civil or criminal liability or professional sanction upon a person or entity for engaging in a legally protected healthcare activity. Section 23 prohibits a public entity from denying, restricting, or interfering with, through any efforts, including licensing or zoning restrictions, any person's or business entity's ability to provide reproductive health care, or interfering with, discriminating against, or penalizing, through any civil or criminal laws, any person or business entity for assisting, aiding, or treating an individual for reproductive health care, or prohibiting or restricting, through any civil or criminal laws, including the establishment or expansion of a private right of action, any person or business entity from assisting, aiding, or treating an individual for reproductive health care. Section 24 authorizes an action to enforce the provisions of the Reproductive Health Equity Act to be commenced by a person or -4, 188. Business entity with standing in Denver District Court. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly 3 finds and declares that, 4a, the United States Supreme Court's decision in June 2022 to 5 overturn Roe v. Wade in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization 6 has had immediate, disastrous effects on health care across the country. 7. The resulting patchwork of state laws, executive orders, local ordinances, 8. and court challenges has led to legal chaos and has caused grief, fear, and 9. Confusion. 10b, as of January 2023, 24 states have banned abortion, 11 or severely restricted abortion access, and more will likely try to do so in 12 the near future. 13c, nationally, abortion clinics across the country are closing, 14 resulting in an eroded reproductive healthcare infrastructure. Almost all 15 abortions are performed in clinics rather than in hospitals or doctors. 16 offices, and in the 10 years before the Dobbs decision, a third of 17 independent clinics closed. That pace of closure has doubled since Dobbs. 18 alarmingly, 100 days after the decision to overturn Roe, at least 1966 clinics in 15 states stopped offering abortion care, and most 20 clinics closed, eliminating preventative health care access as well. 21d, Colorado's abortion providers are the closest available 22 providers to the 1.2 million people seeking care from neighboring states. 23 in Colorado clinics have seen a 33% rise in the number 24 of patients seeking abortion care post-Dobbs. Colorado residents seeking 25 abortion care and other wellness care that many clinics provide, especially. -5, 188. 1 in rural and other underserved areas, face wait times that have increased from 1 or 2 days up to 3 weeks in some cases. Colorado residents 3 seeking gender-affirming care will see a similar increase in wait times as 4 other states enact further restrictions. It is chillingly clear that since 5 Dobbs, Colorado's reproductive health care infrastructure is threatened 6 by exterior pressures. 7e, a growing number of states, the same states hostile to abortion 8 rights, are also banning gender-affirming health care and pursuing 9 anti-LGBTQ+ legislation. Alabama, Arizona, Arkansas, Utah, and 10 Tennessee have enacted prohibitions on gender-affirming care for youth 11 and young adults. 11 other states are considering restrictions that 12 would make providing gender-affirming health care a felony or ban 13 insurance coverage for such care, with Missouri's proposed law 14 criminalizing care for patients up to age 25. 15f, several states are also eroding their health care infrastructure. 16 by requiring providers to report any patients seeking gender-affirming 17 health care to law enforcement. Providers are being forced to choose 18 compliance with state law over their oath to do no harm, and those laws 19 conflict with the strongest recommendations by the American Academy 20 of Pediatrics that transgender youth be given the fullest range of medical 21 and psychiatric care possible. 22g, the National Reproductive Health and Gender-Affirming 23 healthcare infrastructure is being eroded, and Colorado's healthcare 24 infrastructure is being strained. 25h, in states where abortion and gender-affirming healthcare are 26 still legal, the influx of patients from states with criminal bans or severe 27 restrictions has created lengthy waiting times for appointments, delaying. -6, 188. 1. Access to care for all. States hostile to reproductive rights and 2. Gender-affirming health care are not content with prohibiting care, and 3. Access within their borders. Such states seek to impose these restrictions 4 on every other state as well. Colorado OB/GYN physicians have said 5 publicly that the increased need for care is beyond their current capacity 6 and is physically and mentally unsustainable, leading to burnout in the 7 profession and major delays in patient treatment. Likewise, current and 8 future politically motivated restrictions on gender-affirming care in other 9 states will create an adjacent crisis in Colorado. 10. Abortion and gender-affirming care providers are 11 overwhelmed, fear violence and legal consequences, and face a dramatic 12 increase in patient numbers. They also fear attacks on their licensure, 13 denial of liability insurance, and interstate prosecution. Patients, and those 14 who support them, are also scared. Individuals seeking abortion care, and 15 those who help them, face criminal prosecution. The parents of youth 16 seeking gender-affirming health care face charges of child abuse and 17 neglect. Additional restrictions on reproductive and gender-affirming 18 health care are anticipated, which could further restrict access, make it 19 difficult to obtain accurate information, make it harder to travel for care, 20 and even prohibit access to safe, FDA-approved abortion medication and 21 gender-affirming hormones. 22. As Colorado is further impacted by neighboring states' 23 reproductive and gender-affirming healthcare restrictions, Colorado will 24 see the same deepening of existing inequities for poor or geographically 25 underserved people, and Black and Indigenous communities and other 26 communities of color, 27. In the face of these attacks, policymakers and advocates in -7, 188. Many other states are seeking to protect providers, patients, and those who too assist them from the criminal prosecution they face from new laws. 3. Colorado has led the nation with regard to civil rights, including 4 individuals' rights to the full range of reproductive and gender-affirming 5 health care, and Coloradans have resoundingly rejected abortion bans at 6 the ballot box 4 times in the past 15 years. Therefore, it is critical 7 that these safeguards be enacted in statute. As a state, we will continue to ensure that every individual has the fundamental right to reproductive and 9 gender-affirming health care and that all healthcare providers have the 10 protection needed to offer essential care without fear for their safety or 11 fear of losing their license or insurance. 12. It stands to reason that reproductive and gender-affirming 13 healthcare providers in states with abortion and gender-affirming 14 healthcare bans will want to relocate to states that protect their practice. 15. And values, thereby becoming an important part of Colorado's healthcare 16 infrastructure, and 17. Other states friendly to reproductive and gender-affirming 18 healthcare rights are taking steps to protect care in their states, including 19. In 2022, 14 governors and 9 local governments took 20 executive action to protect providers and the patients who travel across 21 state lines to receive abortion care, 22. California, Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Massachusetts, 23 New York, New Jersey, and Washington, D.C., passed legislation 24 designed to protect people who travel across state lines to receive and 25 abortion and the providers who care for those patients, 26. In May 2022, lawmakers and advocates from 19 states, 27 including Colorado, pledged to introduce legislation to protect 188. 1. Transgender youth seeking gender-affirming health care and their families. 2 and 3. 4. Massachusetts and Illinois enacted legislation to protect 4 gender-affirming health care patients and providers, and California is 5 expected to follow suit during its next legislative session. 6. The General Assembly further finds that despite the passage of House Bill 22 to 1279, concerning the Reproductive Health Equity Act, 8. The national, legally chaotic landscape resulting from other states' current 9 and anticipated restrictions has caused widespread fear and confusion 10 among Colorado providers and patients traveling to Colorado for care. 11. Therefore, the General Assembly declares that medical 12 professionals currently practicing in Colorado, as well as those moving 13 to our state, should feel safe doing their jobs, and patients from Colorado 14 and elsewhere should feel safe accessing the health care they need that 15. Colorado has protected in law. It is critical that Colorado stand up for the 16 providers of legally protected health care, their patients, and those who 17 support them. 18. Section 2. In Colorado revised statutes, add 10-4-109.6 as 19 follows, 2010-4-109.6. Medical malpractice insurers, protections relating 21 to reproductive health care, definition. 1. An insurer that issues 22 medical malpractice insurance shall not take a prohibited 23 action against an applicant for or the named insured under a 24 medical malpractice policy in this state solely because the 25 applicant or insured has provided, or assisted in the provision of, 26 a legally protected healthcare activity, as defined in section 2712-30-120(1)(d), in this state, so long as the care provided by the 188. 1 applicant or insured was consistent with generally accepted 2 standards of practice under Colorado law and did not 3 otherwise violate Colorado law. 4. 2. As used in this section, prohibited action means 5. A. Refusing to issue a medical malpractice policy. 6. B. Canceling or terminating a medical malpractice 7 policy. 8. C. Refusing to renew a medical malpractice policy. Or 9. D. Imposing any sanctions, fines, penalties, or rate 10 increases. 11. Section 3. In Colorado revised statutes, 10-16-121, add 1, F, 12 as follows, 13-10-16-121. Required contract provisions in contracts between 14 carriers and providers, definitions. 1. A contract between a carrier 15 and a provider or its representative concerning the delivery, provision, 16 payment, or offering of care or services covered by a managed care plan. 17 must make provisions for the following requirements. 18, F.I. A provision that prohibits the carrier from taking. 19. An adverse action against a provider or subjecting the provider. 22. Financial disincentives based solely on the provider's 21. Provision of, or assistance in the provision of, a legally 22. Protected healthcare activity, as defined in Section 12-30-1 2023, 1d, in this state, so long as the care provided did not violate 24 Colorado law. 25, 2, as used in this subsection, 1, f, adverse action, 26 means refusing or failing to pay a provider for otherwise 27 covered services as defined in the applicable health benefit plan. Dash 10, 188. 1 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 10-16-705.7, add 2, 9.5, as follows, 310-16-705.7. Timely credentialing of physicians by carriers, for notice of receipt required, notice of incomplete applications required. 5, delegated credentialing agreements, discrepancies, denials of 6 claims prohibited, disclosures, recredentialing, enforcement, Rule 7, definitions. 9.5, a carrier shall not refuse TO credential an 8 applicant or terminate a participating physician's participation. 9 in a provider network based solely on the applicant's or 10 participating physicians' provision of, or assistance in the 11 provision of, a legally protected healthcare activity, AS 12 defined in Section 12-30-120, 1d, in this state, so long as the 13 care provided did not violate Colorado law. 14 Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 12-30-120 as 15 follows, 16 12-30-120. Legally protected healthcare activity, prohibit. 17 Adverse action against regulated professionals and applicants. 18 Definitions. 1. As used in this section, unless the context 19 otherwise requires. 20. A. Civil judgment means a final court decision and 21 order resulting from a civil lawsuit or a settlement in lieu of a 22 final court decision. 23. B. Criminal judgment means a guilty verdict, a plea of 24 guilty, a plea of nolo contendere, pretrial diversion, or a 25 deferred judgment or sentence resulting from criminal charges 26 or criminal proceedings or the dismissal of charges or the 27 decision not to prosecute charges. Dash 11, 188. 1. C. Gender-affirming healthcare services means all 2 supplies, care, and services of a medical, behavioral health, 3 mental health, psychiatric, habilitative, surgical, therapeutic, 4 diagnostic, preventive, rehabilitative, or supportive nature. 5. Relating to the treatment of gender dysphoria. 6. D. Legally protected healthcare activity means 7. Seeking, providing, receiving, or referring for, assisting in 8. Seeking, providing, or receiving, or providing material support. 9. For or traveling to obtain gender-affirming healthcare. 10. Services or reproductive healthcare that is not unlawful. 11. This state, including on any theory of vicarious, joint, several, 12. Or conspiracy liability. As it relates to the provision of or 13 referral for gender-affirming healthcare services or 14 reproductive health by a healthcare provider licensed in this 15 state and physically present in this state, the services and care. 16 are considered a legally protected healthcare activity if the 17 service or care is lawful in this state, regardless of the patient's 18 location. 19. E. Reproductive health care means health care and 20 other medical services related to the reproductive processes, 21 functions, and systems at all stages of life. It includes, but is 22 not limited to, family planning and contraceptive care, 23 gender-affirming healthcare services, abortion care, prenatal, 24 postnatal and delivery care, fertility care, sterilization, 25 services, and treatments for sexually transmitted infections, 26 and reproductive cancers. 27. 2. A regulator shall not deny licensure, certification. Dash 12, 188. 1. Or registration to an applicant or impose disciplinary action to against an individual's license, certificate, or registration based 3 solely on, 4. A. The applicants, licensees, certificants, or registrants. 5. Provision of, or assistance in the provision of, a legally 6 protected healthcare activity in this state or any other state. 7. Or United States territory, so long as the care provided was 8 consistent with generally accepted standards of practice under 9 Colorado law and did not otherwise violate Colorado law. 10. B. A civil judgment or criminal judgment against the 11 applicant, licensee, certificant, or registrant arising from the 12 provision of, or assistance in the provision of, a legally 13 protected healthcare activity in this state or any other state. 14. Or United States territory, so long as the care provided was 15 consistent with generally accepted standards of practice under 16 Colorado law and did not otherwise violate Colorado law. 17. C. A professional disciplinary action or any other. 18. Sanction against or suspension, revocation, surrender, or 19. Relinquishment of the applicant's, licensees, certificants, or 20 registrant's professional license, certification, or registration. 21. In this state or any other state or United States territory, so 22 long as. 23. I. The professional disciplinary action is based solely on 24. The applicant's, licensees, certificants, or registrant's provision. 25 of, or assistance in the provision of, a legally protected. 26. Healthcare activity, and 27. 2. The care provided was consistent with generally. Dash 13, 188. 1. Accepted standards of practice under Colorado law and did not 2. Otherwise violate Colorado law. 3. D. The applicants, licensees, certificants, or registrants for own personal effort to seek or engage in a legally protected 5. Healthcare activity in this state or any other state or United 6 States territory. Or 7. E. A civil or criminal judgment against the applicant. 8. Licensee, certificant, or registrant arising from the individual's 9. Own personal legally protected healthcare activity in this 10 state or any other state or United States territory. 11. Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 13-1-140 as 12 follows. 1313-1-140. Prohibition on issuing subpoena in connection with 14 proceeding in another state. 1. A court, judicial officer, court 15 employee, or attorney shall not issue a subpoena in connection 16 with a proceeding in another state concerning an individual 17 engaging in a legally protected healthcare activity, as defined. 18 IN Section 12-30-120, 1D, or an entity that provides insurance. 19 Coverage for gender-affirming healthcare services, AS defined 20 IN Section 12-30-120, 1C, or reproductive healthcare, AS 21 defined in Section 25-6-402, 4. 22, 2. This section does not prohibit the investigation of 23 criminal activity that may involve a legally protected 24 healthcare activity, provided that information relating to a 25 medical procedure performed on an individual is not shared with 26 an agency or individual from another state for the purpose of 27 enforcing another state's abortion law. 14, 188. 1 Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 13-21-133 as 2 follows. 313-21-133. Out-of-state civil action against a person or entity for prohibited, legally protected healthcare activity, out-of-state civil 5 judgment. 1. IT is against the public policy of this state for the 6th law of another state to authorize a person to bring a civil 7 action against another person or entity for engaging or 8 attempting or intending to engage in a legally protected 9 healthcare activity, as defined in Section 12-30-120, 1D. Or 10 for providing insurance coverage for gender-affirming 11 healthcare services, as defined in Section 12-30-120, 1C, or 12 reproductive healthcare, as defined in Section 25-6-402, 4. 13, 2. A court shall not apply another state's law as 14 described in subsection 1 of this section to a case or 15 controversy heard in a Colorado court. 16, 3. In any action filed to enforce a foreign judgment. 17. Issued in connection with any litigation concerning a legally 18. Protected healthcare activity, as defined in Section 12-30-12019, 1D, the court shall not give any force or effect to any 20 judgment issued without personal jurisdiction or due process or 21 to any judgment that is penal in nature. 22. Section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 13-64-402.5 as 23 follows. 2413-64-402.5. Evidence relating to legally protected healthcare 25 activity, legislative declaration. 1. IT is the General Assembly's 26 intent to protect persons from liability in Colorado courts for 27 taking action specified in Section 12-30-120, personally or 15, 188. 1. Professionally, that are not subject to discipline by a regulator 2 pursuant to Section 12-30-120. 3. 2. In any medical malpractice action brought in this 4 state against a healthcare provider licensed, registered, or 5 certified in this state or in another state or United States 6 territory, a court or arbitrator shall not allow evidence or 7 witness testimony relating to professional discipline or criminal 8 or civil charges in this state or in another state or United 9 States territory, regardless of disposition or outcome. 10. Concerning the provision of, or assistance in the provision of, a 11 legally protected healthcare activity, as defined in Section 12-30-120, 1D, so long as the care provided did not violate 13 Colorado law. 14. Section 9. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 16-3-102, add 2, as 15 follows. 16-3-102. Arrest by peace officer. 2. A peace officer shall 17 not knowingly arrest or knowingly participate in the arrest of. 18. Any person who engages in a legally protected healthcare. 19. Activity, as defined in Section 12-30-120, 1D, unless the acts 20 forming the basis for the arrest constitute a criminal offense in 21 Colorado. 22. Section 10. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 16-3-301, add 4, 23 as follows. 2416-3-301. Search warrants, issuance, grounds, exception, 25 definitions. 4. Notwithstanding subsection 2 of this section, a 26 court shall not issue a search warrant to search for and seize 27 any property that relates to an investigation into a legally 16-188. 1. Protected healthcare activity, as defined in Section 12-30-122, 1D. 3. Section 11. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 16-5-104 as 4 follows. 516-5-104. Prohibition on issuing summons, reproductive 6 health care. A judge shall not issue a summons in a case when a 7 prosecution is pending, or when a grand jury investigation has 8 started or is about to start, for a criminal violation of law of 9 another state involving a legally protected healthcare 10 activity, as defined in Section 12-30-120, 1D. or involving an 11 entity that provides insurance coverage for gender-affirming 12 healthcare services, as defined in Section 12-30-121(c), or 13 reproductive healthcare, as defined in Section 25-6-402, 4, that 14 is legal in Colorado, unless the acts forming the basis of the 15 prosecution or investigation would also constitute a criminal 16 offense in Colorado. 17 Section 12. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 16-15-102, add 18, 1d, as follows. 1916-15-102. Ex parte order authorizing the interception of wire. 20 oral or electronic communications. 1d. A court shall not issue 21 an ex parte order for wiretapping or eavesdropping to obtain 22 any wire, oral, or electronic communication that relates to and 23 investigation into a legally protected healthcare activity, as 24 defined in Section 12-30-120, 1d. 25 Section 13. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 16-19-10726 as follows, 2716-19-107. Extradition of persons not present where crime. 17, 188. 1 committed. 1. The governor of this state may also surrender, on demand 2 of the executive authority of any other state, any person in this state 3 charged in such other state in the manner provided in Section 16-19-1044 with committing an act in this state, or in a third state, intentionally 5 resulting in a crime in the state whose executive authority is making the 6th demand. And the provisions of this Article 19 that are not 7 otherwise inconsistent shall apply to such cases, even though the accused 8 was not in that state at the time of the commission of the crime and has 9 not fled therefrom, provided the acts for which extradition is 10 sought would be punishable by the laws of this state if the acts 11 occurred in this state. 12. 2. Except as required by federal law, the governor shall 13 not surrender a person charged in another state as a result of 14 the person engaging in a legally protected healthcare activity. 15 as defined in Section 12-30-120, 1d, unless the executive 16 authority of the demanding state alleges in writing that the 17 accused was physically present in the demanding state at the 18 time of the commission of the alleged offense and that 19 thereafter the accused fled from the demanding state. 20 Section 14. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 17-1-114.5, amend 21, 1i, and add 1k and 1l, as follows, 2217-1-114.5. Incarceration of a person in custody with the 23 capacity for pregnancy, report. 1. A correctional facility or private 24 contract prison incarcerating a person who is capable of pregnancy shall, 25i, establish partnerships with local public entities, private 26 community entities, community-based organizations, Indian tribes and 27 tribal organizations as defined in the Federal Indian Self-Determination. 18, 188. 1. An Education Assistance Act, 25 U.S.C. Sector 5304, as amended, or 2 urban Indian organizations as defined in the Federal Indian Healthcare 3 Improvement Act, 25 U.S.C. Sector 1603, as amended, and 4k, regardless of the person's ability to pay, ensure 5 access to an abortion, as defined in Section 25-6-402, by providing 6 a pregnant person with information about abortion providers, 7 referrals to community-based providers of abortions, referrals 8 to community-based organizations that help people pay for 9 abortions, and transportation to access an abortion, and 10l, ensure access to miscarriage management, including 11 medication. 12 Section 15. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 18-9-313, amend 13, 1d, and 1n, and add 1, 5 quetzales, as follows, 1418-9-313. Personal information on the Internet, victims of 15 domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking, other protected 16 persons, definitions. 1. As used in this section, unless the context 17 otherwise requires. 18d. Healthcare worker means a licensed healthcare 19 provider, or an employee, contracted healthcare provider, or individual 20 serving in a governance capacity of a healthcare facility licensed 21 pursuant to Section 25-1.5-103. 22n. Protected person means an educator, a code enforcement 23 officer, a human services worker, a public health worker, a child 24 representative, a healthcare worker, a reproductive healthcare 25 services worker, an officer or agent of the State Bureau of Animal 26 Protection, an animal control officer, an office of the respondent parents 27 counsel, staff member or contractor, a judge, a peace officer, a prosecutor. 19, 188. 1. A public defender, or a public safety worker. 2. 5 quetzales. Reproductive healthcare services worker means 3. A patient who relocated to Colorado, provider, or employee of 4. An organization that provides or assists individuals in accessing 5. A legally protected healthcare activity, as defined in Section 612-30-120, 1d. 7. Section 16. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 18-13-133 as 8 follows, 918-13-133. Prohibition on prosecuting healthcare providers 10. Patient ingests abortifacient in another state. A licensed 11 healthcare provider shall not be prosecuted, investigated, or 12 subjected to any penalty if the healthcare provider prescribes 13 an abortifacient to a patient and the patient ingests the 14 abortifacient in another state so long as the abortifacient was 15 prescribed or administered consistent with accepted standards 16 of practice under Colorado law and did not otherwise violate 17 Colorado law. 18 Section 17. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-30-2102, amend. 19.1 and add 1.5 as follows, 2024-30-2102. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly 21 hereby finds and declares that a person attempting to escape from actual 22 or threatened domestic violence, a sexual offense, or stalking frequently 23 moves to a new address in order to prevent an assailant or potential 24 assailant from finding him or her the victim. This new address, however, 25 is only useful if an assailant or potential assailant does not discover it. 26 Therefore, in order to help victims of domestic violence, a sexual offense, 27 or stalking, it is the intent of the General Assembly to establish an address. 20, 188. 1 Confidentiality Program, whereby the confidentiality of a victim's address may second be maintained through, among other things, the use of a substitute 3 address for purposes of public records and confidential mail forwarding. For additionally, people involved in the provision of reproductive 5 health care are at a heightened risk of actual or threatened 6 violence, stalking, or other social harms. 7. 1.5. Therefore, in order to help victims of domestic 8 violence, a sexual offense, or stalking, and to assist and protect 9 individuals involved in the provision of reproductive health 10 care, IT is the intent of the General Assembly to establish an 11 address confidentiality program, whereby the confidentiality 12 of a victim's or an individual involved in the provision of 13 reproductive health care's address may be maintained through, 14 among other things, the use of a substitute address for purposes 15 of public records and confidential mail forwarding. 16 Section 18. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-30-2103, amend. 17, 2, and add 9.5, as follows, 1824-30-2103. Definitions. As used in this Part 21, unless the 19 context otherwise requires. 22. Address confidentiality program, or program, means the 21 program created under this Part 21 in the Department to protect the 22 confidentiality of the actual address of a relocated protected 23 healthcare worker or a relocated victim of domestic violence, a 24 sexual offense, or stalking. 25, 9.5, protected healthcare worker means a 26 reproductive healthcare provider, or an employee, volunteer, 27 patient, or immediate family member of a reproductive. 21, 188. 1 healthcare provider, engaged in the provision, facilitation, or promotion of a legally protected healthcare activity, AS3 defined in Section 12-30-120(1)(d). 4 Section 19. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-30-2104, amend 5, 1, introductory portion and 4, as follows, 624-30-2104. Address confidentiality program, creation, 7 substitute address, uses, service by mail, application assistance 8 centers. 1. There is hereby created the Address Confidentiality Program 9 in the Department to protect the confidentiality of the actual address of a 10 relocated protected healthcare worker or a relocated victim of 11 domestic violence, a sexual offense, or stalking and to prevent the 12 victims' assailants or potential assailants from finding the victim through 13 public records. Under the program, the Executive Director or his or her 14 the Executive Director's designee shall, 15, 4, the Executive Director or his or her the Executive 16 Director's designee may designate as an application assistant any person. 17 who, 18a, provides counseling, referral, or other services to victims of 19 domestic violence, a sexual offense, or stalking, and if applicable, 20b, completes any training and registration process required by 21 the Executive Director or his or her the Executive Director's designee, 22 if applicable, and 23c, provides counseling, referrals, or other services to 24 individuals accessing a legally protected healthcare activity, 25a as defined in Section 12-30-120(1)(d), if applicable. 26 Section 20. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-30-2105, amend 27, 3, introductory portion, 3b, 3c, introductory portion, 3h, and 22, 188. 1, 3k, and add 3l, as follows, 224-30-2105. Filing and certification of applications, 3 authorization card. 3. The application shall must be on a Form 4 prescribed by the Executive Director or his or her the Executive 5 Director's designee and shall must contain all of the following. 6b. A statement by the applicant that the applicant is a victim of 7 domestic violence, a sexual offense, or stalking and that the applicant 8 fears for his or her the applicant's safety, if applicable. 9c. Evidence that the applicant is a victim of domestic violence, 10 a sexual offense, or stalking, if applicable. This evidence may include 11 any of the following. 1213h, the actual address that the applicant requests not to be 14 disclosed by the Executive Director or his or her the Executive 15 Director's designee that directly relates to the increased risk of domestic 16 violence, a sexual offense, or stalking, or increased risk of actual or 17 threatened violence, stalking, or other social harms due to the 18. Provision of a legally protected healthcare activity, AS 19 defined in Section 12-30-120, D, 20K, a statement by the applicant, under penalty of perjury, that to 21 the best of the applicant's knowledge, the information contained in the 22 application is true, and 23, L, a statement by the applicant, under penalty of perjury. 24 that the applicant is a protected healthcare worker, or 25 provides, refers, or assists patients in accessing a legally 26 protected healthcare activity, AS defined in Section 12-30-12027, 1D, if applicable. 23, 188. 1 Section 21. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-31-101, amend 2, 1, I, 16, and 1, 17, and add 1, I, 18, as follows, 324-31-101. Powers and duties of Attorney General. 1. The four Attorney General, 5, I, may independently initiate and bring civil and criminal actions 6 to enforce state laws, including actions brought pursuant to 7, 16, Part 7 of Article 12 of Title 38, and 8, 17, Section 38-12-904, 1B, and 9, 18, the Reproductive Health Equity ACT, Part 4 of 10 Article 6 of Title 25. 11 Section 22. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add Article 116 to 12 Title 24 as follows. 13 Article 116-14 Prohibition on government resources for 15 out-of-state investigation into legally protected healthcare. 16 Activity 1724-116-101. Prohibition on providing information, or 18 Expending government resources, legally protected healthcare. 19 Activity. A public agency, or employee, appointee, officer, official. 20 or any other person acting on behalf of a public agency, shall. 21 Not provide any information or expend or use time, money. 22 Facilities, property, equipment, personnel, or other resources. IN 23 Furtherance of any out-of state investigation or proceeding. 24 Seeking to impose civil or criminal liability or professional. 25 Sanction upon a person or entity for engaging in a legally 26 protected healthcare activity, as defined in Section 12-30-12027, 1D. 24, 188. 124-116-102. Prohibition on assisting another state, legally to protected healthcare activity. 1. A state agency or executive 3 department shall not provide information or data, including 4 patient medical records, patient-level data, or related billing. 5 Information, or expend time, money, facilities, property. 6 Equipment, personnel, or other resources for the purpose of 7 Assisting or furthering an investigation or proceeding initiated 8 in or by another state that seeks to impose criminal or civil. 9 Liability or professional sanction upon a person or entity for 10 Engaging in a legally protected healthcare activity, as defined 11 IN Section 12-30-120, 1D. 12, 2, notwithstanding subsection 1 of this section, and 13 agency or executive department may provide information or 14 assistance in connection with an investigation or proceeding, in 15 response to a written request from the subject of the 16 investigation or proceeding. 17, 3, this section does not apply to an investigation or 18 proceeding that would be subject to civil or criminal liability, or 19 professional sanction under Colorado law if the action was 20 committed in Colorado. 21 Section 23. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 25-6-404 as 22 follows. 23 25-6-404. Public entity, prohibited actions. 1. A public entity. 24 shall not. 25. Deny, restrict, interfere with, or discriminate against an 26 individual's fundamental right to use or refuse contraception, or to 27 continue a pregnancy and give birth, or to have an abortion in the 25, 188. 1. Regulation or provision of benefits, facilities, services, or information, or 2. B. Deprive, through prosecution, punishment, or other means, and 3. Individual of the individual's right to act or refrain from acting during the 4 individual's own pregnancy based on the potential, actual, or perceived 5 impact on the pregnancy's outcomes, or on the pregnant 6 individual's health. 7. C. Restrict any natural or legal person in performing, or 8. Prohibit any natural or legal person from providing. 9. Reproductive health care through the imposition of licensing. 10. Permitting, certification, or similar legislative or regulatory. 11. Requirements that apply solely to providers of reproductive. 12. Health care, or 13. D. Prosecute or otherwise criminally sanction any 14 natural or legal person for providing, assisting in the provision. 15. Of, arranging for, or otherwise assisting a person in accessing. 16. Reproductive health care performed within the scope of. 17. Applicable professional licensure and certification. 18. Requirements. 19. Section 24. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 25-6-407 as 20 follows. 21 25-6-407. Enforcement. The venue to enforce an action 22 pursuant to the provisions of this Part 4 is in the Denver District 23 Court. 24 Section 25. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 25-37-103, add 25, 1, as follows. 26 25-37-103. Healthcare contracts, required provisions. 27 Permissible provision. 1, I, the summary disclosure form. 26, 188. One required by subsection 1A of this section must include a 2 disclosure that a person or entity shall not terminate a 3 healthcare contract with a healthcare provider solely for the provision of, or assistance in the provision of, a legally 5 protected healthcare activity, as defined in section 12-30-126, 1D. 7. 2. A person or entity that is a religious organization is 8 not subject to the requirements of this subsection 1E. If the 9 provision of, or assistance in the provision of, a legally 10 protected healthcare activity, as defined in section 12-30-12011, 1D, conflicts with the religious organization's bona fide 12 religious beliefs and practices. 13. Section 26. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 29-20-104, amend 14, 1G, as follows, 1529-20-104. Powers of local governments, definition. 16, 1, except as expressly provided in section 29-20-104.5, the power and 17 authority granted by this section does not limit any power or authority. 18 presently exercised or previously granted. Each local government within 19 its respective jurisdiction has the authority to plan for and regulate the use 20 of land by 21 G I regulating the use of land on the basis of the impact of the 22 use on the community or surrounding areas 23 2 A. The General Assembly finds and declares that 24 access to outpatient clinical facilities providing reproductive 25 healthcare, as defined in section 25-6-402, 4, is a matter of 26 statewide concern and that, for purposes of zoning and other 27 land use planning, such facilities fall within the meaning of A-27, 188. 1 medical office use, a medical clinic use, a healthcare use, and 2 other facilities that provide outpatient healthcare services. 3b. For the purposes of zoning and other land use for planning, every local government that has adopted or adopts 5 a zoning ordinance shall recognize the provision of outpatient 6 reproductive health care, as defined in section 25-6-402, 4, as a 7 permitted use in any zone in which the provision of general 8 outpatient health care is recognized as a permitted use. 9c. Nothing in this subsection 1g 2 restricts or 10 supersedes the authority of a local government to enact 11 uniform zoning ordinances and other land use regulations that 12 comply with this subsection 1g 2. 13. Section 27. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 30-28-115, add 14, 1.5, as follows, 1530-28-115. Public welfare to be promoted, legislative 16 declaration, construction. 1.5, a. The General Assembly finds and 17 declares that access to outpatient clinical facilities providing 18 reproductive health care, as defined in section 25-6-402, 4, is a 19 matter of statewide concern and that, for purposes of zoning 20 and other land use planning, such facilities fall within the 21 meaning of a medical office use, a medical clinic use, a 22 healthcare use, and other facilities that provide outpatient 23 healthcare services. 24b. For the purposes of zoning and other land use 25 planning, every local government that has adopted or adopts 26 a zoning ordinance shall recognize the provision of outpatient 27 reproductive health care, as defined in section 25-6-402, 4, ASA. 28, 188. 1 permitted use in any zone in which the provision of general 2 outpatient health care is recognized as a permitted use. 3c. Nothing in this subsection, 1.5, restricts or supersedes for the authority of a local government to enact uniform zoning 5 ordinances and other land use regulations that comply with 6 this subsection, 1.5. 7. Section 28. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds, 8 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 9 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. 29, 188.
Members, the bill being read at length has concluded. Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do want to take this opportunity to also read the fiscal note on the bill. In regards to Senate Bill 23-188, the draft number is 23-0531. That's bill sponsors, Senator Gonzalez and Senator Yaquez Lewis, Representative Froelich, Representative Titone are the House sponsors. The date of the fiscal note is March 25th, 2023. Aaron Reynolds is the fiscal analyst. The bill topic is protections for accessing reproductive health care. A summary of the fiscal impact is there's no state revenue impact. There is a state expenditure impact. There is no state transfer impact. There is no taxpayer bill of rights refund impact. There is a local government impact. There is no statutory public entity impact. The bill codifies protections for health care providers delivering reproductive health care services in compliance with Colorado law. It will increase state and local workload on an ongoing basis. In regards to the appropriation summary, no appropriation is required. In regards to the fiscal note status, the revised fiscal note reflects the re-engrossed bill. Summary of the legislation. The bill codifies protections for healthcare providers and facilities that provide reproductive or gender-affirming healthcare services in compliance with Colorado law. Specifically, these protections are in the following areas: insurance coverage and professional licensing regulated by the Department of Regulatory Agencies, courts and criminal proceedings in the Judicial Department and other law enforcement actions, including those pertaining to out-of-state investigations and proceedings, and general prohibitions on public entities, including all state and local governments, from restricting reproductive health care access through imposition of licensing, permitting, certification of similar regulatory requirements that apply to solely reproductive health care providers, or from prosecuting or otherwise sanctioning providers acting within their licensure scope. The bill also requires the Department of Corrections to provide pregnant persons with information to assist in accessing abortion and miscarriage management, provides healthcare providers protections from unauthorized release of their personal information, i.e. doxing, and makes them eligible for the Address Confidentiality Program in the Department of Personnel and Administration. The bill also specifies that the Attorney General has a duty to enforce the state's Reproductive Health Equity Act and prohibits government employees from using any time or resources to engage with out-of-state investigations of a legal health care activity. The background on this issue: on July 6, 2022, the governor issued Executive Order D-2022-032, which, among other things, instructed state agencies not to participate in or provide information to out-of-state investigations or proceedings related to the reproductive health services that are legal in Colorado unless ordered by a court. And the governor's order directed the Department of Regulatory Agencies to update policy and rules to ensure that the regulated professionals are not subject to disciplinary actions for providing legal reproductive health care services. Comparable crime analysis. Legislative Council staff is required to include certain information in the fiscal note for any bill that creates a new crime, changes the clarification of an existing crime, or creates a new factual basis for an existing crime. The following section outlines crimes that are comparable to the offense in this bill and discusses assumptions on future rates of criminal convictions from that bill. Prior conviction data and assumptions. This bill creates a new factual basis for the existing offense of posting identifying information about an individual online or doxing, a Class 1 misdemeanor, by adding reproductive health care services worker to protected persons. From fiscal year 2019 and 20 to fiscal year 21 to 22, 0 offenders have been sentenced and convicted for this offense. Therefore, the fiscal note assumes that there will be, the fiscal note assumes there will continue to be minimal or no additional criminal case filings or convictions for this offense under the bill. Because the bill is not expected to have a tangible impact on criminal justice-related revenue or expenditures at the state or local levels, these potential impacts are not discussed further in this fiscal note. You can visit ledge.colorado.gov's fiscal notes website for more information about criminal justice costs in fiscal notes. In regards to state expenditures, the bill increases state workload and potential costs for multiple state agencies as discussed below. The first one is the Department of Personnel and Administration. The Department of Personnel and Administration may have an increase in future years' cost if reproductive health care workers choose to participate in the Address Confidentiality Program. The program provides participants with a legal substitute address and forwards mail every business day to participants at their actual address at no cost to the participants. The current staff can manage an estimated 60 new program applications and relate workload per year. If reproductive health care professionals participate in a level above this threshold, additional program staff will be required and paid for.
Representative Bachenfeld, you have 1 more minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Will be paid for by the general fund. Since the Address Confidentiality Program Surcharge Fund is already fully utilized, department cost may also include material printing. However, the fiscal note assumes that this cost will be minimal as participants can access most information online and packets will be printed upon request. If needed, these impacts will be addressed through the annual budget process. I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start off actually with a positive story to kind of shape what I'd like to say. So on Thursday at some point, a representative came over to me with an amendment, and I was completely confused as to why she was coming over to me. She's not one that I've had a chance to develop a relationship with quite as much. She's on the JBC, so I haven't had as much time with her. And she had presented a bill the day before in committee, and I had an objection with part of the bill. I felt very strongly about that objection. And I'll say I probably about 50-50 vote yes and no in education. So it's not like it's the only bill I voted no on. It's not the only bill I'll probably vote no on. But I really appreciated, I never talked to her. I never had a conversation after my vote. And she came up to me with this amendment and said, will you take a look at this and see if it addresses your concern, because I heard you. And I just want to say to the representative from Boulder how much I appreciated that. Are you not Boulder? Denver. Okay,
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi, I'm really liking this story, and I want to give you lots of latitude. Just come back to the bill.
Yes, and I'm
Thank
getting to
you.
that. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I do not appreciate the misinformation I might have received from the minority leader as to where you're from. So, just for the record. So, the good representative from Denver, thank you. I really appreciated that she heard me and without even a conversation wanted to address my concerns. And that started the day on Thursday, and I felt incredibly hopeful about potentially where the rest of the day would go. And on this bill, I had raised some concerns about implementation. Getting back to the bill, thank you for the latitude, Madam Speaker. I raised some concerns from a real legitimate place on, with all due respect to my fellow former county commissioners in the Senate, none of them are now county attorneys that have to implement some of these laws, so they didn't raise it. And with all due respect to the Attorney General, who I do have a great relationship with, he didn't find any issues with it. Well, he wouldn't, because state government is not involved in local government land use decisions. So I don't hold that against him. And I have no issues with some of the lobbyists who were engaged in this conversation for municipalities. But I want to remind everybody, municipalities and counties operate very differently. And so I raised some of those issues to the point of imploring that we maybe look at this from a different angle and continue to feel like this does not impact where the bill sponsors want to go with this bill. And so I continue to raise issues about implementation in some parts of the bill being incredibly problematic. And so I just want to reiterate that today. I still find that there's further discussion is needed on this particular, some of those points I made, especially around the local land use authority. I had a friend though, so that's what I want to say on that. I had a friend this morning, in the spirit of hearing each other, who had said to me, Rose, I really wish that while you speak on the lawyer part, and the lawyer part of this is easy, right? To tell you, hey, these are my issues from my county attorney perspective is easy. But to share some of my mama heart is a little bit harder. And so there were conversations over the last 2 days about experimental medication, impacts on children, and I really want to address that. Because I'm going to tell you from my mama bear heart, I have a daughter who is rare and special and beautiful, but she's rare. And what that means is nobody knows what to do with her. They don't know what medications to give her. She was misdiagnosed at 3. We lost 2 years to have to try to figure this out. And when she was 5, there's only she's one of 8 girls in Colorado that have this. And I had to travel across the country for second and third opinions to figure out what a course of treatment might be to help her. And that's hard and stressful. And, you know, to some, I might seem privileged. I work 3 jobs to support my kids, all by myself. So none of that's easy. And her medication and some of these drugs, we don't know the impacts. And I will say that is heavy on my heart every day. Did I make the right decisions for her? I have no idea. And did I make those decisions on her behalf? I absolutely did. And will they have impacts on her? They probably will. I don't know what that is. To me, I had the option to do nothing. And I chose not to do nothing. Is that worse than doing nothing? I have no idea. But sometimes when you have a rare and special and beautiful child, you have to make hard decisions that you don't want to make. And I did. And I pray every day that they were the right decisions for her. And so I want us, you know, as we're talking about the way you get things FDA approved is trial samples of people who try it and see what those side effects are. And sometimes when you have a rare child, they are part of those trials, and sometimes they're not. But I just want us to be mindful that there are a lot of experiences that are hard in this place. but it should be a place where we can talk about those experiences and talk about how it's impacted all of us. And I'm not saying people should agree with all the decisions I've made or all the experiences that I've had. But I do see both sides of the story, is what I'm trying to say. On that first bill and on this bill, I see both sides because sometimes parents have to make those choices. And I of course advocate that the parent has the right to make those choices. And I myself had to make choices. And so I just want to put that on the record just so that we can be mindful as we're having these conversations that I do hear you. I hear all of you. And I hope that you will hear me. I did appreciate being heard on Wednesday and the positive reaction that came from being heard. And I hope that we can continue to have these dialogues about impacts on families, about impacts on children, about impacts throughout all of Colorado in a meaningful way, and really appreciate the dialogues that have happened. Obviously, there are parts of this bill I don't agree with, and I'm going to be a no vote, but I do appreciate you all listening to me right now and listening to my perspective. So thank you.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we discussed through the debate on this, that it made it through 2 committees, the Senate, and it was still unconstitutional. This bill needs a whole lot more work, so I would like to move that this bill be moved back to second reading, referred back to second reading.
That is a proper motion. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with this motion, and this is not just on one party or towards one party. Our caucus in the Senate, we missed some things also on this, and it is important that we all work together to get it right. And for that reason, I support this motion to move it back to second readings.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise in support of this motion. We have 29 pages and 28 sections, a lot of controversy, a lot of discussion. I certainly think we need to go back and have a much more detailed discussion than we will have today. So I rise in support of this motion. Thank you.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, too, rise in support of this motion. Looks like after some basic details of the bill, we need to just do a little bit more tweaking on it. I hope that we don't try to do anything that's unconstitutional in this institution. And again, I rise in support, ask for a yes vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise in support of this bill. I think it was rushed. I think it was rushed through to the floor, and I think it was rushed past the floor. There are a lot of issues with this bill. First of all, I can't really tell. I mean, it seems to be a multi-purpose bill. One, I can't tell if it's to protect the feticide industry or bankrupt the insurance companies. But since I understand that's a two-pronged approach, I suspect it's both. There's a lot of misinformation in here. Just listening on, the entire legislative declaration, looking at putting this into law, should probably have some fact checkers go through it. That would be interesting. One of the things that it says in here is about the 66 clinics in 15 states who stopped offering feticide care, and most of those clinics closed. Well, we don't really know the reason for that, because all of those agencies had previous reports had said that that was only 3% of their care, that providing feticide was only 3% of their profit or 3% of their care. So to say that they left, to say that after Roe they all closed up because they lost 3% of their workload just seems a little bit of a stretch. Things in here that make it more like an ideological screed, which I don't think is really, it is, but I don't think it's really an accurate or a professional. It's an accurate, but it's not a professional representation of this body. So a growing number of states, the same states, hostile to abortion. So hostile, that is implying motive, or at least impugning motive, and we're not supposed to do that from the well. So now the bill gets read, and the intent of these states is purely impugning. What these states are doing, I think, if you looked at it, they are recognizing that fetal rights under the Declaration of Independence are predicated upon their creation and therefore at their creation. So when a personhood is established at creation, as opposed to some arbitrary point in life like birth or a second trimester or 2 years old, I know there's some push for that, 18 years old, it's been suggested. So this is not an accurate. I think we need to talk to these states because they're specifically recognized. Arizona, Alabama, Alaska. It kind of goes through the Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, recognizing that fetal rights are endowed by their creator at their creation. Because if that's the issue, it's not a matter of being hostile to abortion. And abortion, as we know medically, is a natural process by which, after a pregnancy ends naturally, then the baby is expelled. So what you're saying is not abortion, but what you're saying is they are hostile to feticide, which I certainly understand. Providers being forced to choose compliance with a state law over an oath to do no harm, that's also problematic because the previous bill that we looked at was specifically targeting providers. So that would seem that you're targeting providers, and the oath to do no harm, that comes from the Hippocratic Oath, and the first sentence of the Hippocratic Oath, first paragraph or section of the Hippocratic Oath, forbade not only abortifacients, but euthanasia, basically as part of the whole eugenics process that this is. And then it goes on to say hostile, they are not content. These are all implying motive. These are all maligning. They're talking about being physically and not mentally sustainable, and then which will become more of a problem because the previous bill, despite the last adherence, is clearly set to be weaponized to close pregnancy centers, to attack pregnancy centers, and direct those business to fetal processing centers. So the other thing, fear of legal violence and legal consequences. My colleague earlier showed that this was not the case, that there have been no attacks. They fear attacks on their licensure and denial of liability insurance. Well, liability has nothing to do with what they're doing other than it's usually for personal negligence. So that has nothing to do like an attack on a building. If they were fearful of an attack on a building, that would be homeowners insurance or property insurance or something like that. But liability insurance is something else. So liability insurance is, so now they've done harm or the risk of doing harm. So their risk of doing harm is somehow increased or shown to be increased. So they're, nah. So, and then we're talking about, and this uses the term medication for feticide, which we've already determined that this puts pregnancy in a illness or injury category, which becomes also problematic, especially if you want to maintain any level of individual privacy. Colleague yesterday mentioned the constitutional implications. Yep, 1A, 14A, 9A, 10A. You got them all in here. Legal health care activity, reproductive health care, all stages of life. That's what we're talking about. That's what's protected. And as far as what we're protecting, to my colleague who said this before, Well, I'll save that for later, I think. Maybe go through that. And then we also discussed on the do no harm aspect that we want to do no harm. We are promoting and protecting, which might have to do with the expanded liability coverage, that we're expanding and promoting and calling safe experimental hormone therapies on children across the board when they've been shown to be harmful. So we have a arrest of a peace officer. Well, now the law enforcement would need to first prove that the arrest was not due to targeting against a protected fetal harvesting process. So that becomes you create. Not only are we putting everybody in a witness relocation program at great expense to the state, based on no evidence of attack or harm or anything against these providers. Now we are actually carving out a special provision in the law where they are given a sense of immunity against about anything else. Other things, the do no harm, of course, comes from the Hippocratic Oath. This talks about guaranteeing the right for an abortifacient, and that, of course, was anti-Hippocratic Oath. So I get it. This ideological screed is what you'd really like to have put into place and protect the fetal harvesting profit centers. But this is really not good legislation. So I would request that you, for the sake of good legislation, that you'd send this back to. I would request that you'd send it back from whence it came, but nothing else. Send it back to second.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you.
Thank you. Colleagues, I rise in support of this motion. I do very strongly believe that this bill needs to be returned to seconds and have additional conversation, some really, really vibrant dialogue.
I'm not sure I understand.
And that's my watch. Okay, that's weird. Sorry, my apologies. That was distracting. I really strongly believe that this bill needs some more dialogue in this chamber. I believe it needs some amendments, but specifically dialogue around how broad this particular piece of legislation is. It talks about everything from due process, search warrants, judges issuing summons, wiretapping, acts for which extradition is sought. It adds reproductive health care services workers to the list of protected persons whose personal information may be withheld from the internet. Further, it adds protected health care workers to the list of persons authorized to participate in the address confidentiality program. And I find these particular items very interesting, one of which is I believe that healthcare workers are already part of the protected folks whose personal information may be withheld. I thought that was done last year, but perhaps I'm mistaken. I've been known to be wrong before, as my children so frequently like to point out to me. Okay, come on, that was supposed to be funny. Help me out. So we jump from some very heavy law enforcement topics to a couple of items that I spoke here at length about, and that was sections 26 and 27, where we go from law enforcement to address confidentiality and masking online to the powers of local governments, wherein the state seemingly takes precedence over local authority and control for zoning and planning. And then also indicates that the same is true in section 27 around public welfare. I have very grave concerns about, still very confused, where both of these sections outline powers of the state, if you will, making both of these matter of statewide concern, and then turning around and saying, no, not really. So I very strongly believe this language needs to be cleaned up and made clear, because I just don't think it's clear. At any rate, I really appreciate your attention. I know that it's after lunch and everybody's feeling a little tired, so we're going to perk up, and thank you so much for supporting this motion.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this motion.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too rise in support of this motion for a very, very specific section, which is section 15, starting on page 19. This is the section where we're talking about personal information on the internet, protected persons, making sure that certain types of folks don't have their information out there for anybody to seek. And in the Senate, they made this amendment, and I am still, even though I've raised this question in committee and on seconds, I'm still so confused about what is being done here. So it says reproductive health care services worker. Worker means a patient who relocated to Colorado, a provider or employee of an organization that provides or assists individuals in accessing a legally protected healthcare activity as defined in section 1230.121D. So how is a patient a worker? And does the patient who relocated here have to provide or assist individuals in accessing a legally protected healthcare activity? Or did they just have to be an individual who accessed the legally protected healthcare activity? If somebody goes in and says to the county clerk, I don't want you to keep my name in the database for, or the assessor, the database for public records, right, for the fact that I own this property, how does that person determine that they fall into this category and aren't just somebody who moved to Colorado recently? Because I don't know about you, but I would love to be able to take my information off the internet and scrub as much of that as possible. And so do all they have to do is say that they came to Colorado recently? I really would love to have a fuller conversation about this, because it truly is just exceedingly confusing. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Fellow colleagues, I too rise in support of the motion to return this back to seconds. One of the reasons is I had some special plans tonight, and I really wanted to get to my black tie event, meet my date, and go to a very important function. But I fear that that could be in jeopardy.
Representative Holtorf to
Yes,
the
ma'am.
motion, please.
Thank you, ma'am. But returning this to seconds does help us. Why does it help us? It helps the state of Colorado, because there are some important amendments that were offered that were not considered. Wouldn't that be a way to show bipartisanship and compromise? The opportunity is here. Now, Madam Speaker, this isn't some form of trickery. Under the rules, you can limit that. But you could actually look at reaching across the aisle and finding some compromise on our key priorities that our caucus and our leadership have been promoting. So it is an opportunity for this. I too feel the big language appears to be very overreaching. The fact that it went through Senate Judiciary, the Senate Chamber, House Judiciary, and then came to the House Chamber and still had a constitutional question that was attempted to be remedied in one of the first amendments. Now, if committee is a filter, and it is the point that's supposed to correct and regulate and refine legislation before it gets to a committee, a chamber, then clearly those committees have failed in both chambers. So, this is another reason, because there still are state versus federal questions. There's a lot of broad language, overreaching language, that may slip through the cracks. Now, there's another problem that I have with this that I think also needs to be considered, because I'm looking at the fiscal note and there says no appropriation is required. This is the re-engrossed version. Yeah, there's no cost to the state. But ladies and gentlemen, who is going to be the bill payer of this new program under this bill that allows all these new coverages that have no copay, no deductible, no limits? Now, I went to graduate school and studied something, a little bit about business. I paid attention about half the time. Luckily, I was able to get through that program, and I did learn a few things. But here's what I learned, and why this is important to take this back to seconds, Colorado. Because there is going to be a significant cost to this state. In a year where we have hung our hats on trying to lower health care costs, guess what y'all are going to do now? You aren't going to lower costs with this type of legislation at all. How are the insurance companies going to react to this statute? Well, first, they're going to hand it off to their staff, and they have fiscal analysts too, and they have underwriters. Many of them high-paid, high-degreed, Ivy League, all this mess. They're going to say, well, if we're going to play in the Colorado market, we're going to have to cover our costs. First, they might decide, I don't even want to play in that market anymore. I think we'll just leave. That is a choice. Unfortunately, Colorado, many of my constituents have made that choice. You know how many rural Colorado residents have now moved out of this state and gone to Wyoming, Oklahoma, Texas? It's a choice. I got good friends and neighbors that are gone. They're done. They've had enough. Well, guess what insurance companies might do? And then you talk about choice when you have less carriers. They're going to leave. Yep, I think everybody in the media ought to be listening to this. They're going to leave. Or, worse yet, Madam Speaker, they're going to stay. And they're going to figure out a way to cover their costs. And how do they do that, Colorado? Well, they just increased their premiums. I thought we were trying to change that. I came here, just like a Colorado for All, I came here to try to do what I could to lower health care costs. Because I share that same burden. When my health insurance premium is greater than my home mortgage, I have a problem. Till my kids turn 26. Oh, thank you. So, it would be a good idea to refer this back to seconds. It would be a good idea to work with your Republican colleagues. It would be a good idea to go back to the model of looking at those important key amendments that we're asking for. And these aren't big asks. You can sort the wheat from the chaff. Go ahead. As the majority, that's your prerogative. Yeah, sort the wheat from the chaff. But if there's a little bit of wheat there, put it in this bill. Because there's very important reasons why my leader, my minority leader, comes up with this motion. He is sincere. He is an honest and sincere man that cares about Colorado and cares about what we do in this chamber. So much so that he offers this amendment in sincerity. So I'm a yes, so we can go back and do what's right for Colorado. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also would like to speak in favor of this motion. And it's going to sound a little duplicitous, but if this continues on, I don't think this bill will make it. It's not constitutional. I don't think it's going to make it. It's got a few steps it's got to get through, including courts, and it won't make it. If you want it to make it, the only hope I think for that is let's send it back to be reworked, reprocessed. That seems pretty simple to me.
Representative DeGraff. Representative DeGraff, this is your second time to speak to the motion. You have 1 minute, 20 seconds left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Going to the cost. This sticks all the cost on the local governments, and that is, now I don't care with my taxes whether it's paid to the federal or the state or the local taxes. It still comes out of my pocket. So this is incredibly duplicitous. It's also clearly intended to put the insurance agencies out of business. That leaves us paying with into a single payer system, which if you think is free, you're wrong. When I lived in Canada, I remember them paying about 50 to 60% of their tax rate. So you'll pay. So this is all premised on the laws of wishful thinking. We know that there will be consequences. We're told that they're not unintended. If we look at the current rate based on the head size of a baby, which has to be crushed in order to be extracted, that's about $30,000 per abortion, per feticide, and if that is taken to the extent of like 8,000, like in Florida, that'd be $240 million. At which point the state would have to pick up that tab. Now, I don't know at what point $240 million becomes real money, but it seems like real money to me. Just saying in here that you wave your hand and then say that there will be no deductible, no fees, everything's just going to magically work out.
Representative DeGraff, your time has expired. Seeing no further discussion on the motion before us is to return Senate Bill 188 to second readings. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez votes no. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 40 no, and 7 excused, the motion is lost. Representative Holtorf, we are to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Going back to the bill concerning protections for accessing reproductive health care, I just want to make sure that we're focused on a few things. Number one, it involves insurance and healthcare providers, delivery of health care. And it prohibits certain actions based on healthcare providers' provisions. Speaking of reproductive health care, gender-affirming health care in the state of Colorado. It talks about how health insurance, adverse action against health providers, refusing to pay for health care services, terminating, refusing to renew a contract with health care providers, imposing other penalties on health care providers. Talks about credentialing physicians in a network or terminating physician status in a network. Terminating health care contracts with health care providers. There's 4 of the sections. Talks about courts and judicial officers, court employees, attorneys, subpoenas from other states. Now, we know that the law is dynamic, it changes. Federal law has changed. In fact, a flurry of Colorado abortion laws, also called reproductive health equity, it ties to federal law. In fact, these bills are all about federal law. What if federal law changes again? Then what happens to all of these statutes? Or are they protected? Are they protected under federalism? States' rights versus federal rights. I'd ask some of my lawyers to opine on that. I'd like to know. I didn't go to law school. It focuses on all these prohibitions, a long list of prohibitions. I will tell you, under the current state law we have, the Reproductive Health Equity Act, it's one of the most or the most comprehensive. Even one of my colleagues recently today from Douglas County said that, I understand that, but do we need to go beyond that? Many would argue no. Many in my caucus would say no. We've gone far enough. But here we are with more legislation that goes even farther. Now, I will tell you, denial of liability insurance, abortion care, gender reassignment care, charges of, in some cases, child abuse. This is very dangerous territory. Because if I was a parent, and unbeknownst to me, people behind my back started talking to my kids, trying to convince them of this, that, or the other, or maybe they thought as a 12, 13, or 14-year-old, they wanted to be this, that, or the other. And then these things started happening, I would consider that to be child abuse. Because you're taking advantage of somebody in one of their most vulnerable times in their lives. Those preteen and early teen years, where life is so complicated and so confusing. And let's be honest, that's when kids are at their worst. Do you remember when you were that age, how bad kids would treat each other? How mean they were, mean-spirited, bullying, and just doing things that weren't even nice. I saw that. I grew up with some of that. It was terrible. And as I grew up to the age I'm at now, I thought to myself, how could we be so terrible?
Representative Holtorf, please
Yes, ma'am.
back to the bill.
Thank you. I did start to wander a little bit. I'll try to get back on the trail, ma'am. But the point is, this is overreaching. It goes too far. I would tell you I could get behind something. As a rural legislator, I could get behind something that said, you know what? If we want to do this for adults, we want to help those folks when they're adults. I can understand that because I believe we live in a free country, one of the freest countries in the world. Madam Speaker, that's why so many people want to come here. They see it. and they want a piece of it. They want to be a part of it because of all the oppression out there in the rest of the world, economic suffering. Now, a previous colleague came up and talked about how terrible things are for certain people in certain ethnic categories.
Representative to Senate Bill 188.
Yes, ma'am. I'll speak to that. But we need to think about what our true blessings are in this country and what's offered. The fact that you can run this type of legislation and the economy can even cover it. When you talk about, and this is very important, Madam Speaker, gender reassignment surgery is hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it takes a long time to do. Who pays for that? Who pays for that, Colorado? Those doctors aren't going to do it pro bono. Wait, that's a legal term. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. What do they call it when doctors do free work? Free work. Doctors Without Borders. Free work. So, they're not. Nor the technicians, nor the clinicians, nor the pharmaceutical companies, the pharmaceutical drugs, the surgical teams. That all comes at an enormous cost. And I understand the fiscal note says, oh, the government doesn't have to pay a plug nickel. I'm looking at it right here, ma'am. No appropriation. This will be free as free can be. To the state, perhaps, or perhaps not. As I look at this, I will tell you there will be a significant cost. Now, it says here the bill codifies protections for healthcare providers delivering reproductive health care or gender-affirming health care in compliance with Colorado law, and this is going to become Colorado law. Protections in the areas of insurance coverage, professional licensing, courts and criminal proceedings, law enforcement activities, out-of-state investigations and proceedings. But what if, Madam Speaker, a kid gets kidnapped and brought to this state, and then all these things happen to him? And you've just underwritten the fact that nobody from out of state can even do anything to take any legal action.
Representative Holtorf,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, ma'am. I better wrap this up. The costs are significant. The implications to those out of state that come here that are part of the, in my humble opinion, this human trafficking that's real, as now they all come here to do whatever, is real. My concerns are real. I care about real people in real places, and I think this particular bill is far from being right for Colorado.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. These three bills are the reason I am a legislator. I want to fight for Second Amendment rights. That's huge for me, all these other things. But these are the defining things for me. I'm one of those strange guys that think that God sent me here to do this. Somebody's got to fight for the babies, and that's my thing. I've been doing this for 30-plus years. I've sat on human trafficking boards. I've done all kinds of things that have to do with this. And my goal is to fight for babies. And so that's what I'm trying to do. I fight for babies of all colors, fight for both boys and girls. Somebody has to. Many people do. I'm one of those people. And so I can't vote for these barbaric laws. They're horrendous to me. I really still don't understand. I still don't understand why we're doing to our children. And this bill has both halves. This is actually two bills. We've talked about that. That's why it's not constitutional. But the issue with this is we're destroying our kids. We're destroying our kids. And for some reason, we're celebrating this. We have parties and high five and dress clothes, and because we're destroying our kids. And so it hurts my soul for these kind of bills to come before a sane people, not a complete backwards, however you want to think about that, but a sane people that know things, and we kill our own babies. I just don't understand that. So I am so strongly in favor of this in every single level, and this is something that I spend a lot of time praying about, because I know this is why God sent me here, to fight for the babies.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right. Okay, clearly the only law that this bill adheres to is the law of wishful thinking, wishful ideological thinking. And we should have sent it back to where it came. Human trafficking, yep, that's going to be a big part of this bill. When there's a Super Bowl, human trafficking descends on the Super Bowl. Human trafficking is going to descend on Colorado because you're making one of the biggest impediments to human trafficking safe, unlimited, and protected. And yes, we wear colors, or colors have been worn, green. Green, ironically, is a color of life. So you're going to cause all these insurers to cover these procedures that cost $30,000, depending on the head of the fetus, depending on the head size of the unborn baby, or hundreds of thousands of dollars, depending on whether a child needs to have with experimental therapies, experimenting on children protected in this bill with experimental therapies, if that historically will be outgrown if it's just left alone and they're not coached. Most of the time, they will come around. So we're saying things are accurate. We're saying we're carving out. So it'd be pretty easy to see right here, as soon as the insurance companies go, you know what, nope, we're done. But here's an interesting thing about the insurance issue, is if you require insurance to cover it, and you want some sort of privacy with what you do in your life, you've just given that up. We've already equated pregnancy with an injury or illness, and one time when it's interesting, it made me think about this when my some issue with my wife, they with some OB-related incident, and the insurance kicked it back and said this claim was work-related. Now, I did ask her what sort of work she was doing, because she wasn't working outside the house. So, and when my son broke his collarbone, you know what they wanted to know? They wanted to know, was anybody else involved and could they be blamed? Well, you know what's going to happen? If you submit an insurance claim for a self-inflicted injury, they're going to want to know who else was involved. And they're going to want to know what's going on. So we talked about medical malpractice for insurers. Why would medical malpractice have to do, what does that have to do with being attacked? That only has to do with causing harm. And you want to tell that they shall not take prohibited action against an applicant for the named insured under medical malpractice policy? These procedures aren't safe. These kids that are coming, these kids that have been subject to gender reaffirming care, of course, the only gender that they don't reaffirm is the one that they were born with, but which would be the cheapest option, which would be the scientific option. At least try. Nope. We're going to spend a couple $100,000. We're going to have the state spend a couple $100,000. But you know what? It's not going to cost the state because this pink form right here tells me there will be no cost to the state. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So we're saying these things are safe, they're health care, they're medicine, they're intended to cure an illness or injury. One of the ones that's covered, we talked about it earlier, excessive bleeding. This is from the Mayo Clinic, and you may need a surgical procedure to stop the excessive bleeding. Serious infection, check with your physician immediately if serious infection continues greater than 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Severe stomach pain, pelvic tenderness, weakness, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, non-productive cough, shortness of breath, weight loss, abnormally fast heartbeat, adrenal gland problems. This medicine may cause adrenal gland problems. Check with your doctor if you have darkening of the skin, diarrhea, lightheadedness, I feel like a commercial, or maybe reading as fast as George, dizziness, fainting, increased hunger, mental depression, nausea, vomiting, skin rash, unusual tiredness or weakness.
DeGraff, it does sound like a commercial. Please return to the content of the bill.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I am trying to keep to the content because these are things that we're saying safe. I thought the better compliment was reading as fast as George, but 1 out of 100 of these people are going to require an additional surgery to stop the excessive bleeding. That's how safe this is. Do you think that's not going to increase some level of liability? And if you tell the insurers that, boom, we've locked your rates in right now and you can't cover for more, and then we're going to force you to cover all of these procedures, what other option do these insurers have? I mean, under the laws of wishful thinking that govern this bill, they'll just stay because Colorado's a beautiful state. And that's all you need. Legally protected health care. Health care. Legally protected health care that might require 1 in 100 women bleeding so heavily that it requires a surgical procedure, a D&C, to stop. That sounds counter to the Hippocratic Oath, which I'll not give lethal drug to anyone if I am asked, nor will I advise such a plan. And similarly, I will not give a woman a pessary to cause abortion. So I'm not sure what we're doing. We're carving out special consideration for people that perform these. And we've already talked about it, even to the extent of what seemingly by the wording includes the actual patients of the procedure. The patients become and then you give the counties and the cities who will have the burden of paying this $0 fee for putting everybody in basically witness protection. You have all those fees, and you just go, you know what, we're just going to slide those down. But this is a law that is created by the state. The burden, the financial burden that is created by the state, it is duplicitous. That means it's a lie to send that down to the counties and expect them to pay for it and just say, you guys pay for it, it doesn't cost the state a thing. This bill is filled with lie after lie after lie. Thank you for your time. I would recommend a huge vote no. Send this bill back to whence it came.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I apologize, colleagues, for taking some time, but I was going to speak yesterday, but the time ran out, and yesterday's wasn't planned. I've been very confused by the level of debate going on, going to the substantive issues below rather than actually what the bill's about. As my colleagues on the other side of the aisle may know, the 10th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution sets out that the power is not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. Colorado has made its policy judgment that we will have gender-affirming care and that we have abortion rights. This bill is about protecting our sovereign authority from other states imposing their extraterritorial power into our state and interfering with the policy choices we have made. If we want to have a substantive discussion on the underlying issues, our colleagues can bring a bill, which will be heard in committee, or you can bring a referendum, which will be given to the people. But we have done those things. We have made our policy choices, and we now need to protect them. Ever since I've come to the legislature, I've actually been very uncomfortable with the constant references to lived experiences, lived experiences. That's a little alien to the way I was brought up to think, because it's actually what we call inductive reasoning, where you reason from the particular to the general, which is how most people do reason, but it can lead you into many fallacies. However, yesterday, our colleague from North Jefferson County brought me to my feet. Before, I think, most people, because her comments went to a lived experience of my own, which would be inappropriate to ever discuss without the consent of the other person, because I would consider their privacy important. But my own lived experience of having been born and raised in Colorado, and fishing the tributaries on the Blue River, growing up on my grandfather's place in Kremling, National Forest Service cabin in Arapahoe National Forest, and in that Shangri-La that was evergreen in the 1970s and 80s. If we make our state a shining city on the hill, a Shangri-La for kids throughout the rest of the United States, to know that there is a place of hope that they could one day get to, I think that is something we could all be proud of, and I hope we vote for this bill.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's a great day to be here. So members, as I mentioned earlier, we got 29 pages and 28 sections. I tried to, I lost count of the number of times it says prohibit something in this. If we look at things simply from what's called second, third order effects, there's multiple. So there's been tons of questions that have been raised for and against this. There's been a lot of debate. I'm sure will continue to be debated after it goes across this chamber. Of course, across the street, catty corner to us, sits the Supreme Court, and they look at us to keep an eye on the legislation, and it'll be up to them to decide the constitutionality of this. From a business perspective and healthcare and everything else, this bill is asking carriers, providers, to do a multitude of things, a multitude of administrative things they now have to look at versus simply doing their job, whether that's being an insurance carrier or being a healthcare provider. And we're asking law enforcement to do a bunch of things and not do a bunch of things. And to be honest, I have to sit here and wonder, is our job as legislators to continually put out legislation because we can? And what does that add to the books and at what cost? There's a study from the Colorado Chamber of Commerce that says the number one problem, the number one interference to businesses, small, medium, and large, doing their business in this state are regulations, are laws. The continuing addition of laws and regulations because they can't adjust to it. I know a lot of healthcare providers that instead of having their own single business, they've started forming co-ops or have let other businesses buy them out because the administrative state, the administrative burden of whatever it is they do has become overwhelming. And that's because of us. We're the ones that generate this kind of stuff. The things that are in this bill have brought up a lot of passions on both sides of the aisle, extensive debate through committees and seconds, and now we're here on thirds. Now, if I were a business sitting on the outside in healthcare or the provider, I would be watching this wondering, okay, what do I do next? What happens? How do I adjust? And that thought of businesses, those thoughts cost money. It costs time. It costs the services and reduces what they can provide to us because they have to devote it to other things. Whether the things are figuring out administratively how to comply with this legislation, or hiring somebody, or maybe in some cases they decide, I'm not doing this, and they close their doors. I've got to ask myself, is that our job? Is our job to continually churn out legislation that adds so much burden to the businesses, both providing health care and insuring it and everything else, that they are left scratching their heads trying to figure out how do I adjust to this, and then the costs continue to increase? Some will say, yes, that's our job. I will say no. I don't think it's our job to continually, bless you, to continually add legislation here over and over. Now the states, all of our states, states have different constitutions and different laws and rules, and every state's making some things easier, some things harder. They're having massive debates just like we are. And so there's going to be a shifting around of people, businesses. How that's going to turn out, I have no idea. But I do know that in generally, businesses like to go where there's less regulation and a higher degree of profit, because that's why they're a business. Some businesses will do things because they absolutely believe in it, and they'll take a minimum profit. Some do it, they will volunteer and do things for free or even at a loss because they absolutely believe that's what they should do. And that's great. We see people that serve overseas. Look at the Peace Corps. We see people that serve in the military. We see people that are doctors that go without borders. Those things are all great. But when we start tacking on legislation that puts providers and carriers in the position to analyze what's the cost benefit of this, let alone their philosophical political beliefs in it, but when they come down to it, bless you, when they come down to it, they're going to look at this and go, can I support this from a financial perspective? Can I continue doing what I do in my business, whatever side they happen to fall in? My guess is some of them will say, no, I can do it better and more profitable somewhere else. We've seen a lot of businesses leave a variety of states with high regulations and go somewhere else where they have lower regulations so they can do their job. Earlier, we requested to send it back to look at those more details, and that failed. I would ask you to think about the second and third order effects of these legislations. I'm sure some of you are thinking, yes, but what about the second, third order effects if we don't pass it? What happens if we don't pass this legislation? Well, if it doesn't pass, then we go back and we talk some more. If it does pass, then the folks across the street and the courts will decide the legality of it. And if it gets implemented, then businesses will have to decide, can I or can I not financially make a profit and adhere to this. I would say that it's better to go back and have another discussion and figure out a better way to go forward than to continually add more legislation out there where we have heard over and over from businesses saying the legislation is strangling them. The legislation is choking their ability to provide their services, their functions to our society in this state. And in healthcare, that's pretty critical. We talk about the cost of healthcare, we talk about the availability, we talk about the access. But if you're a large healthcare provider or an individual and you're looking at your options, and your options don't look so good in this state, but they look better somewhere else, then you start considering, do I move? And I'm not sure that's the position we should be advocating from this legislative body. I would recommend that we vote no on this. I would ask that we go back to the discussion table and see if we can find a better way for everyone involved. I thank you for your time and listening. Have a good day.
Representative DeGraff, you have 1 minute, 52 seconds remaining.
That's crazy. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleague brought up that Colorado has made the mistake of allowing the experimental gender reassignment on kids and unfettered access to feticide. But I think one thing that he didn't mention was that now we're telling our citizens that they're going to be paying for it. There's a big difference between allowing and coercing. This is coercing. Now, when this was all allowed and everybody said, hey, this is going to end up costing us a lot, and they're like, no, it's not going to cost anything. It's going to be just an option. And everyone's like, yeah, wait a few years. Well, here we are. Here we are. Now it's not going to be immediate. It's just going to go into effect. But how this won't put these insurance companies out of business, I don't know. And last time I checked, they were in business to make a profit. So what's going to happen when they leave? Oh, that plays right into the hand of single-payer health care. Single-payer health care is a nightmare, and you pay a lot for it. You pay a lot for it. When I was in Canada, my friend's daughter fell down the stairs. They rushed her to the hospital, and he said, man, they got us in quick for an MRI. It only took 2 weeks. Only took 2 weeks. That's how good single-payer health care is. This is going to cost Coloradans. When we lived there, it was so efficient.
Representative DeGraff, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This bill, there are some concerns with this bill, and we asked for some common sense amendments yesterday. And I just want to focus on a couple of those real quick. That, there are a lot of legal stipulations to this bill and a lot of parameters about the law, but it sticks police officers right in the middle out of nowhere where they can be held liable and from a distance without knowing. And after what our officers have been through the last couple 3 years, I think we need to be looking to protect them from liabilities that come out of nowhere. I don't think we need to be putting on them, well, you're liable if this situation happens and you're basically present doing your job. So I think that needs to be taken a look at, and I think we need to stop and think about that. The other thing is the local control in this bill, or the lack thereof, because if you read it, it says a local government has the ability to do what they think is best, and then it also says they have to do this. So this puts the burden on local government to decide, is it answer A or answer B, or either way, you're in trouble. It says that with the meaning of medical office use, medical clinic use, healthcare use, we have about 10 other classifications for different types of medical facilities, and depending on the classification, they're all zoned differently. But at the same time, this says each local government can regulate the use of the land as they see fit. So, again, those are two things. When you think about what this bill is about, and I mean, it says protecting access to reproductive health, what do police officers and local government zoning have to do with it? You know, there's already the question of whether the bill title and the newly added definition is going to work in the future, but we'll leave that to the professional attorneys. So I ask for a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
I was one of the individuals yesterday that put forth an amendment that I felt like was very simple and very straightforward. And it had to do with the powers of local governments. And my colleague before, who's now in El Paso, and we miss her in Mesa County. God only knows we miss her in Mesa County. I wish she'd come home. And also my colleague, Representative Wilson, has also talked about this. 26 and 27 sections, 26 and 27, are just plain not needed. And they just add to a bill, add to the stresses of local government, both from a municipal standpoint and a county standpoint. And I want to read the clause that if we wanted to put this in the bill and have this here alone, it would make some sense. Is a matter of statewide concern, and that for the purposes of zoning and other land use planning, such facilities fall within the meaning of a medical office use. That could be in the definitions. Beyond that, it is not necessary, and it's confusing. We tell local government that they have the authority for zoning, and then we do 2 sections on it, where all we have to do is give them advice from the standpoint of this falls, these facilities, these clinics fall under medical offices. And then we, in local government, take it from there. We already have the zoning and land use ordinances in place. If you just tell us what category you feel that this belongs, let us take it from there. Why do we write 2 sections that are confusing and, as my colleague said, conflicting, and cause problems for our county governments? But similar to all the amendments yesterday, with all due respect, folks, you didn't listen at all. Our job is to make legislation simple and on point. This one is not.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, like my fellow representative from El Paso, felt a calling to run for this position. I certainly didn't do it because I wanted to. Definitely loved my job as a physical therapist a million times more, but felt led to stand up for my community. I felt led to stand up for the tragedy that I suffered 16 years ago when I lost my only daughter to stillbirth. I knew at some point God would lead me to stand for her and all the babies that we have lost in Colorado and the United States. And I am pleased and happy that I listened to that Holy Spirit tell me to run. Abortion advocates have a long history of using euphemisms in an attempt to disguise the horrific nature of the act that they support and promote, namely the killing of innocent preborn human beings. Since the Supreme Court's decision in Roe v. Wade, in which the court purported to find a constitutional right to abortion under the scope of privacy, words such as privacy, freedom, and equity, when combined with reproductive, have become synonymous with abortion. Senate Bill 23188 is yet another in a long line of bills to use these sorts of euphemistic terms, namely reproductive health care, in an attempt to disguise the fact that it would further and unnecessarily entrench in law measures that strip an entire class of human beings, preborn babies, like my daughter, Emerson Riley Bradley, of all dignity and human rights, and even undermine the efforts of other states to protect the rights of those human beings within their own borders. Moreover, Senate Bill 23188 is wholly unnecessary as abortion restrictions are prohibited in Colorado. We celebrate abortion here. And as recently as 2022, the Colorado legislators passed legislation creating a statewide right to abortion. Since the founding of the United States, Americans have valued and protected innocent human life. Although the U.S. Constitution is silent on abortion, both the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence recognize the right to life. Senate Bill 23188 is founded on an erroneous answer to that question. When does the right to life begin? Or more to the point, when does innocent life not deserve to be protected? Like my daughter, Emerson Riley Bradley. Although this question has been debated since the highly contested opinion in Roe v. Wade was issued, even Justice Blackmun, Roe's author, himself conceded that Roe would fail if it was ever established that a preborn baby has the right to life. Justice Blackmun went on to state, as a matter of fact, that the right to life would absolutely trump the judicially fabricated right to abortion created in the majority opinion. Thus, the author of one of the most controversial Supreme Court decisions to date set the path to invalidate the same decision. Although the opinion claimed that there is no historical argument to support a preborn baby's right to life, the statement ignores American jurisprudence. As Supreme Court Justice Thomas noted in a recent concurring opinion, the Constitution itself is silent on abortion. It is, however, clear on the right to life, stating, "Nor shall any person be deprived of life." And we are all familiar with the language in the Declaration of Independence that says, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Contrary to the view of those who support the killing of preborn children, we are endowed with unalienable rights upon creation, not upon birth." Upon creation, not upon birth. Furthermore, the Declaration states that governments were specifically created to secure those unalienable rights, of which life is of utmost importance. Therefore, the government of Colorado has not only the authority to secure the right to life from creation, but the duty to do so. Senate Bill 23188 directly violates that duty by assuming as a prerequisite that preborn human beings do not have human rights. And I will tell you, Emerson Riley Bradley has rights. Consider that modern scientific developments confirm beyond debate that the life of a human being as a biological organism begins at the moment of fertilization. We protect, and we heard in committee, the rights of eggs of endangered turtles and eagles, but not babies, not human babies. We've all seen the ultrasound photos of babies before birth. We've also seen many instances of babies surviving at earlier and earlier stages of gestation when born prematurely. Given the overwhelming evidence that humans before birth are just as much members of the human species as you and I, we face a question. Do we want to say that there are human beings who have no rights at all? Not even the most basic right to life? History has shown us time and time again that great evil abounds whenever one class of human beings are declared to be subhuman and not worthy of dignity and legal protections. Colorado should not go down the same path. Abortion is an issue that has divided our country for 49 years. Colorado's support for abortion is misguided. As Americans, we have always valued the right to life, and we should continue to do so. Senate Bill 23-188, if enacted, would categorically frustrate the ability of everyday Coloradans who want to exercise their social, moral, or religious objections to abortion through their local government to participate in the democratic process. It would functionally require them to support the murder of innocent babies, an act that they would find fundamentally and morally repugnant and in opposition to their core values. It would prevent governments from enacting local rules such as zoning ordinances or rights of actions not aimed at abortion but simply tangentially restrict abortion. Section 14 requires Colorado taxpayers, even those who find abortion morally repugnant, to fund abortions in prisons. The proposed additions in Section 25 would restrict private Coloradans from leaving contracts with health care providers who choose to participate in the murder of babies against the moral conscience of those private Coloradans. Gallup polling has found that at least 70% of Americans are opposed to abortion being legal in every circumstance. 65% of Americans oppose all abortion in the second trimester, and 81% oppose abortion in the third trimester. About 40% of Coloradans believe abortion should be illegal in most or all circumstances. However, Senate Bill 23-188 jeopardizes the ability of Coloradans to participate at the most basic level of government from exercising their right to self-governance. While Senate Bill 23-188 has been promoted as necessary to protect the rights and benefits of marginalized people, it does so at the ultimate cost of the most marginalized human population of all, innocent unborn children, like my daughter, Emerson Riley Bradley. Section 2 forbids medical malpractice insurers from canceling, not renewing, or not offering policies or raising rates solely because the provider kills babies before birth or surgically or chemically does that. It is not clear if the anticipated civil liability incurred from such practices is a distinct and permissible basis for raising rates or denying coverage, or if such foreseen damages will be treated as solely because of these practices. Abortion clinics have a history of sacrificing the health and safety of their patients. I spoke about this at length. In case no one was listening, I spoke about it at length a couple of hours ago, of their patients and victims alike in an effort to make abortions more expedient. Turn and burn, baby, turn and burn. Insurers should be able to make anticipated payouts stemming from the risks inherent in abortion into consideration when deciding who to cover and how much to charge. HB 23-188 frustrates the efforts of other states to regulate abortifacients within their own state lines. Section 16 of the bill would forbid any penalties or even investigation into people in Colorado prescribing or distributing abortion pills to outside states, completely disregarding the sovereignty of such states and their attempts to protect the lives and health of mothers and babies within their own state. Similarly, Section 6 would impair the ability of other states to conduct their own investigations into negligent or malicious abortion pill providers by prohibiting subpoenas for investigations or cases in other states attempting to regulate abortions. Section 22 outright prohibits Colorado agencies from interacting with any out-of-state criminal or civil investigation into abortion-related activities, unless it would also be illegal in Colorado as well. These restrictions are not limited to abortion bans, but would even apply to states simply trying to regulate abortion, since the bill substitutes Colorado law for the law of other states. In conclusion, we offered amendment after amendment after amendment, a lot of good faith amendments. The bill sponsors would offer nothing. And I hope the constituents of Colorado see us fighting for you and what you believe. I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Armagast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. On this bill, taking another perspective again, just coming back to another set of double standard issues, where you can ask something for one side and not want or need the same thing for the other side of the issue. And in this case, the protections that are being mentioned in the verbiage in the bill offer a lot of over-codification and otherwise unnecessary protections for something that is not asking the same of the other side. And we heard some examples of that in committee to make it a little more clear. Some pretty horrific stories of doctors that were present in having to help remove a piece of a skull from a baby that was aborted. after it had already caused some pretty significant medical issues being on scene at the time of the abortion. But with the degrading health of the mother, long story short, ended up hospitalized and needing hysterectomy to basically clear out all the damage that was done by the infection of the pieces left behind. It was just to see that the OBGYN doctor that came up next, she mentioned that she would have lost her medical license, she would have lost her practice, been sued all across the board, and probably, obviously, criminal charges to boot. But to ask those protections for something and not be held to the same standard as the professionals on the other side of that is, again, hypocritical, and we're talking about another double standard. And as far as the facilities, not just their liability, but protections go as far as being seen as a targeted entity. I think it's wrong to say that only abortion clinics are targeted in this. It's wrong to say that only abortion clinics are getting the negative outlook on this, when we've talked about the fact that abortion is approved on a majority in Colorado. With that, the pro-life, the pregnancy centers are being targeted. I know one right outside of my district, just south of my district in Longmont, was firebombed, and on the outside was spray painted, if abortions aren't safe, neither are you, which is, obviously arson was involved, but just the message put out there, that's what's being targeted in northern Colorado. So I don't see the need to make one side of that more important than the other, when obviously that's the targeting that we're seeing in northern Colorado. And that goes the same for the people that are visiting those clinics and the safety that they have and their access to those clinics versus the safety of somebody going to an abortion clinic. So without reiterating everything from the last bill, not sure what I'm saying is going to be heard on this one, but at the same time, we need to be focusing on solid two-sided legislation coming out of this building. And when we're focusing on something that's so far to one side without any real mention of the other side of it, or any stakeholding on the other side of it, it is something that we're pushing that legislation out to not offer a choice to the people. If we're trying to get this covered under insurance that everyone's going to pay for, even though fundamentally you still have, maybe not the majority, but pretty close to half of our population that is fundamentally against the idea of abortion, to have them pay for that in their premiums and their policies, I think that's not just unconstitutional, but unethical. I don't think we as a legislature should be putting that on our constituents and our citizens. So along that line, I think, where does the line stop? Are we going to be offering, if we're doing that for abortion care, for gender-affirming care, are we going to be doing that for cosmetic needs for people as well? Where do we draw the line with that? For things that people don't think or don't feel like they have the need to pay for that for somebody else. We're pushing that on everybody, not making it something that can be offered for a few, but instead everyone's going to be paying for that type of thing. That's something that we're going to be pushing on our constituents and our citizens. So there are many aspects of this bill that I know my constituents are against, and again, like the gun bills, the thousands of emails we've had to filter through on this subject. I would strongly encourage a no vote. This should have gone back, but obviously we were outnumbered in that. But in the meantime, this definitely needs a no vote. We shouldn't be pushing this on our citizens. Thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to serve with you.
Pleasure to serve with you as well.
Thank you. Well, I think the first thing I ought to say is that this is probably the poster child for why we should have single subject bills. I'm not being joking. I really think these two items should have been debated separately because I feel like they're separate. The idea that while I was sitting here listening to the arguments, they bleed together, they run together. Pretty soon you can't tell whether you're talking about this, that, or the other thing. That could be because of my mental acuity. But I do think we should have split these two apart. That didn't happen because of an amendment, and so be it. But the bill focuses on expanding protections for what's described as a legally protected healthcare activity, both in the insurance agency industry and in the courts. An activity is defined as seeking material support to obtain gender-affirming healthcare services or reproductive healthcare that is not unlawful in Colorado. You know, a contract between carriers and providers protects from adverse action against a provider by an insurance for providing an activity. There's an awful lot of words. I try to be a lot more direct. This seems confusing to me. It seems like there's a lot of places you can get tripped up, whether or not you're a provider, an insurer, or someone who's seeking care. It prohibits a carrier from refusing to credential an applicant based on the provision of an activity. I'm not so sure what I think I know. Courts are prohibited from issuing a subpoena, a summons, or surrendering a person charged in another state as a result of engaging in an activity. Okay. We have all of these capacities here in the state already. So is this bill to just ensure, or is it something we think we need? I thought we had addressed this last year pretty well. In the Reproductive Health Equity Act. You know, we're now going to extend confidentiality program by adding all reproductive health care service workers to the list of individuals who are eligible for protection from violence, stalking, or other social harms for engaging in an activity. I thought we were already doing that for medical people. And these are considered medical workers, I believe. You know, I feel like this is a superfluous messaging bill that's in search of a problem. And I really don't want to spend our time doing those things. I can only say this is a bill I think we should vote no on. There have been a number of arguments down here in regards to wanting to take it back to seconds and some of those other things to give us an opportunity to look at it a little closer. That has not worked, so I'm not going to say that I want to go back and try another look at it, but I do think this is one of those that we have in high gear, but I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what issues it addresses. But I am not an attorney. That's the reason I have to spend so much money on attorneys, is because I'm not one. Members, this is one of those I would recommend a no vote.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you.
Thank you. Members, this bill, and I will echo my colleagues' remarks from just a moment ago, that this is a bill in search of a problem. But it's also a few other things. It is burdensome for local government. It's burdensome for law enforcement. And it puts our peace officers in the position of having to play a guessing game on people's intent when they're pulled over on the side of the road for whatever reason, because they were speeding, because their taillight was out, whatever. It puts those peace officers in a guessing game, and they are already burdened. They already have a lot on their plates. So this is just adding one more thing. Why is this person in our state? Maybe their state hasn't legalized cannabis. Maybe they're here because they love the beauty of our state. Maybe they're here to ski or hunt or fish. Maybe they're here to have an abortion or gender-affirming care. Those are all very different things. So if you're a peace officer pulling someone over with an out-of-state license plate, this just adds kind of another question that they have to ask themselves. I look at this unabashedly from the lens of a former employee of local government. Unabashedly. When I was up here earlier speaking, I said, you know, when it comes to masking, which was originally intended to be geared towards peace officers. It was, so in the assessor's office where we have done this for a number of years, we talk about peace officer masking, and then that got extended to a lot of other folks. And that list of folks has just grown and grown and grown over time. But what that means is that statutorily, these individuals' property ownership is not accessible online. So, if you are Sergeant John Doe with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, you can request, because this is not an automatic thing, and that's very, very important for people to know. Just like it's important for you to notice that my glasses match my coat today, because I'm very proud of that. See, I knew you were awake. I knew it. No, it's really important to understand, because this is actually a big process. And a lot of folks, Sergeant John Doe included, might think that because he is sergeant in the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, that his property ownership is automatically not available for online searches. That is actually not the case. It's an application process. You have to put in the request. You have to provide specific information about your job, who's your employer, who's your supervisor, how to contact them. Lots is a whole form. And if you make that request through the assessor's office, that's okay, because we have a form and you can fill it out online. It's really easy. And you can request for your property ownership to be masked in assessor records. No problem. But what we have over time found out is that if Sergeant John Doe took out a building permit to finish his basement, that information might be searchable. It might not, but it might be. It depends on the building department's software, because we're all very data-driven these days. John Doe may have taken out a second mortgage, or even just his mortgage on his house. That information is searchable in clerk and recorder records. Sergeant John Doe's information is also available through election records. There's quite a long list, as it turns out. And so what I have always cautioned law enforcement against is that peace officer masking or masking of your records for local government purposes is a bit of a placebo, because it's really, really difficult to do. And I always said, you know, if you really want true anonymity as to your property ownership, you should put the ownership of your home in a trust or a partnership or an LLC, because that's the only way that you can assure yourself of anonymity. Anyway, I digress. This particular bill extends this masking to healthcare workers. And in fact, as statute currently exists, healthcare workers are included in masking currently today, and that is defined in statute as an employee, contracted healthcare provider, or individual serving in a governance capacity of a healthcare facility, and there's a few other words in that. But again, I don't view that as necessary because it already exists. Further, it extends anonymity to this address confidentiality program, which has historically been reserved for those who are victims of stalking and domestic abuse. And it's really most appropriate if you are not living or not owning your home. Essentially, all of your mail goes through a clearinghouse, and you would so you provide this kind of fake address for everything you do, and your mail goes to a mailbox, if you will, through this Colorado program. It's a great program if you are someone who is in fear of your life, if you are fearful for your safety or that of your children. This is a great program that has been very successful for years. I question whether it is appropriately extended to healthcare workers, specifically reproductive healthcare services workers, but that's my opinion. I've already spoken at length about my concerns on the overreach into zoning and planning matters that are the purview of municipalities and counties. I fail to understand that, and I have yet to hear an appropriate response, candidly, which is, I find, disappointing. You know, this is all, again, this is a bill in search of a problem. As part of the Dobbs decision, I think it's important to understand that Justice Kavanaugh stated in his concurring opinion that states really can't interfere with interstate travel. And I quote, "For example, may a state bar a resident of that state from traveling to another state to perform an abortion? In my view, the answer is not based on the constitutional right to interstate travel."
Representative Frizzell, you have about 45 seconds left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The point to that is even those that are considered the most conservative wing of our Supreme Court are not willing to start criminalizing interstate travel. I'm very grateful for your close attention and your admiration of my glasses and jacket coordination today. Come on. And I ask for your no vote on this bill. Thank you very much for your attention.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Once again, I'm up here. I want to express my gratitude to the men who have come up and spoken about this bill. I appreciate the fact that these gentlemen are willing to defend women and want the best for every woman in this state. They don't have to do that. But I am grateful, and I want them to know that. My concern with this bill, it seems to be a bill of no, you can't do this, no, you can't do that. I'm not sure that all of these prohibitions are wise. Some of them I'm not sure that will pass the muster of a court, but they are here. So, let's just see how many there are. Oh, let's start with the insurance, malpractice insurance. They're prohibited. They are prohibited from doing any adverse action against a provider for providing an activity. They're prohibited from refusing to credential an applicant based on the activity. And they're prohibited from terminating a contract. That's 3. Judicial protections, courts are prohibited from issuing a subpoena. They are prohibited from issuing a summons or surrendering a person charged in another state as a result of engaging in an activity. It prohibits a civil action. It prohibits arrest. It prohibits the issuance of a search warrant. It prohibits state dollars being spent to aid out-of-state investigations. Okay. Finally, I would say there's another one. It prohibits a public entity from denying a business ability to provide reproductive health care. Got that? It prohibits a business from assisting an individual with reproductive health care. Lots of no-no-nos. I urge a no vote. Let's have one more no on this, please.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once I'm up here again to raise the issue on the podium. That my good colleague from El Paso County brought up yesterday. A place on this bill where I thought we could get together in a bipartisan way. She sees an issue with the local government part of this, land use, zoning. And when somebody that serves as an attorney for one of the counties in my district raises an issue like this, I'd be remiss not to come up and speak on behalf of not only that county, but the rest of the counties in my district, all the rural counties and frontier counties in Colorado. So for those of you that are watching, page 27, lines 9 through 27, and page 28, lines 1 through 6, this is what I'm speaking to. I'm not going to stand up here and reread it, but those are the lines I'm talking about. And this is going to cause issues for small counties. One thing I hear from my commissioners all the time, and this isn't what I'm saying, but it's kind of directed that way, is unfunded mandates, things that happen under the State House that cause our counties to spend money that we don't have. Most of you have heard in my district, I have 2 of the most financially struggling counties in the state. This is a place I thought we could get together. This is a place where essentially it doesn't really impact what you're trying to get done. It's a place that it's been expressed that it's going to cause issues in my district and in these counties. I would just like to, for the commissioners that are watching, my rural commissioners know we tried. My small county attorneys, I want you to know, we tried. And most of all, to the citizens and the taxpayers in these rural frontier counties that are going to shoulder the burden of this, we tried. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Throughout this bill, we talked about some unanticipated consequences. And that's what I'm here to speak about. I brought some amendments and I brought some dialogue to this bill that didn't address the main subject matter of the bill. They were working to address some unintended consequences that I saw in this bill, having been in the position of having to sort out issues involving interstate investigations. And so when I bring these amendments, again, that aren't going toward the main policy goal of the bill, that are designed just to clarify, draw attention to, and clean up some peripheral issues around interstate investigations, I was hoping that we could have dialogue on that. I was hoping that I would be able to stand at this podium and we could have a conversation that talks about how difficult it can be for law enforcement, for other non-lawyers to read law at 2 a.m. in the morning when you get a phone call from some other state and try to decipher, what do I do in this situation? We heard from the sponsors that, oh, nothing in this bill would impact interstate criminal investigations. And I said, that's fantastic. Can we clarify that intent then? And I brought 3 very specific amendments that would have added clarity, that would have added awareness and protection specifically to interstate investigations involving domestic violence, child abuse, and human trafficking. Those are 3 things that I have investigated personally. I have seen those investigations occur in the context of interstate investigations. And I was disappointed that there was no honest, collaborative dialogue in that area. 3 amendments, 3 times it was voted down. And without rehashing what I've stated before, I think that conversations like that weren't actually conversations, do an injustice to the victims out there, the forgotten victims that I have dedicated my adult life to speaking up for and advocating for, and I will continue to do that. But for this particular bill, I cannot vote yes for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is the fact that dialogue, I do not feel, honest dialogue did not occur on issues, secondary issues that had nothing to do with the main policy of the bill. And so for those reasons, I will be a no vote.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last night, a dear friend of mine wrote me a letter to share today. Hello, Colorado State Legislative Assembly. My name is Alicia. I'm a 35-year-old transgender woman that moved to Colorado in 2020. At the time, I was relocating from rural Wyoming, where I had been raised, educated, and employed over the duration of 25 years of residency. I began publicly coming out as transgender late in my adulthood and have been medically transitioning for less than 2 years now. Even before this period of targeted legislative attacks on the civil rights of my community and on our access to life-saving healthcare began to spread across the entire country, I experienced my home state as a hostile and inhospitable place for someone like me. I am still healing from the silent terror that I lived with for the majority of my life. I have lived with a constant fear for longer than I can remember, a fear that if I were to show who I really am and at the same time ask for help, I would then be at risk for certain violence and a host of other adverse challenges. And I've lived with an undiagnosed cognitive dissociative disorder since the age of 7 years old. My healthcare providers believe this was likely a reaction to untreated gender dysphoria and a response to the other past and present traumas that were compounded by my untreated gender condition. I only recently gained relief from these and other severe symptoms for the first time in my life when I began hormone replacement therapy here in Denver. The medical and psychiatric professionals who provide care to me have helped save a life. This legislative assembly has an opportunity to do much more than protect licensed medical professionals who should not be threatened with erroneous and unconstitutional legal threats for providing reproductive and gender-affirming care. Recently, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz signed an executive order to establish the state of Minnesota as a refuge for trans people who flee their homes in order to seek life-saving transition-related care. I shared this positive news story for days to come with friends and family and anyone I thought could be helped or encouraged by the news of Governor Walz's order for the state of Minnesota. One very harsh reality of trans life is that our community news feeds are grim and constant reminders of the daily challenges and dangers that we face. Reading the news about my community is like having to read the obituary section of the newspaper every day, and every face is a life lost too young and too soon. And the cause of death seems to almost always be murder or suicide. The daily obituaries and remembrances are interspersed with headlines about another place or another state where our lives and access to health care have just been made illegal. I believe strongly that you can help save multiple lives across this country and state in a matter of days by passing this bill. I hope for only one moment today that you can imagine just a few of the many at-risk children, adults, and parents, and guardians, and concerned healthcare providers in this state and across the country that will now be gifted with a moment of hope and peace and resilience by the news of this bill's passage. Thank you, and God bless. Alicia W., Denver, Colorado. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to rise in support of this bill, I want to mention first that I appreciate very much our colleagues across the aisle who have taken to heart our appeals to use more inclusive and considerate language on these topics. It's never our intent to police anyone's language, but I know that a few have given your attention to the pain in the LGBTQ community and upgraded your own word choices, and I hear and see that. I'm just feeling the need today to add some love and warmth to this chamber after some of the things that we've absorbed.
And Representative Vigil, thank you. We do need to stay focused on the bill.
Okay, I will do
you.
that, I promise. I just want to talk about someone I love since I'm not fortunate enough to have kids of my own. I do have a lot of nieces and nephews. And my nephew's existence is not up for debate. It is not an ideology. He was not coached or coerced. He is not being groomed, not by his peers or his parents or any of the loving, supportive adults who he trusts and with whom he is safe. And I just want to be absolutely clear that some of the false remarks from this well about the grooming supposedly going on is extremely dangerous rhetoric. Grooming is a crime committed by violent sexual offenders and their accomplices. It is not something to be alleged lightly. The repeated, absolutely false accusation that transgender people and families of trans kids are committing that heinous offense is beyond cruel. Those words incite violence against our communities. Please stop. My nephew is valid. He's a good kid. He's an artist. He loves anime and scary movies. And whenever he takes a break from being a typical grumpy teenager, he's a good, happy kid. So I just want to come back to my remarks yesterday on the structure of the First Amendment for this purpose. I know that many of our colleagues across the aisle were not available during that tribute, so just to recap, First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution has a very
Representative
intentional
Behill,
structure.
I want to give you a lot of latitude
Okay.
here, but back to the bill.
Okay. I'm just trying to speak to the need to respect people's identity, their will to be their own person. It's integral to our rights that we are trying to protect with this bill. And I've heard from our colleagues today about our country being a uniquely free and prosperous place where people can come to be more free. And I guess I just don't understand. If that is something we value in this country, then why would this state not protect rights for others who want to come here and exercise that right? So I just want to say that I'm proud to live and serve in a state where my nephew is free, where others can come here and be free, where they can be safe. And I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Story. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, we are talking about a crucial issue: protections to accessing reproductive health care. Reproductive health care looks different for every individual. For some, it is access to cancer screenings, fertility testing, IVF, and prenatal care. For others, it is access to birth control, the ability to make personal medical decisions, and the option and access to have a safe abortion. I was told a story about a woman who was pregnant with twins. Within 13 weeks of pregnancy, one of the twins was identified with a medical condition that was negatively impacting the fetus's structural and organ development. The medical condition of one was putting the health of the other fetus and the mother at risk. This woman is from Texas, where she could not receive the health care she needed to save her life and the life of the healthy fetus. She traveled to Colorado seeking the reproductive health care she needed. The pregnant woman had a selective reduction to save the healthy fetus and herself. This law is necessary because without it, efforts to criminalize actions by doctors who perform abortions on residents of other states are being enacted. Colorado healthcare providers and other supporters should be protected from laws in other states when those states won't protect their own. I was told about another story of a pregnant woman whose water broke very prematurely. A fetus is not viable for very long once amniotic fluid is absent. The pregnant woman needed an abortion to avoid sepsis. The state where she lived rejected her for life-saving treatment until her fever got high enough and sepsis was likely evident. So she flew to Colorado for treatment. Colorado healthcare providers and other supporters should be protected from laws in other states when those states won't protect their own. Imagine you are told your fetus will have no chance of survival. Already you are faced with an impossible task and devastating news. You want to heal and mourn. Emotional decision-making is tormenting. In these cases, decision-making eventually came from intellectual contemplation of all the pertinent circumstances. When these circumstances occur among those with little access to reproductive health care due to a remote location, lack of accessible facilities, lack of insurance, or lack of reproductive health care in the form of abortion, lives are at risk when time is of the essence. Access to abortion is critical for countless reasons and circumstances. Limited access does nothing but drive people to seek unsafe abortions or delay appropriate health care. Not everyone who seeks an abortion has the money in their pocket to manage the cost of an abortion, the cost of additional child care while they are acquiring an abortion, or the necessary travel costs. The World Health Organization reported that 23,000 women globally die from unsafe abortions every year. Thousands experience the lasting effects of serious health complications from these back alley procedures. A recent study estimated that banning abortion in the U.S. would lead to a 21% increase in the number of pregnancy-related deaths overall, and a 33% increase among Black women simply because staying pregnant is more dangerous than having an abortion, as was described in the stories that I shared. Every day, women across our country face the deeply personal decision of whether to continue their pregnancies. Each pregnancy and its circumstances are different. It is essential that we respect a woman's decision and acknowledge the complexities of medical decisions. The solution we are seeking is to provide access to reproductive health care that is needed so that the relevant parties can make educated decisions with medical providers about their health and their lives. This bill, Senate Bill 188, ensures that this is possible without providers and supporters facing criminalization in Colorado by other states for providing necessary health care. I urge a yes vote on this bill. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, members. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, sponsors. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my speech, this song goes out to all of y'all who are listening at home, maybe watching from all the corners of the state. And before I get there, I was compelled to speak particularly for the community that might be watching and listening. But we've heard a few things before, but it was really important for me to share again on behalf of my community and those who identify as the same as I do as Black women, to talk about how real it is to need to be able to access health care, reproductive health care. And you may have heard a few things from my colleague earlier about this in the previous bill, but something is very real about the conditions to which Black women have been labeled. So on the one hand, we're often talked about the number of abortions that we may have. No one talks about how hard it is for us to get access to health care, particularly contraception. We are not an oversexed community. White women have more access to contraception, and so until I see those numbers to compare that, it'd be an unfair assumption to talk about what our community does. And then on the other side of that, we are, if you will, darned, if you will, or darned if we don't, in the sense that because we cannot be in a place to similarly family plan, because we're in a place where we make 60 cents on the dollars and we need support, we're then consequently called welfare queens as well. And so, the root of this, again, is not only the lack of access, but then the over-identification, over-naming, the disproportionality, and therefore the criminalization, because again, the challenges that we have and equitably to be able to earn, I can only imagine what it would mean to be threatened if you lost a job or needed a lawyer to defend yourself. And so the fact that I'm a part of a state that recognizes those root causes and that people even from states next door to us can come makes me incredibly proud. I'll also say that there is something very real about compelling someone to have a child when we have not formally acknowledged that that too may be a death sentence at a disproportionately high rate for Black women. In America, we have a 15% mortality rate. So if there's a room of 10 Black women, one, maybe two of them might die because they'd be compelled to have a child given some of our health conditions. And so part of this is connected to the thing that I really wanted to say for those that are listening at home, particularly around the gender-affirming care too and the role of government. You know, I took a leadership class once and someone said our laws are primarily what community is willing to tolerate. not necessarily if they love it. But, you know, when we make something a law, that means we're putting the full weight of the government behind it. And we've all actually talked about that in here and how that kind of scares us, regardless of its, you know, I don't want to go out of bounds, Madam Speaker, but your guns or whatnot. But the thought of putting full weight of government behind something, it is a very scary thing. And so I just want to say, for what it's worth, we've been here as a nation before. When it comes to mandating identities, when it comes to what people can and cannot access in their personhood, in the Black community, we could not actually get married, we couldn't keep our own kids. Then we couldn't marry someone because of their skin color. And so I want to just mark the journey that our country has had in being able to talk about what it means in your personhood and your identities and what it feels like to have the weight of government behind denying you that. And just as we have American history over a couple of centuries, part of our history has shown us our fights for that and what people are willing to sacrifice, blood, sweat, and tears to be recognized. So I can't imagine what it's felt like for the people in this room who are fighting for their lives and their children's lives. I can't imagine what it's like, quite honestly, for people in all four corners of this state who may have heard that the people who represent them don't believe in their identities. And what it feels like to know that the government might put the weight behind that. And so it means something that when you note, and honestly, we talk about this in jurisprudence, if there's a difference in opinion, criminalizing one side is a very heavy weight because we are not criminalizing people who choose to have their babies. We're not criminalizing physicians who choose to give prenatal care. And that, on top of the anxiety in and of itself of even wondering if you're pregnant, is an overwhelming weight that the government can put on your shoulders. But for what it's worth, family, for those of you who are listening at home, we are willing to continue to fight, whether it is blood, sweat, or tears. Unfortunately, that is an American legacy. We are at a place where we can reflect deeply, and that is why many of us are here today, so you don't have to do that. So you don't have to fear death. So you don't have to throw your body in front of something to get help. And so what I wanted to say here today is that if you live in a place where you are terrified right now, don't despair. Don't be afraid. Your life is worth it. It matters. And this is a demonstration of that. This is a demonstration of what it means to have learned to not put the weight of government behind your personhood. And so for those of you listening at home, if you are in a place where you are feeling despair, please see people in this room who will receive you. That is what this law is about. And so thank you, colleagues, for saving some lives today.
Representatives McCormick and Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The two of us decided to come up here today together because we happen to be parents of transgender kids. And I swore I wasn't going to cry, but I'm going to cry. Anyway, I wanted to share what it means to go down this compassionate pathway as a parent who knew nothing about transgender people, transgender kids, gender dysphoria, they, them pronouns. I didn't know any of this stuff. I wanted to be a parent so badly, but I also wanted to be a veterinarian so badly, so I put my career first. And Consequently, my first kid came at age 35. And I had such a close relationship with my mom. I was the only girl in my family. I had an older brother and a younger brother. And as you all know, we were in a Navy family, so we moved everywhere all the time. And I had to be really close to my family members. And I really cherished the relationship I had with my mom as a daughter. So when my first kid came along, and she came out, I was so excited that I had a girl. And 2 years later, I had twins, so I had, 3 kids in diapers. And as my eldest kid, grew up, I was learning how to be a parent all along. And I was so into it. I was reading all the books because I love to learn and I love to figure out what the best way to raise your kids are. And, in middle school and high school, I didn't actually recognize things. I didn't pick up on anything at all. My kid was my kid. And it really wasn't until late adolescence, listening and having great conversations with my kid, that they came to me and said, there are things about the world that don't sit right with me. And we talked through it, and I started to recognize that my kid that was in front of me, that I love with all of my heart, was their own individual. And we happened to be at a restaurant where she shared these things with me. And, if you're a parent, you have your kids, and you kind of, unbeknownst to you or not, but I did, you kind of have this movie reel running in your head about, your kids in grade school, your kids in middle school, your kids in high school. You kind of just see their life running out in front of, you kind of have it all mapped out, sort of. You have this projection. After they told me this story, this realization about themselves, I went into the bathroom at the restaurant. I looked at myself in the mirror, and I said, Karen, you've got to take that movie reel out of your head right now. This is your kid that you love unconditionally, that you wanted to be a parent so bad that this is your life. This is more important to me than anything. Like, you take that movie reel that you put in your head out, and you put it in the trash right now. And I did. And I went right back out there, and we had the most wonderful conversation. And then over the next 5 to 8 years, I learned about gender dysphoria. I learned about they, them pronouns. And I was so resistant to that for a while. I had the argument about this isn't correct English, this doesn't work, this is for plural people, blah, blah, blah. Then I thought, Karen, what are you doing? Who are you doing this for? Is this about you or is it about your kid? And I thought, well, okay, I got to throw that away too. I'm here to say that this bill today has given me a tremendous, not the bill, but the experience, and why this bill matters, the experience of learning what love is deep down inside, and to be open to those lessons, and then to know that gender dysphoria is real. I was able to see my kid become who they actually are and not the movie I had in my head. The treatment, the surgical treatment, the hormonal treatment, the behavioral health care treatment, the support of their community. It's been incredible. I am so blessed and grateful for what my kid was able to get through the healthcare system. It actually wasn't here in Colorado. But the people that need this, not all of us need breast cancer treatment. Not all of us need prostate cancer treatment. Not all of us need gender-affirming health care. Some of us do. And the doctors and the providers that provide this also need our protection, because Trans people are being singled out across our country, and it hurts my heart. When I read it in the newspaper, it hurts my heart. This is why I couldn't come up yesterday. My heart was hurting badly. And I didn't even want to share because it's so precious to me. But I need to because I'm a parent of a precious child. And I hope you will consider voting yes on this bill. It is very important.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Speakers. Colleagues, we've heard a lot of talk here at the well, both yesterday and today, about the constitutionality of this bill, specifically for its conclusion of gender-affirming care. And it's to that I want to address my remarks before you today, to specifically refute some of the arguments that we have heard on this bill. Many of the comments demonstrated a profound misunderstanding of the struggles and experiences of both transgender children and their families. The reality is that even in states like Colorado, states that do not actively deny people like our children access to gender-affirming care, it can be incredibly difficult to find. My family has struggled for years to find appropriate care, and yes, even mental health care for my transgender teen. It's not easy to find providers with the appropriate training and skills to provide balanced, science-based therapy, medical treatment, and counseling, even when we cross over the county line to Boulder County to seek that care. Barriers are in place that make it very difficult, even for people in a place of privilege like I consider myself, to overcome in terms of availability of providers who take my insurance, what they cover under that insurance, the rising costs of copays. It's a struggle. And now imagine that you live in a state where even seeking this assistance for your child may be considered grounds for accusations of child abuse. There is nothing abusive about seeking care for your child. And anything that we can do here in Colorado to give these families a refuge, to seek the care that they and their children need, is supporting basic human rights. The second thing I've heard from both in and outside this body on this bill were suggestions that parents are somehow forcing a false identity on our kids. Folks, if this is what you truly believe, then I would encourage you to get out and know more trans people and their families, because you could not be more wrong. I love my child. He is kind and passionate and artistic and intelligent. He has the highest emotional IQ of anyone I have ever known. And I have struggled over how to handle raising him as a transgender child. I've struggled over the decisions about how and when and even if to take the next step in transitioning. Struggled over decisions related to social transitioning, hormone therapies, physical changes, especially in light of our limited access to providers and continued social stigma and threats of violence against people like him. So until you have raised a transgender child yourself, I would ask you to consider reframing from assuming that transgender kids or their parents are victims of some inflammatory agenda or being taken advantage of. Because my only agenda is making sure my kid thrives and survives the 10th grade. It's all right. And now, folks, thank you for listening, but understand that I am a supportive parent. Imagine now that you're growing up in a household that does not support you through this process, that does not give you access to the medical care that you need or the information that you need. Imagine that you live in a household where your parents would disown you or subject you to abusive therapies and practitioners rather than simply try to support and understand you, their transgender child. I have seen firsthand the pain and shame and trauma inflicted on our LGBTQ youth by their own families and faith leaders. Just this past December, I was in a position to have to both verbally and physically defend myself and my child from a 54-year-old family member, a grown man, inflamed by the hate on talk radio against my child and how I have raised him. As a foster parent, I have had the privilege to give these children refuge in my home. These children need access to reliable medical information, and anything we can do to expand that access for our fellow Coloradans and our neighbors will save lives. And if you're thinking, okay, but that doesn't mean this is about reproductive health, then I would encourage you to get, again, more educated on this topic. Because if you are sitting down and talking to a 12-year-old about the impact puberty blockers will have on their menstrual cycles, then you are talking about reproductive health. When you're talking to an 18-year-old about sperm banking before undergoing bottom surgery, you are talking about reproductive health. And if you're talking to a 50-year-old about hormone replacement therapy and how it's going to interact with menopause, then you are talking about reproductive health care. And all of these people deserve the freedom to have these conversations with real doctors and their families and loved ones safely and without interference from any of us. And I would say that it is surely ironic that we would say that gender-affirming care doesn't overlap with reproductive health care, when it is the very nature of the long-term impacts these treatments have on a person's reproductive system that has served as the grounds for the laws that are forcing people to come to Colorado in the first place. So colleagues, I would just say to you, please let Colorado remain the beacon of individual freedoms that it so rightly should be. Please support my family and families like mine to access the help and health care that they so rightly deserve. Please vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the last couple of days, we've heard a number of things. Some quotes, a desire to have a government that allows people to be their best self. People have the right to be who they are. Individual freedoms, we need to be that beacon. We need to respect people's identities. We shouldn't mandate identities. We should honor them, validate them, for they are valuable. We were asked questions as to why this state would not protect the identities of folks. All valuable questions and statements. In my first term, as many of you know, I came down to the well every Friday in an attempt to remind each of us in this very contentious place, in this place where the words in this room and outside this room can cut to the core. That you are valuable, that you are loved, that you are amazing and adored. And those aren't words that I say flippantly. They're not words that I say without a true basis in my heart. And so, if in any way this conversation that has been had has suggested, at least from my standpoint, that people, every single one in this room, as well as every single one out there, is not seen by me as inherently valuable, I apologize. I will also say, though, that there are different ways of determining one's identity. Each of us, if you asked, "Who are you?" would likely pick a different character trait, a different aspect we would focus on. A mom, a teacher, a daughter, whatever it is. And there is a group of folks in this state who identify based on their faith position, based on their understanding.
And Representative Luck, I want to give you latitude here, but do bring it back to the bill.
I will. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Their faith position on their relationship with a God that they have identified and found to be true. Yesterday, I put forth an amendment to honor the identities of those individuals. And some may think that that's hateful, that those people don't have a right to have a government that allows them to be their best self. There are some in the parking lot that I've seen who have the coexist bumper sticker, right? How do we do that? It's a genuine question. How do we do that? How do we find a way to coexist when we come to these pinnacle points, these points of conflict? How do we decide whose identity trumps? Is there a way to build in tolerance? I don't know. I don't know. I do know that that conversation should never be at the expense of the value, the underlying value. That should never be an issue on the table, right? We should have a conversation where it's just a given that everyone is valuable. But if someone has said, my highest value, the core of my identity is my relationship with this deity, and this deity has designed this world in a particular way and said X and Y and A and Z and what have you, and I want you to live in accordance with that design because it brings life and life abundant. Someone living that way, truthfully, sincerely, is not operating out of hate, even if it feels that way. In the same way, I trust that someone who says, people, I don't agree with you that there is a deity, I don't agree with your stance, are not also operating out of hate in saying that.
Thank you, Representative Luck, for tying this back to the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you mind telling me how much time I have, or is that over?
3:15.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are, again, legal issues in this bill. Full faith and credit issues, the desire to protect the sovereignty of Colorado while infringing upon the sovereignty of other states by allowing for telemedicine, right? Allowing for the shipping of certain products into other states and opening up their markets in contravention of the will of their people. There are issues in terms of the predicate the predication that this bill is based off of, which is that we have a strain here because there's so many coming in, as if no one else is going to come in and provide those services. There's a lot that we could talk to about the legality and the policy, but what I really desire more than anything is for us to leave this chamber, regardless of how this bill goes, seeing each other, seeing the value in each other, even if we disagree, recognizing that that disagreement can be grounded in love, not hate, a genuine desire to allow for people to be their best self. Thank you.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we've talked the content of this thing over and over. You can guess where I lie on it. Talked it to death. One of the things, though, that I'm passionate about in legislation is that we do it right. We started this debate off with my motion to move this back to second readings. Really probably should go further than that, back to committee, but you know, I understand we're not in charge and we can't do that. But really, this is two bills. This is two bills. Why not take the time and make two bills out of it? I mean, we're not going to stop you. If you're going to do it right. Go back and make this right. That's the problems I have with this. In addition, you know, we all come down here and tell stories. You know, it used to be a thing, at least a couple years ago, when somebody would come down and say, I never come down on third reading. I guess that's off for our side. That tradition is gone, but I hope that what that does is explain our passion about these issues, and that we're going to talk to them until hopefully we get heard. But I also don't want us to get distracted with the stories becoming the legislation. We tell some personal stories, and it's not my style to do that. If you want to get to know me, I'm sitting right there. Come and talk to me. I'm not going to bare my soul down here. Let's stick to legislation. Let's stick to doing this the right way. Bring the voice of your constituents. Let's not get on rabbit trails. I'd appreciate a no vote.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you so much, colleagues, for these long days and thorough discussion about this. I do want to address briefly this idea that somehow this is half-baked. It is a Senate bill, and in the Senate, in addition to running a series of amendments, one from the insurance companies, one from CML, one from Catholic hospitals, one from CML again in conjunction with the Attorney General, another from the Attorney General, Hospital Association, COPIC, land title, mortgage lenders. This is a Senate bill that was thoroughly vetted in the Senate, where it never came up that somehow these gender-affirming care and reproductive rights are something separate.
And Representative Froelich, I will caution you on using the names of organizations. Thank you.
Okay, I won't praise the Senate anymore. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So here we are. We established with our Reproductive Health Equity Act that in Colorado, we have a fundamental right to make private medical decisions on the full range of reproductive health care, including abortion. Of course, shortly after REA was signed into law, we had the Dobbs decision, which put back to the states the imperative to legislate on the issue. And as a state, we have come back from being the hate state to honoring and protecting our LGBTQ brothers and sisters. So here we are. As a state, we have affirmed, confirmed, and reaffirmed we trust people to make their own private medical decisions. We must honor this. We must protect Colorado's patients and providers. Yet, in state after state outside of Colorado, we've seen cruel, draconian laws that insert politicians into these private medical decisions, specifically laws to ban abortion and ban gender-affirming care. Why? These cruel and punitive and devastating laws are based on the idea we've heard over and over again the past few days, that people should not, in fact, be trusted to make their own decisions, that their bodily autonomy should be disregarded because, fundamentally, these politicians know better, and also because these people are too easily manipulated. They're being misled. They're downright stupid. Sometimes they're too ambitious, misguided, impetuous, ignorant, fragile, weak, vulnerable, too confused. We just recently heard they don't understand the dangers of what is happening, that they should then be denied access to safe medical procedures by politicians combining religious beliefs with questionable science that is in contradiction to American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, American Academy of Dermatology, American Academy of Family Physicians, American Academy of Nursing, American Academy of Pediatrics, American Academy of Physician Assistants, Health Association, Nurse Midwives, Obstetrics, Gynecologists,
Representative
and there
Froelich.
are 20 more.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry about that. I didn't know if that constituted that.
Yes.
I apologize. And we don't have to go too far to find support for abortion bans and attacks on gender-affirming care, not only in other states, in the 50 bills that have been introduced in other states, but why don't we look at the 50 bills introduced in Colorado since 2010? We heard at the well the demeaning classification of these decisions, as well as terrible language about our trans brothers and sisters that I will not give oxygen to. I will tell you that I could not sleep last night because I failed. I failed to answer some of that rhetoric in real time, in the moment. And sometimes those words took me by such surprise that is why I failed, but the ultimate, at the end of the day, I failed. I failed to ask for a ruling or a correction, and I am sorry. And as I prayed last night, and I meditated, and I tried to form my thoughts for today, I focused on my go-to practice for counting my blessings. So thank you. Thank you to those who paved the way to get us where we are today. Thank you to the legislators who created access to emergency contraception, long-lasting reversible birth control, and so many things we take for granted, but we had to fight for, like breast and other cancer screenings, in this century, in this chamber. Thank you to my children who are charging me daily with ensuring a future free of prejudice. Thank you, Colorado, for the Reproductive Health Equity Act and for coming back from being the hate state to protecting and honoring our LGBTQ brothers and sisters. Thank you to my colleagues for carrying the other related legislation and for all the folks that are in support of this legislation. And thank you to my partner in this effort, whose transformative leadership began with her election to this body. Shields up, Colorado. Let's pass Senate Bill 188.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I want to say thank you to Representative Froelich. And, from Arapahoe County, that's right. And all those who stood up here in support of this bill and everyone behind the scenes who helped make this policy possible. And I also want to say thank you for having respectful debate. Really appreciate that. I do care about real people, and that's why we're here running this bill. Real youth who are being denied their health care, adults that are being denied their health care. That's what we're here for. Because the dozens of states that are passing bills and having people live in fear, and we're giving them an opportunity to find refuge here in Colorado. I'm still troubled about a lot of the distrust in the science and the distrust in the individuals that we seem to see. There's a lot of science, there's a lot of data, there's a lot of organizations that support this care. I grew up without any role models. Anybody who looked like me was on a daytime talk show or in a movie being the joke. It took me a long time to become myself. But I had a lot of fear. I had a lot of fear of losing job opportunities, friends, family, just being treated poorly. Just look at the tweets that I've been tagged in recently. Don't do it before you eat lunch. I've had a lot of hardship. I've had a lot of struggle. You know, I've wondered before I got here, did I not get that job because I was trans or for my resume? Still don't know. That happens to a lot of people. But my story is from a different time when society was much harsher on people like me. But today, this generation is really accepting of people of who they are. This younger generation, I have a lot of little kids in my life with my friends and my sister-in-law, and they have trans kids in their schools, and it's just like, no big deal. It's not a big deal. But the last few years, you know, we've seen a major shift. And it paints trans folks in a negative and dangerous light. And there's an extreme effort to take away health care from trans people across the country. This bill puts into statute the same things that the governor's executive order does. That's why everything is the same in this bill. It's why we're doing gender-affirming care and abortion care. We're doing this because those states are forcing us to do this. Because we can't let them do outside of our state and force our people to go to jail because they're providing legally protected health care. There's kids that are different and they want to be themselves. And they suffer depression as a result of that. Gender-affirming care is life-saving health care. Trans kids are beloved by their friends and their family. Let's make sure we keep them that way. As I've explained before, gender-affirming care, especially the appropriate age care that I've talked about and I've read all about, is reversible. But what's not reversible is completing suicide. So, if we want to roll the dice and deny care that many, many, many doctors have said is good care, and maybe let them complete suicide instead of giving them that care. I'm not willing to do that. That's not what we're here. Other states are forcing people to bear children that they don't want to do, putting their lives at risk. They're denying gender-affirming care, and many would say that denial of care is morally repugnant. Because it is. We're denying people care. I would like to read a passage from this book. This is a book called Starry Messenger by Neil deGrasse Tyson. Maybe you've heard of him, except for my friend from Larimer County. He hasn't, but that's okay. This is a chapter on gender and identity. The book is Cosmic Perspectives on Civilization, and it's really relevant to this conversation. Many people who defend our cherished freedoms as citizens of the U.S. will argue against mandated masks, helmet laws, gun laws, seatbelts, and anything else that constricts a person from living the life the way they want. Odd that many of the same people will maintain or seek laws to restrict another's personal free expression of their gender identity. Yet somewhere I read that life, liberty, and the foundation were the foundation to America, a seminal experience begun in 1776 in how to be a country. Somewhere I read that the pursuit of happiness is something worth fighting for. Somewhere I read that the United States was the land of the free. None of this can be true unless the players in this experiment embrace rational thinking by rising above themselves and looking back to see the hypocrisies that infect their thoughts and decisions. Imagine how free the world would be if we all took the Hippocratic oath, which is, I shall never claim to have moral standards or beliefs to which my own behavior does not conform. Please vote yes on Senate Bill 188.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 188 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Byrd, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Byrd votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 18 no, and 5 excused, Senate Bill 188 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Co-sponsors, Representative Ortiz and Representative Byrd. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 189.
Senate Bill 189 by Senators Moreno and Cutter, also Representatives Michelson, Janine, Garcia, concerning increasing access to reproductive health care services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 189 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to live in a great state. Lived here a long time. In this great state, never was a hate state. It's one of the most loving, God-fearing states that I know of. Respectfully, I ask for the bill to be read in length.
The request is for the bill to be read at length. Please proceed.
First Regular Session 74th General Assembly State of Colorado revised. This version includes all amendments adopted on second reading in the Second House LLSNO. 23 to 532.03 Brita Darling X 2241 Senate Bill 23 to 189. Senate Committees House Committees Health and Human Services Health and Insurance Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning increasing access to reproductive health care. 102 services, and, in connection therewith, making an 103 appropriation. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. Sections 1, 2, 3, and 5 of the bill change the defined term HIV infection prevention drug, as it appears and is used in several areas of law, to HIV prevention drug. Section 2 also adds the Women's Preventive Services Guidelines of the House amended second reading March 31, 2023. Senate amended third reading March 22, 2023. Senate amended second reading March 21, 2023. Senate sponsorship Moreno and Cutter, Gonzalez, Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Winter F., Buckner, Coleman, Danielson, Fenberg, Fields, Ginal, Hinrichsen, Mullica, Sullivan. House sponsorship Michelson, Jennett and Garcia, Epps, Froelich, McCormick, Titten. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Health Resources and Services Administration in the United States Department of Health and Human Services to the mandatory preventive health care services coverage for health benefit plans. Specifies that the mandatory preventive health care services benefit for counseling for, prevention of, and screening for sexually transmitted infection includes HIV prevention drugs and the services necessary for initiation and continued use of an HIV prevention drug, as described in the bill, based on the most recent guidelines and clinical guidance. Requires large employer plans, on and after January 1, 2025, to provide coverage for the total cost of abortion care without policy deductibles, copayments, or coinsurance. Individual and small group plans must provide this coverage if the Federal Department of Health and Human Services confirms the state's determination that the coverage is not subject to state defrayal pursuant to federal law. To the extent required by binding federal jurisprudence, employers are exempted from providing coverage if providing coverage conflicts with the employer's sincerely held religious beliefs. Section 3 also prohibits a health insurance carrier from requiring a covered person to undergo step therapy or to receive prior authorization before a healthcare provider may prescribe or dispense a medication for the treatment of HIV. Section 4 prohibits a carrier from imposing deductibles, copayments, coinsurance, annual or lifetime maximum benefits, or other cost sharing on coverage for the treatment of a sexually transmitted infection, or sterilization services, which coverage must be provided regardless of the covered person's gender. With the minor's consent, Section 6 allows a healthcare provider acting within the scope of the healthcare provider's license, certificate, or registration to furnish contraceptive procedures, supplies, or information to the minor without notification to or the consent of the minor's parent or parents, legal guardian, or any other person having custody of or decision-making responsibility for the minor. Sections 7 and 8 expand the reproductive health care program administered by the Department of Health Care Policy and Financing, Department, to include additional family planning services and family planning-related services and allow individuals under 19 years of age to apply for and enroll themselves in the program. Section 9 requires the Department to reimburse licensed health care providers for family planning services and -2, 189. Family planning-related services provided to a minor and creates a cash fund from which the General Assembly may appropriate money to the Department for this purpose. Section 10 exempts the cash fund from the limit on uncommitted cash fund reserves. Section 11 requires non-emergency medical transportation services under the State Medical Assistance Program to include expenses for transportation to medical services that are prohibited from coverage pursuant to Section 50 of Article V of the Colorado Constitution. Section 12 of the bill prohibits the use under the State Medical Assistance Program of utilization management, including prior authorization and step therapy, for prescription drugs prescribed for the treatment or prevention of HIV. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 10-16-102, Amend 3, 38.5, as follows, 410-16-102. Definitions. As used in this Article 16, unless the 5 context otherwise requires. 6, 38.5, HIV infection prevention drug means pre-exposure. 7, prophylaxis, post-exposure prophylaxis, or other drugs approved by the 8 FDA for the prevention of HIV infection. 9, Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 10-16-104, Amend 10-18, I, Introductory Portion, 18b, Introductory Portion, 18b, X, 11, 18c, Introductory Portion, and 18e, I, and add 18b.3, 12, 18c, 3.6, 18f, and 26, as follows, 1310-16-104. Mandatory coverage provisions, definitions, 14 rules. 18, preventive healthcare services. I. The following 15 policies and contracts that are issued or renewed in this state must provide 16 coverage for the total cost of the preventive healthcare services specified. 17 in subsections 18B, 18B.3, and 18B.7 of this section. 18B. The coverage required by this subsection, 18, must include 19 preventive healthcare services for the following coverage for the -3, 189. 1 following preventive healthcare services, in accordance with the 2A or B recommendations of the task force, for the particular preventive 3 healthcare service recommendations established by the ASIP, or 4 preventive care and screening as provided for in the 5 comprehensive guidelines, AS applicable, 6, X, A. Any other preventive services included in the A or B7 recommendation of the task force or required by federal law, any other 8 recommendations established by the ASIP, any other preventive 9 care and screening, as provided for in the comprehensive 10 guidelines. 11b. This subparagraph, X, subsection, 18b, X, does not apply 12 to grandfathered health benefit plans. 13b.3, for health benefit plans issued or renewed on or 14 after January 1, 2025, if counseling, prevention, and screening 15 for a sexually transmitted infection, AS required in subsection 16, 18b, 11, of this section, are covered services, the health 17 benefit plan must provide the coverage without cost sharing.
we going with the manual option?
Yep, where am I? Starting on page. Start here. So regardless of? Yep. Okay. Yep. Regardless of the covered person's gender, and the coverage must include, consistent with task force requirements, coverage for HIV prevention drugs and services necessary for initiation and continued use of HIV prevention drugs, including office visits, tests, vaccinations, and monitoring services. C, strike for purpose of, as used in this subsection. 18, 3.6, comprehensive guidelines means the following comprehensive guidelines supported by the Health Resources and Services Administration, the United States Department of Health and Human Services. A, preventative care and screening for women, and B, evidence-informed preventive care and screening for infants, children, and adolescents. E1, a carrier shall reimburse a pharmacist employed by an in-network pharmacy for prescribing and dispensing HIV strike infection prevention drugs to a covered person. A carrier shall provide a pharmacist who prescribes and dispenses HIV.
For preventive care and screening as provided for in the 5 comprehensive guidelines, as applicable. 6, X, A, any other preventive services included in the A or B. 7, recommendation of the task force or required by federal law, any other. 8, recommendations established by the ACIP, any other preventive. 9, care and screening, as provided for in the comprehensive 10 guidelines. 11, B, this subparagraph, X, subsection, 18, B, X, does not apply. 12, to grandfathered health benefit plans. 13, B.3, for health benefit plans issued or renewed on or 14 after January 1, 2025, if counseling, prevention, and screening. 15, for a sexually transmitted infection, as required in subsection 16, 18, B, 11, of this section, are covered services, the health. 17, benefit plan must provide the coverage without cost sharing. 18, regardless of the covered person's gender, and the coverage. 19, must include, consistent with task force requirements, coverage. 20, for HIV prevention drugs and services necessary for initiation. 21, and continued use of HIV prevention drugs, including office. 22, visits, testing, vaccinations, and monitoring services. 23, C, for purposes of as used in the subsection, 18. 24, 3.6, comprehensive guidelines means the following. 25, comprehensive guidelines supported by the Health Resources and 26, Services Administration in the United States Department of 27, Health and Human Services. -4 189. One, I, providing the coverage conflicts with the 2, employer sincerely held religious beliefs, or 3, 2, the employer is a public entity prohibited by Section 50. 4 of Article V of the state constitution from using public funds to 5, pay for induced abortions. 6, E, this subsection, 26, applies to, and the division shall 7, implement the requirements of this subsection, 26, for, large. 8, employer health benefit plans issued or renewed in the state on 9 or after January 1, 2025, except that co-payments may apply as 10, required by a grandfathered large employer health benefit. 11, plan. 12, F, with respect to individual and small group health. 13, benefit plans. 14, I, the division shall submit to the Federal Department of 15, Health and Human Services. 16, A, the division's determination as to whether the benefit. 17, specified in the subsection, 26, IS in addition to essential health. 18, benefits and would be subject to defrayal by the state pursuant. 19 to 42 U.S.C. SEC 18031, D, 3, B, N. 20, B, a request that the Federal Department of Health and 21 Human Services confirm the division's determination within 60. 22 days after receipt of the division's request for confirmation of 23, the determination. 24, 2, this subsection, 26, applies to, and the division shall 25, implement the requirements of this subsection, 26, 4. 26, individual and small group health benefit plans issued or 27, renewed in the state upon the earlier of -6 189. I, providing the coverage conflicts with the 2, employer sincerely held religious beliefs, or 3, 2, the employer is a public entity prohibited by Section 50. 4 of Article V of the state constitution from using public funds to 5. Pay for induced abortions. 6. E. This subsection, 26, applies to, and the division shall 1. A. 12 months after the Federal Department of 2. Health and Human Services confirms that the coverage specified 3 in the subsection, 26, does not constitute an additional benefit. 4. That requires defrayal by the state pursuant to 42 U.S.C. SEC 5-18,031, D. 3, B. 6, B. 12 months after the Federal Department of 7. Health and Human Services otherwise informs the division that 8. The coverage in this subsection, 26, does not require state 9. Defrayal pursuant to 42 U.S.C. SEC 18,031, D. 3, B, or 10, C. The passage of more than 365 11 days since the division submitted its determination and request. 12. For confirmation pursuant to subsection 26, F, I, of this section. 13. And the Federal Department of Health and Human Services has 14. Failed to respond to the request within that period, in which case 15. The division shall consider the federal department's 16. Unreasonable delay a preclusion from requiring defrayal by the 17 state. 18. G. The provisions of this subsection 26 do not apply to a 19. High deductible health benefit plan pursuant to 26 U.S.C. SEC 2223, as amended, issued or renewed in the state until ineligible. 21. Insured's deductible has been met, unless allowed pursuant to 22 federal law. 23. H, as used in the subsection 26, abortion care has the 24 same meaning as abortion, as defined in section 25-6-402, 1. 25 section 3. In Colorado revised statutes, amend 10-16-152 as 26 follows. 2710-16-152. HIV prevention and treatment medication. -7 189. 1. Limitations on carriers, step therapy, prior authorization, study. 2. Repeal. 1. A carrier shall not require a covered person to undergo step 3 therapy or to receive prior authorization before a pharmacist may. 4. Pursuant to section 12-280-125.7, prescribe and or dispense an HIV. 5. Infection prevention drug. 6. 2. Before July 1, 2027, a carrier shall not require a 7. Covered person to undergo step therapy or to receive prior 8. Authorization before a provider may, acting within the 9. Provider's scope of practice, prescribe or dispense any drug. 10. Approved by the FDA and used for the treatment or prevention 11 of HIV that is included on the carrier's prescription drug. 12. Formulary as of March 1, 2023. 13. 3. A. The division shall contract with one or more 14 entities to conduct a study that includes qualitative patient 15. And provider experience information and an actuarial review to 16. Consider the predicted cost and health impacts of removing the 17. Requirement for a covered person to undergo step therapy or to 18. Receive prior authorization before a provider may, acting within 19. The provider's scope of practice, prescribe or dispense a drug for 20. The treatment of HIV. In conducting the study, the entity 21. Contracted to perform the study must consult with community 22. Organizations led by people living with HIV. The division shall 23. Provide the completed study to the General Assembly no later 24 than October 1, 2026. 25. B. This subsection 3 is repealed, effective July 1, 2027. 26. Section 4. In Colorado revised statutes, add 10-16-158 and 2710-16-159 as follows. -8 189. 110-16-158. Treatment of sexually transmitted infection, cost. 2. Sharing, rules, definition. 1. For health benefit plans issued or 3. Renewed on or after January 1, 2025, if the treatment of a 4. Sexually transmitted infection, as defined in section 25-4-402. 5. 10. Is a covered service, the health benefit plan must provide. 6. The coverage without deductibles, co-payments, co-insurance. 7. Annual or lifetime maximum benefit limits, or other cost sharing. 8. For or limits on the coverage for the treatment of a sexually 9. Transmitted infection. 10. 2. The provisions of this section do not apply to a high 11. Deductible health benefit plan pursuant to 26 U.S.C. SEC 223. 12. As amended, issued, or renewed in the state until ineligible. 13. Insured's deductible has been met, unless allowed pursuant to 14. Federal law. 15. 3. The Commissioner may promulgate rules to implement. 16. This section. 17. 4. As used in this section, treatment means medically. 18. Necessary care for the management of the existing sexually 19. Transmitted infection. 2010-16-159. Coverage for sterilization services, cost sharing. 21. 1. For health benefit plans issued or renewed on or after January 22, 2025, if sterilization services are a covered service. 23. The health benefit plan must provide the coverage regardless of 24. The covered person's sex or gender and without deductibles. 25. Co-payments, co-insurance, annual, or lifetime maximum benefit. 26. Limits, or other cost sharing for or limits on the coverage for. 27. Sterilization services. -9 189. 1, 2. The provisions of this section do not apply to a high 2 deductible health benefit plan pursuant to 26 U.S.C. SEC 223. 3. As amended, issued, or renewed in the state until ineligible. 4. Insured's deductible has been met, unless allowed pursuant to 5. Federal law. 6. Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 12-280-125.7. 7. Amend, 1. Introductory portion, 1, C, 2, 3, Introductory portion. 8, 5A, and 5B, as follows. 912-280-125.7. Pharmacist's authority to prescribe and 10. Dispense HIV prevention drugs, definitions, rules. 1. As used in this 11 section, unless the context otherwise requires. 12. C. HIV infection prevention drug means pre-exposure. 13. Prophylaxis, post-exposure prophylaxis, or other drugs approved by the 14. FDA for the prevention of HIV infection. 15. 2. A pharmacist may prescribe and dispense HIV infection. 16. Prevention drugs in accordance with a standing order pursuant to section 1725-1-130 or a statewide drug therapy protocol developed pursuant to 18. Subsection 5 of this section. 19. 3. Before prescribing or dispensing HIV infection prevention 20 drugs to a patient, a pharmacist must 21. 5A. On or before 6 months after July 13, 2020, the State Board. 22. A pharmacy, the Colorado Medical Board, and the State Board of Nursing. 23. Shall, in collaboration with the Department of Public Health and 24. Environment, and as described in Section 12-280-601, 1B, develop 25. Statewide drug therapy protocols for pharmacists to prescribe and 26. Dispense HIV infection prevention drugs. 27. B. If the State Board of Pharmacy, the Colorado Medical Board, -10-189. 1 and the State Board of Nursing are not able to agree in the time period 2 required by subsection 5A of this section to statewide drug therapy. 3. Protocols for pharmacists to prescribe and dispense HIV infection. 4. Prevention drugs, the State Board of Pharmacy shall collaborate with the 5. Department of Public Health and Environment to develop and implement 6. Statewide drug therapy protocols by January 1, 2021. 7. Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 13-22-105 as 8 follows. 913-22-105. Minors, consent, contraception, birth control. 10. With the minor's consent, a healthcare provider licensed. 11. Certified, or registered pursuant to Title 12 who is acting within. 12. The healthcare provider's scope of practice may furnish. 13. Contraceptive procedures, supplies, and/or information may be. 14. Furnished by physicians licensed under Article 240 of Title 12 to NEA. 15. Minor who is pregnant, or a parent, or married, or who has the consent of. 16. The minor's parent or legal guardian, or who has been referred for such. 17. Services by another physician, a member of the clergy, a family planning. 18. Clinic, a school, or institution of higher education, or any agency or. 19. Instrumentality of the state or any subdivision thereof, or who requests. 20. And is in need of birth control procedures, supplies, or information. 21. Without notification to or the consent of the minor's parent or. 22. Parents, legal guardian, or any other person having custody of. 23. Or decision-making responsibility for the minor. 24. Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 25.5-2-103, amend. 25, 2, 6, and 7, C, repeal, 1A, and add, 1G, and 5.5, as follows. 26. 25.5-2-103. Reproductive Healthcare Program, Report, Rules. 27. Definitions. 1. As used in this section, unless the context otherwise. -11 189. 1 requires. 2a. Contraceptive methods and counseling services means. 3. Any FDA-approved contraceptive drug, device, or product. 4. 2. Services related to the administration and monitoring of. 5. FDA-approved contraceptive drugs, devices, and products, including. 6. Management of side effects. 7. 3. Counseling services for continued adherence to a prescribed. 8. Regimen. 9. 4. Device insertion and removal, and 10. V. Any other contraceptive methods and counseling services. 11. Identified by the Health Resources and Services Administration in the 12. United States Department of Health and Human Services or the Women's 13. Preventive Services Guidelines as of December 17, 2019. 14. G. Reproductive Health Care Services means family. 15. Planning Services, as defined in Section 25.5-4-412, 2b, and 16. Family Planning Related Services, as defined in Section 25.5-4-412. 17, 2A. 18, 2, on and after July 1, 2022, the State Department shall 19 administer a reproductive health care program, referred to in this section. 20 as the program that provides contraceptive methods and counseling. 21 reproductive health care services to participants. 22-23, 5.5, to the extent practicable, the State Department. 24 shall ensure that eligible individuals seeking to participate in 25 the program are able to apply for and enroll in the program. 26 through their local county office, a state medical assistance. 27 program site, an online application, or any other mechanism that -12-189. 1 IS available to applicants for the state medical assistance. 2 program. 3, 6, the State Department shall provide contraceptive methods and 4 counseling reproductive health care services to participants without 5 imposing any cost-sharing requirements. 6, 7, beginning in state fiscal year 2023 to 24, the State Department 7 shall analyze and report the cost-effectiveness of the program to the 8 public through the annual hearing, pursuant to the state measurement for 9 accountable, responsive, and transparent, smart, Government Act. 10 Part 2 of Article 7 of Title II. At a minimum, the report must include 11, c, the cost of providing contraceptive methods and counseling. 12 reproductive health care services to participants. 13 Section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 25.5-1-201, amend. 14, 1, introductory portion and 1, f.5, as follows. 1525.5-1-201. Programs to be administered by the Department. 16 of Healthcare Policy and Financing. 1, the Department of Healthcare. 17 Policy and Financing State Department shall administer the following. 18 programs and perform the following functions. 19, f.5, the reproductive health care program that provides 20 contraceptive methods and counseling reproductive health care. 21 services, as specified in Section 25.5-2-103. 22. 23 Section 9. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 25.5-5-514 as 24 follows. 25.5-5-514. Prescription drugs used for treatment or 26 Prevention of HIV, prohibition on utilization management. 27 Definition. 1. As used in this section, HIV means human. 13-189. 1 Immunodeficiency virus. 2. A. Before July 1, 2027, the State Department shall not 3. Restrict by prior authorization or step therapy requirements. 4. Any prescription drug approved by the Federal Food and Drug. 5. Administration that is used for the treatment or prevention of 6. HIV if a prescribing practitioner licensed pursuant to Title 12. 7. Has determined the prescription drug to be medically necessary. 8. For the treatment or prevention of HIV for a recipient. 9. Prescription drugs used for the treatment or prevention of HIV. 10. Include protease inhibitors, non-nucleoside reverse. 11. Transcriptase inhibitors, nucleoside reverse transcriptase. 12. Inhibitors, antivirals, integrase inhibitors, long-acting. 13. Medications, and fusion inhibitors. 14. B. Nothing in this subsection, 2, prevents the state. 15. Department from performing drug utilization review that may 16. Be necessary for patient safety or for ensuring the prescribed. 17. Use is for a medically accepted indication, as required by Section 18-1927 of the Social Security Act of 1935. 19. Section 10. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 25-6-101, amend. 20, 1, as follows. 2125-6-101. Legislative Declaration. 1. Continuing population. 22. Growth either causes or aggravates many social, economic, and 23. Environmental problems, both in the state and in the nation every 24. Individual has a fundamental right to make decisions about the 25. Individual's reproductive health care including the 26. Fundamental right to use or refuse contraception. 27. Section 11. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 25-6-104 as -14-189. 1 follows. 225-6-104. Department of Public Health and Environment. 3. Family Planning Access Collaborative, Legislative Declaration. 4. Recommendations, Funding. 1. A. The General Assembly finds N. 5. Declares that, according to a 2019 report by the Colorado 6. Department of Public Health and Environment, referred to in this 7 section as the department, in 2019, there were 8,300 Coloradans without access to family 9 planning services, including 58,000 Coloradans. 10 who were uninsured and 35,300. 11 who were insured, but not using their family planning coverage. 12 primarily due to fear of breaches in confidentiality. 13, b, the General Assembly further finds that there have 14 since been important expansions in access including estate plan. 15 amendment to expand income eligibility for services, the 16 creation of coverage programs for undocumented individuals. 17 expansions of commercial and Medicaid insurance coverage, and 18 increased family planning funding. However, persistent gaps in 19 access remain. 22. The department shall convene a family planning. 21. Access collaborative to coordinate with the department to 22. Advise the department in identifying access gaps that contribute 23 to approximately 93,000 Coloradans lacking. 24. Family planning access including, but not limited to 25. A. Privacy and confidentiality concerns. 26. B. Gaps in existing family planning programs. 27. C. Geographic barriers and rural access. 15 1. D. Ability of adolescents to access care and services. 2. E. Funding for services. 3. F. Identification of legislative, regulatory, and funding. 4. Strategies to close access gaps identified by the collaborative. 5. 3. The department shall invite representatives with 6. Relevant expertise in the provision of, funding of, and advocacy. 7. For family planning services to participate in the collaborative. 8. 4. The department shall convene the family planning. 9. Access collaborative on or before September 1, 2023. 10. 5. On or before December 15, 2023, the collaborative. 11. Shall publish recommendations informed by the gaps identified. 12. In subsection 2 of this section. 13. 6. For the 2023 to 24 state fiscal year, the general 14. Assembly shall appropriate $200,000 from 15. The general fund to the department for the purposes of this. 16. Section 17. 7. The department may seek, accept, and expend gifts. 18. Grants, or donations from private or public sources for the 19 purposes of this section. 28. This section is repealed, effective July 1, 2024. 21. Section 12. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 10-16-124.5. 22. Amend 2A, introductory portion, and add 2C and 2C.5 as follows. 23. 10-16-124.5. Prior authorization form, drug benefits, rules. 24. Of Commissioner, definitions, repeal. 2A, except as provided in 25. Paragraph B of the subsection 2, subsection 2B or 2C of this. 26. Section, a prior authorization request is deemed granted if a carrier or 27. Pharmacy benefit management firm fails to 16-189. 1C, for non-urgent prior authorization requests related 2 to a covered person's HIV prescription drug coverage, the prior 3 authorization request is deemed granted if a carrier or 4 pharmacy benefit management firm fails to 5. Utilize the prior authorization process developed 6. Pursuant to subsection 3 of this section. 7. 2. For prior authorization requests submitted 8. Electronically. 9. A. Notify the prescribing provider within 1 business 10 day after receipt of the request that the request is approved. 11. Denied, or incomplete, and if incomplete, indicate the specific. 12. Additional information, consistent with criteria posted. 13. Pursuant to subsection 3A, 2 of this section, that is required. 14. To process the request, or 15. B. Notify the prescribing provider within 1 business 16 day after receiving the additional information required by the 17. Carrier or pharmacy benefit management firm pursuant to 18. Subsection 2A, 2A of this section, that the request is 19. Approved or denied, and 23. For non-urgent and urgent prior authorization. 21. Requests submitted orally, by facsimile, or by electronic mail. 22. Notify the prescribing provider within 1 day after receipt of 23. The request that the request is approved or denied. 24. C.5. This subsection 2, C.5, and subsection 2, C of this 25 section are repealed, effective July 1, 2027. 26. Section 13. Appropriation 1. For the 2023 to 24 state fiscal 27 year, $200,000 is appropriated to the Department of Public Health and 17-189. 1. Environment for use by the Prevention Services Division. This 2. Appropriation is from the General Fund. To implement this act, the Division may 3rd use this appropriation for the Family Planning Access Collaborative. 4. Related to women's health. 5. 2. For the 2023 to 24 state fiscal year, $67,627 is appropriated to 6. The Department of Regulatory Agencies. This appropriation is from the 7. Division of Insurance Cash Fund created in Section 10-1-103, 3, CRS. 2. 8. Implement this act, the Division may use this appropriation as follows. 9. A. $37,109 for use by the Division of Insurance for personal 10 services, which amount is based on an assumption that the Division will 11. Require an additional 0.5 FTE. 12. B. $7,345 for use by the Division of Insurance for operating. 13 expenses, and 14, C, $23,263 for the purchase of legal services. 15, 3, for the 2023 to 24 state fiscal year, $23,263 is appropriated to 16. The Department of Law. This appropriation is from reappropriated funds. 17. Received from the Department of Regulatory Agencies under subsection 18, 2, C, of this section and is based on an assumption that the Department 19 of Law will require an additional 0.1 FTE. To implement this act, the 20 Department of Law may use this appropriation to provide legal services for 21. The Department of Regulatory Agencies. 22. Section 14. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds 23. Determines and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 24. Preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. 18,189.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, we are on thirds. I will ask you to keep your conversations down.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to refer this matter back to the Health and Insurance Committee for reevaluation, and I ask for a vote.
That is a proper motion. Seeing Representative Garcia.
Please just vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the referral of Senate Bill 189 back to Health and Insurance Committee. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Byrd, how do you vote?
Get ready to sit down.
Yes.
I'm gonna move stuff in there.
You mean no? I'm sorry, no.
Representative Byrd votes no. Members, we are on third readings. Third reading. Representatives Bacon, Valdez, and Woodrow are excused. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 39 no, and 8 excused, the motion is lost. Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Folks, I'd like to take this opportunity to visit the revised fiscal note, revised on April 1st, 2023. The prime sponsors of the fiscal note on this bill are Senator Marino and Senator Cutter, Representative Michelson-Jeannet, and Representative Garcia. The bill topic is increasing access to reproductive health care. The summary of the fiscal impact: there is a state revenue impact. There is a state expenditure impact. There is a state diversion impact. There is no taxpayer Bill of Rights refund impact. There is a local government impact. And there is no statutory public entity impact. The bill makes multiple changes to reproductive health care coverage requirements and creates a grant program to cover contraceptive costs for minors without insurance or whose use of insurance would jeopardize their privacy or access. It increases state and local expenditures on an ongoing basis. For fiscal year 23 through 24, the bill requires and includes an appropriation of $267,627 to multiple state agencies. This revised fiscal note reflects the revised bill. As in regards to revenues for fiscal year 23-24, there's no revenue. For fiscal year 24 through 25, no revenue. On the out year, fiscal year 25 to 26, no revenue. Expenditures. Expenditure to the general fund in fiscal year 2023 to 2024 is $200,000. There's no general fund expenditure for 2024 through 25, and there's no out year expenditure for fiscal year 25-26. Cash fund impacts. There is an expenditure of $67,627 in fiscal year 23-24. There's a cash fund expenditure impact of $129,322 in fiscal year 24-25. And in the out year, there's a cash fund expenditure impact in fiscal year 25-26. Centrally appropriated funds. For fiscal year 23-24, there's an impact of $14,261. For fiscal year 24-25, there's an impact for $7,153. In the out year, fiscal year 25-26, there's a centrally appropriated impact of $7,153. The total expenditures in fiscal year 23-24 is $281,888. Total expenditures in fiscal year 24-25 is $136,475. In the out year, fiscal year 25-26, there's a total expenditure impact of $86,475. Total FTE, full-time equivalents, in fiscal year 23-24, 0.9 FTE. In fiscal year 24-25, 0.4 FTE. In the out year of fiscal year 25-26, there's another 0.4 FTE. In fiscal year, or diversions, in fiscal year 23-24, there is a diversion from the general fund to the cash fund for $76,601. In fiscal year 24-25, there's a diversion from the general fund to the cash fund of $136,475. In fiscal year, the out year of 25-26, there is a diversion from the general fund to the cash funds for $86,475. Other budget impacts. This bill creates a general fund reserve of $30,000. Summary of the legislation. The bill makes multiple changes to reproductive health care coverage requirements as outlined below. Women's preventative health. The bill adds U.S. Department of Health and Human Services developed preventive care and screening recommendations to the mandatory preventive health care services coverage for health benefit plans. HIV, sexually transmitted infections, and sterilization, where counseling, prevention, and screening for sexually transmitted infections are covered services. A health benefit plan must also include these services for individuals on HIV preventive drugs. Carriers are prohibited from imposing deductibles, co-payments, co-insurance, annual or lifetime maximum benefits, or other cost sharing on coverage for the treatment of a sexually transmitted infection or sterilization services. Coverage for sterilization services must be provided regardless of the covered person's gender. These provisions apply to health plans issued on or after January 1st, 2025, and do not apply to a high deductive health plan unless allowed by federal law. Before July 1st, 2027, carriers and Medicaid are prohibited from requiring a covered person to undergo step therapy or to receive prior authorization before a provider may prescribe or dispense any drug approved by the FDA and used for the treatment of prevention of HIV. For a carrier, this pertains to
Representative Bockenfeld, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. For a carrier, this pertains to drugs on the carrier's prescription drug formulary as of March 1st, 2023. There's also abortion coverage that's included in this fiscal note. There's family planning related services that's documented in this fiscal note. There's minor contraceptive that's documented in this fiscal note. There's family planning, access, collaborative information in this fiscal note. Madam Speaker, I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Seems like we were just here. Okay, unlike the characterization of the last bill, we are not commenting on the value of any individuals. And I would be surprised if I were not properly representing the views of my entire caucus in that Thomas Jefferson's intent to be very clear with the Declaration of Independence, where all means all. And that was very specific. So now I'm going to talk about the bill. So maybe we can keep it to the bill this time instead of maligning my caucus unfairly and untruly. So there's a lot of problems with this bill. This is about reproductive health care services, really, and how to pay for them. So we're going to limit it on how to pay for them, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about, how to pay for these services, not whether people are valuable, but how to pay for them. All humans are created in the image of God. Page 1, actually it's page 2. Sterilization services must be provided regardless of the covered person's gender. We talked last night, and the bill last night changed that access to birth control, which sterilization services would be part of birth control, to any minor, which has no lower age limit on it. So we tried to change that, but this body determined that we want youth, despite the CRS statute that parents must be involved in these critical decisions, that we must, but now we must provide sterilizations and an insurance company must pay for them. So we're not just asking that could sterilization services be provided, not just could, but that they will be, and that you are requiring somebody to pay for them. So how does this comport with the Constitution and and how about the 5th and the 14th Amendment that you're not deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. Well, now you're asking somebody to pay for these procedures, not whether they're to be available, not whether that person is valuable and worthy of this life-saving care, even if it's experimental, but you're asking somebody to pay for it. No, wait, no. You're demanding that somebody pay for it. And how would that demand be met? How are all the demands met? How is the legislation of this body backed up? It doesn't matter how you step through it. It's all backed up by a gun. HIV prevention drug. Why are we limiting coverage to sexually transmitted diseases? The government can now, with the blessing of this body, most of the body, impose social distancing, which would pretty much solve most sexually transmitted infections. The government can just step in and say, 6 inches, everybody. I know it's silly, isn't it? But that's what we did for some stupid pandemic. We changed it. The government can now step in. Tell me if I'm wrong. Can the government step in and mandate social distancing? Can it? Can it? It did. It did mandate social distancing. So you want to cover an activity-based issue by coercion, by the tax code. Shall provide the total cost for abortion care. Shall provide. What part of consent of the governed is this? Have we forgotten about consent of the governed and what the actual role of government is? To secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. Shall. You know, if a good intention was a good idea, it wouldn't need a gun. Abortion care. Health care provided by license, procedures, supplies, or information. And then what we get rid of? Without notification or consent of the minor's parent or parent's legal guardian or any other person having custody or decision-making process for the minor. Why are they a minor? Because they don't have the decision-making responsibility, capacity. We've said that over and over again. Carriers are prohibited from imposing deductibles, co-payments, co-insurance, annual or lifetime maximum benefits, or other cost sharing on coverage for the treatment of sexually transmitted infection. So what's the fiscal cost of this? Oh, it's only $86,000 or $281,000? Oh, yeah, but that's just for some state provisions. This isn't going to cost the taxpayers anything. This is going to cost the insurance companies something, and then they're going to pass it down to the citizens of Colorado because they will be paying for it. So it won't cost the state anything. The citizens of Colorado won't pay a dime for this. You guys just cannot spend enough of the people's money. Leave some money in people's pockets. There's not a day goes by that it's just unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Everything in here. Citizens, you're prohibited from requiring a person to undergo step therapy. Did we get into all that? No, we decided that was the best. We decided that we as a legislature are now going to step into the medical process and say, nope, that's not the best idea. Maybe sometimes it is. But nope, we know best. This is highly unconstitutional, poorly written, and just absolute insanity. I recommend a no.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
From the moment I got here this morning, I was ready to vote. And even over the last couple of days, I didn't come down here to speak. And I said, well, I'll come and speak on the last bill because I know that my silence may be mischaracterized as complicity to the status quo. Increasing access to reproductive health care is a human right. We have to do what is necessary to ensure that community members have access to the needed reproductive health care they need. Preventive health care is vital to a healthy populace. I am in full support of this bill because it helps women, racial and socioeconomic minorities to receive care regarding their sexual health. The bill helps lower the rates of HIV transmission through increasing access to HIV preventive drugs and ensures that insurers cover the cost, and provide regulations for vasectomies, sterilizations, and family planning, which will reduce the amount of unwanted pregnancies. I have mentioned why I'm supporting the bill primarily based on the content of the bill. But beyond the bill itself, principally, the state has an obligation to promote women's right to self-determination. Over the past 3 days, I was thinking about why these rights are so important, so I started doing my own research. Here's what I found, and I wanted to share with you in regards to why increased access to reproductive health care is necessary. According to an article published by the National Library of Medicine, published in 2016, Investing in Family Planning, Key to Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by Starbird, Norton, and Marcus. Voluntary family planning helps women and men secure their rights to decide freely and for themselves whether, when, and how many children they want to have, a basic human right. Family planning supports the rights of the child to remain unmarried and childless until she is physically, psychologically, and economically ready and desires to bear children. It supports the right of adolescent boys and girls to information on how rapid repeat pregnancies will affect their futures. It strengthens the rights of women with HIV to decide on future childbearing free of coercion. Family planning and reproductive health care support the rights of all people to accurate, unbiased information on contraceptive methods that can help them achieve their reproductive preferences. To conclude, the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women has explained that violations of women's sexual and reproductive health and rights, such as the criminalization of abortion, which we are not doing here in the state of Colorado, but denial or delay of safe abortions and or post-abortion care and forced continuation of pregnancies are forms of gender-based violence that, depending on the circumstances, may amount to torture or cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatments. If other flees other countries, I think I heard Rep. Holtorf mention that earlier, to move to the United States in search of a better life, we here as American citizens have an obligation to protect and promote the rights of our citizens and community members. I ask that this body vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I knew this job when I raised my hand was going to be really hard. I never really understood how vulnerable I would be standing in this well every time I go up. And out of all three bills, I've spoken on all of them. I don't normally speak on thirds. I only speak when I'm incredibly impassioned about it. This one, I feel the most vulnerable on. And I'll explain why. I've heard a lot about, wanting to support our children, which I want to do. I heard a lot about hearing each other, and I want to do that as well. And I'm just asking for you to hear me now on my very real and very deep concern. So yesterday, when we were having debate about this bill, I had come up, and for 2 days, I've been trying to determine the answer to one question. I read the bill, I couldn't figure it out, read the statutes, couldn't figure it out, talked to the drafter, we weren't 100% sure. And it was not my intent to bring it to the well to put anybody on the spot. I really just truly wanted to know the answer to this question. And the question that I posed yesterday was, can my 12-year-old, my daughter will be 12 in September, can she get an abortion without my knowledge and consent? And the answer I received when I was here, and I will say, I know it was a long day. There were a few people in the well who made some not so nice comments about my question, but I give everybody grace in this place because this is hard work. But my question was legitimate. It wasn't to put anybody on the spot. I just wanted to know the answer. And I have some real concerns about how that would go. A member came up here and said, nope, that's not true. You have to be 16. There is no place in statute that says 16. A minor is defined as a child under 18. 16 is not in statute. I asked then, if there's any exceptions. And they said, no, you'll still get notified. And if you don't consent, you can go to court and have a judge rule on it. That wasn't quite accurate either. And I'm not saying anyone intentionally misled me. And I said at the well that I would go and make sure I confirm the information I received. But that's not quite accurate either. So there is an exception where I don't have to be notified and I don't have to give consent. And you can go, that my 12-year-old could go to court and ask a judge if she can have an abortion, and a judge can say yes or no without me knowing she's even there. And I know I'm a little bit cynical. I have gone to the court system before and asked for them to protect my children, and let's just say I was less than impressed with the way that was handled. So I'm now relying on a judge to determine if my child, my 12-year-old, can get an abortion. Here is my true heartfelt concern, and I'm asking you to hear me. My 12-year-old has non-classic congenital adrenal hyperplasia. Do you know what that is? Because I don't know what that is. Or I didn't. I do now, but I didn't then. She doesn't know what she has. She doesn't know how to spell what she has. She's 12. We have done experimental treatments. We've gone to see doctors. We've done second and third opinions, like I said on this last bill. And hope for no judgment on that, because when your child is rare, you have to take every opportunity to figure out what's wrong with her. She was misdiagnosed. There's all sorts of issues, and she's just one of 8, so at least in Colorado. And so she doesn't know what drugs she takes. If you asked her right now what medication she takes that she will take for her whole life, she doesn't know because she's 12. She doesn't need to know because I'm her mother. And I'm here, and I need to protect her. And don't get me wrong, because I grew up in a very traditional, very Catholic family. My mother's not my friend, right? We didn't have conversations. I had to get information for myself. And so I understand there was a title challenge to an amendment that the representative from Douglas and I brought about minor consent and notifying parents. And I'm not judging the title challenge. I'm not judging anything in this process. I just need you to hear about where I'm still concerned. And the title was increasing access, so you can't let parents know because it doesn't fit under the bill title, which I agreed with and didn't fight with because that's right. At the same time, no judge, in my mind, can ask the right questions to get at the heart of what's wrong with my daughter. Because it's complicated. I mean, doctors couldn't figure it out. How is a judge supposed to figure that out? They don't know what drugs she's on. They don't know what medication she has. They don't know what this will do to her. I don't know what it'll do to her most days. And so I appreciate, I want to say the bill sponsors, And the representative from Denver who we got the statute and sat down and figured out this process, I really appreciated them hearing me and listening to me. It's part of why I relayed the story about the other representative from Southeast Denver listening to me and hearing me. And so I want to say I appreciate that. And we acknowledge there's a problem. But within the bill title, we can't fix that, which means my 12-year-old can get an abortion without my knowledge, without my consent, with some judge who may or may not ask her about her medical interactions or know enough to know what the repercussions are for her. I need you to hear me that I am trying to protect my daughter, and you are taking that ability away from me. And I need you to hear me. And I don't know what we can do to fix it. And I understand the political realities of this chamber. But what I need you to hear from me right now is that there will be impacts, unintended consequences, way worse than usurping land use authority, that will happen to not just me, but other mothers who are worried about their children. And I'm there for my daughter, and I pray we're never in that situation, or if she was in that situation, that she feels like she can come to me, because I am a supportive mother, and I will support her in all of her life choices. But you're taking that ability away from me. You're taking away the ability to protect my child. And I am just telling you right now, I am not okay with that. I'm not okay with that. And I don't, I haven't engaged as much in this policy of some of these bills, because regardless of where I stand, I just want to make sure, as the representative from Larimer County stated, I just want to make sure we're making good policy. And when we see the unintended consequences that could come from this legislation and we have an opportunity to fix it, I am just asking that we fix it. And I don't know what that looks like today, and I don't know that I'll have the time to help fix it, but I am telling you that I am scared for my daughter. I am scared that I won't have the ability to protect her. And that's what this bill does for me. And I also, in asking you to hear me, I want to also make a statement that to my colleague in Jefferson County, I see you every day. I don't have to see you for 5 minutes on one given day. I see you all the time, each and every day. And when the good representative from Boulder gets up here and talks about her trials and tribulations with her son, I feel you. Like, in my heart, I feel you, because I know that pain of trying to figure these things out and feeling, at least in my case, very alone. And so I feel you. And so what I'm asking you today is, please, let's make this right. Don't take away my ability to protect my daughter. And I need you to hear that. Thank you.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Many of you know that I represent Arapahoe County, which is one of the most diverse counties, or Aurora specifically, is one of the most diverse places. I have so many different ethnic groups, and I think it's important to talk about the inequities in healthcare and also healthcare discrimination and how that impacts these communities. Anti-abortion policymakers in the United States have continually crafted legal restrictions to ensure that abortion care is burdensome or impossible to obtain. This strategy has led to more than 1,300 abortion restrictions having been enacted since Roe versus Wade was decided in 1973, and is layered on top of failures of the healthcare and economic systems to provide Black, Indigenous, and Latino communities and communities living in low income access to high-quality, affordable health care and safe and sustainable communities. Thus, while abortion bans and other legal restrictions harm all people who are or may become pregnant, they cause even greater harm to those already subject to systemic racism and economic injustice. New and impending abortion restrictions and bans will undoubtedly deepen the profound inequities in abortion access that have long marked the reproductive health and well-being of pregnant people and their families. Not only Black, Latino, and Indigenous people and people living with low incomes, but trans men and non-binary people, immigrants, adolescents, and people living with disabilities are all particularly likely to encounter compounding obstacles to abortion care and be harmed as a result. The drivers of inequity, such as income and health insurance disparities and health provider bias, includes a history of racist attempts to limit childbearing among Black and Indigenous women, and are not simply the result of the individual acts of discrimination, but rather the result of how institutions and public infrastructures function. As a result, people in these groups are systemically denied access to quality care and safe communities that would help them determine whether and when they become pregnant and and have children. When we look at health insurance by race and ethnicity and income, for example, 23% of Latinas and 13% of Black women aged 15 to 49 have no health insurance, compared with 8% of white women in the same age group. Similarly, 22% of women aged 15 to 49 with incomes below the federal poverty threshold have no health insurance, compared with 11% of those living with incomes above poverty. Policy choices contribute to these other health insurance-related disparities. For example, among reproductive age women who are ineligible for Medicaid because their state has refused to expand the program, nearly 2/3 are women of color. Non-citizens, U.S. residents, are barred by federal law from Medicaid eligibility for their first 5 years in the United States. Similarly, immigrants living without documentation are restricted from purchasing health insurance with their own money on the exchanges established by the Affordable Care Act. Similar disparities by race and ethnicity and income level are evident in contraceptive care. Black women living with low incomes are more likely than white women living with low income to report ever having been pressured by a clinician to use a contraceptive. Other studies have documented Latinas and Black women experiences of race-based discrimination and pressure to use methods that do not align with their preferences during contraceptive counseling. Latina and Black women living with low incomes are more likely than middle-class white women to report both that healthcare professionals advise them to limit their childbearing and that healthcare professionals discourage them from having children. Among women at risk for unintended pregnancies, Black women are less likely than white women to use any contraceptive method, and Latinas and Black women are less likely to use a highly or moderately effective contraceptive method. Latinas and Black women may also be more likely than white women to experience contraceptive failure. Once again, these inequities reflect systemic exclusion of people racialized as non-white people living with low incomes from economic and social opportunity and resources and high-quality health care, contributing to why Latinas and Black women are more likely than white women to experience unintended pregnancies. Health insurance and family planning care are key examples, but inequity, stark, and unavoidable differences exist across the spectrum of sexual and reproductive health care. Another example of the Black and Native American women experience, they have pregnancy-related deaths at rates 3 and 2 times that of white women, respectively. Discrimination and a denial of resources, rights, and information on the basis of sexuality, race, ethnicity, gender, age, citizenship status, and disability uniquely shape abortion access for people subject to intersecting forms of discrimination. For example, Latina, Black, and Indigenous women are at the lowest end of the wage gap, earning about half the wages of white men on average. They are therefore less likely than other groups to be able to overcome the egregious, unnecessary web of barriers to abortion care, both because they are less likely to have the money to do so and because they are more likely to experience racism in healthcare. Indeed, the effects of these interlocking systems of oppression in which social and economic resources, safety, and opportunity are distributed along lines of gender and race, simultaneously on access to contraception and abortions are compounding and not simply additive. There's so many reasons to support this bill. It really impacts people who are people of color, people who are indigenous, people who are immigrants. It intersects them at age gaps, wage gaps, in every part, in every spectrum of economy. If you have babies before you want to, or if you can't, if you don't have the access to healthcare and insurance, it makes a big impact on you and your life and how you're going to even decide your future. I strongly support this bill, and I ask you to vote yes.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Good evening, everyone. The sun is sitting low on the horizon. We've been at this for a long time. We've had a lot of policy discussions. I want to shift gears here. Last night it was discussed on this floor, parental rights, Section 6 of this bill. And it was stated, because the bill says, do not notify the parents, informed consent, or anything. And it was stated that notifying the parents can decrease access to health care. Now, speaking for myself, I 100% disagree with that. Because I promise you, there is no one on God's green earth that loves my kids more than me. And I think that is for most parents in this world. I was in Baghdad, Iraq. I met a person, a dad, that told me he moved his family and his kids out of Tikrit because he wanted a better life for them. He wanted them to be safe. He wanted them to grow up with less crime because he loved his children. Parents love their children. Parents want the best for their kids. Education, jobs, future, you name it. They want the best for their kids, to include health care. Yet in Section 6, it says, don't inform them. So what happened to parental rights? We sit here and we hear about policy, we hear about equity, but parental rights, that seems to get tossed out the window. If I might digress, a little history lesson here. Communist China called the Cultural Revolution. Guess who started setting the policy? It was the government. The government started deciding the size of the families, the gender of the families. I, for one, do not want the government to have that kind of authority. Not here, not anywhere. Our job as individuals, our job as parents, is to be responsible, to raise our kids, to try to get them a better life. My parents raised me. My dad did not even graduate high school. And he wanted me to have a better life. I learned how to work hard. I gained my education through the Army and went on to earn a master's degree. My dad was incredibly proud. My mom was the same way. My mom did graduate high school, but she did not go to college. But she encouraged me to keep going. My kids will start off better opportunities in life than I did. That's the goal that families want. Does that happen every time? No. And we all know that. Sometimes things go worse. Sometimes families go downhill. Sometimes they're in worse situations than when they started. As I've said before in this well, life is not fair. But every parent wants a better life for their children. Every parent cares about their welfare. And yet we're going to deny informing them. We're going to deny them inclusion in some of the most critical decisions they'll be making on their lives in health care. Because the government thinks it's better. I have been around the world. I promise you the government does not care about your children the way a parent does. And we are sadly mistaking ourselves if we believe for 1 minute that the government will look out for our kids like we will. Bob Seger has a song, "You're Just a Number." We are a number to the government. I had a number in the Army. They never asked me my name, any of the courses I ever went through. I had a number. That's how we keep track of everybody in the Army. I can't speak to the other services, but in the Army, you had a number. I remember when I went through basic training, our drill sergeant, rather colorful language, which I shall not repeat here, ended with, he didn't give a rat's blah, 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 where we came from, what we did, or anything else. We wore the Army green uniform and we bled red. And we better get used to it. His point was, we're all in this together. But I was a number. My children are not a number to me. Their health care is not incidental to me. Their future is not incidental to me. Hell, when my kid gets an injury in the football field, you know, I got to stop because I'm ready to run out in the field. That's the coach's job. Then I'm the second one out there. And then I got to take him to the hospital because I could see when he went down that he broke his collarbone. You know, and he wanted to keep playing. But because he was like, Dad, the team is depending on me. I'm like, son, your collarbone's broken. Well, how do you know? I've seen a lot of broken collarbones, and we're going to the hospital. And his collarbone was broken. No one else took him to the hospital, not the coach, not a teacher. I did. Because I'm the dad, because I care. Yet this document takes that from me. That's wrong. We can have debates on policy, we can have discussions. Parental rights, I will not surrender. Because I care more than the government ever will. I ask for your no vote. Thank you for listening.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have concerns about this bill, and of course, we've had concerns about a lot of them. But we've heard a lot of discussion about basically the equity of this bill and the underserved communities and reaching out to these communities. But this bill limits that. So it doesn't go in that direction like it needs to. It doesn't cover uninsured. It doesn't cover military plans. Not those covered by Medicaid. This was discussed in the Senate and ignored there too. When we talk about who it does cover, it covers basically abortion care, coverage for employers with 100 or more employees. Doesn't cover state employees, because that would be against the state constitution. So I have to ask, the excitement of how many this is going to cover, while it's still very limited in coverage, makes me wonder, along with the other problems, what's so great about this bill? I think we really need to think about who we're helping. Are we helping those that are underserved? Those that work for small private employers? Those that are in underserved communities? Or are we just helping large corporations? I ask you for a no vote on this bill.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I strongly stand against this bill, obviously. But I did not want to have kids when I first got married. And my oldest is now almost 30. My youngest is about 25. And I didn't want to have kids, mostly because of my past, my issues, my baggage, all that stuff. Just didn't want to have kids. And so my wife finally talked me into having kids, and we did, and I was very nervous about this, and I told a longer version of this in committee, but I'll keep it short. Been married a few years, and she gets pregnant, and now I'm worried. I've got about 9 months. My wife extended that a couple weeks, but 9 months now to process this. I was scared to death. I didn't want to have a kid. The idea is you don't want to recreate the past within your context, and so I was worried about that. Do I have the ability to stop that, to not recreate that, whatever? And so I was really concerned about that, worried about that, and then we had my son, and I was amazed at this. Now again, this is why I've come to this house. It's because now this bill is basically saying, not only do I get to not stand on my own beliefs, but I have to pay for and support in a lot of different ways a very horrendous, murderous belief. And I had this epiphany when I had my son, and it was also a spiritual epiphany around the same time frame of a few different things, but I realized how amazing children were. I realized this amazing gift. And this is part of the reason I stand here. Again, I'll say it again. I'll say this every single time we have a bill like this. I've been saying this for 25 years. I will fight for every single baby, every single black baby, every Hispanic baby, every white baby, every girl, every boy. I will fight forever for these babies because they deserve to live. They didn't do anything to anybody in this place. They deserve to live. They deserve to have a birthday. But I think you have to have an epiphany for that. I think you have to realize that we get to be a part of the creative process, like co-creators, but we don't actually get to do this. This is a spiritual thing. It's a God thing. He creates kids. And when you have that epiphany and then you realize, I've got to protect this. I've got to protect this group, this unprotected group. Statistically, hands down, astronomically higher than anything else going on in the state of Colorado, the most dangerous place for a baby to be is in the womb. That's statistics. And I got to fight for that. I got to fight for these little babies. And when we say, oh, now we're going to just mandate this, we're going to mandate this, no, I gotta fight for that. Because we do not, now it doesn't mean we don't have the power, but we do not have the right to kill these babies. We're doing it because we have the power. But don't confuse the right and the power, because all things come to conclusion someday. And the power, be very careful of that, because the responsibility is huge for the right. And we don't have the right. So I strongly stand against this bill and all bills like it.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't think I would surprise any of you in this hall tonight if I said to you, as business executives, our number one responsibility in running private corporations is to make money. I don't think that would surprise anybody in here. What might surprise you is the next statement that I'll make. We make money to protect our stakeholders. Everybody thinks of our stakeholders as being our stockholders. But our stakeholders also happen to be our consumers, that we're trying to meet their needs, and most importantly, our employees, that we want them to always know that when they leave, they can be secure that their paycheck is never going to bounce, that hopefully the business will grow and there'll never be a layoff, et cetera, et cetera. But what might surprise you, in addition to that, is we spend hours on our benefit package. And I mean hours and days on our benefits package. Because for most of us that are involved in the corporate world, we realize that our benefit package is 25 to 30% of their base salaries. And we have to be very careful with that 25 to 30%. And the number one part of that benefit package is health insurance. It is the number one cost. And one of the things that we have to do when we're negotiating with the insurance companies and when we're trying to develop what that coverage can be and what those deductibles are fair is how are we fair and non-discriminatory in nature against the total population of our people. Mine was made a little bit more difficult because I had 1,500 employees around the world. So not only were we worried about our North American employees, we were worried about our employees in other areas of the world. Now think about how difficult that task, and maybe you don't know how difficult that task is. You have young single people. You have couples. You have families. And you have seniors. And you have subcategories within that. So how do you develop a program, a plan that is fair to all those different demographics? That's not easy to do. So we debate for a long time. For single people, do we cover 100% of their coverage, of their insurance? What do we do for a spouse? What do we do for a family of 2 children versus a family of 4 children? We debate those at length. I'm pausing because one of the hardest things I have in this hall sometimes is I listen intently, and it's hard for me to watch for people on the phone.
when I'm speaking. We work hours on those kinds of things. And this bill comes along and says, in these particular procedures that show up on pages 5, 8, and 9, those procedures are more important than any other procedures that we might face. What do I say to a family that's facing cancer? Whether it's an employee that I love, or that employee's spouse, or one of those employees' kids, that I'm going to select these three, because the state of Colorado said this to me, I'm going to take these three particular illnesses or medical situations, and I'm going to say, we're going to cover 100% with no deductibles and no copays. But how do I explain that to somebody that's going through cancer? And how do I explain that to somebody that's got a heart condition? I can't explain it. Last night, when I crafted an amendment for this, I talked to folks about it, and it was clear to me there was going to be a no, so I didn't even finish it. I was also told that, Rick, that discriminating practice does not have legal consequences. So I made 2 phone calls this morning to people that have worked for me for years on the corporate legal side. And they said, Rick, those do have legal consequences, and you know that. And not only do they have legal consequences, they also have ethical consequences, because you have people within your team that their religious beliefs are going to be very concerning on subjects of this manner. And you need to think about that. Now, I don't have to think about that from leading that corporation any longer, but I do need to think about it here. I don't want to be insensitive to the fact that folks, when they need these types of services, they need to be available. But I cannot discriminate with my employees and pick and choose which ones, other than preventative care, which ones I'm going to, in my insurance, cover 100% with no copays and no deductibles, and others that I don't cover that way. I can't do that. I can't look 1,500 people in the eye and say I'm being fair when I make that kind of decision. I understand and I respect what we're trying to do here, but what we're doing to businesses, when we're trying to hold on to the cost of healthcare and keep it down, because the only way I know to implement this is that I've got to pay 100% of all procedures and no copay on any procedure and no deductibles. And I can't imagine what that's going to do to the cost of health insurance within businesses. And yes, we do make money, but we make money to support our stakeholders, of which our employees, in my humble estimation, next to the consumer, are the most important stakeholder that we need to service. Thank you.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Fellow colleagues, for the first time during this session, I'm going to speak personally about a personal subject to this bill itself, and then I'll get to what my constituents have spoken to me about, and I appreciate your attention. I rise in opposition. I am pro-life, and I believe in protecting the rights and the life of the very most vulnerable of us who cannot fight or defend themselves, the unborn. My daughter is 5 years old, and I fear, personally, that I would ever have to have a circumstance where she would not feel comfortable, number one, to come to me, tell me this, and something disastrous would have had to happen in the emergency room or wherever she would be. Who would make the decision if she's going to bleed out? Where is the adult in the room to protect my little baby girl? I hope and pray that I'm a good enough father that my daughter would come to me in a time of such a need and that I could offer help and make a decision as a parent along with my wife. Reading this bill and listening to everybody speak, I feel I'm getting stripped of something. I'm deeply concerned that we are making rules across Colorado today that require age limits on firearms. We don't give hope to the youth. We don't call adults at 18 years old. And we put strict limits, raising age limits, thinking we know best in what age somebody can be worth the decision. However, I always say when I come before you in this chamber that I'm not representing myself. I'm representing all of the people of Loveland. And those people of Loveland have been calling my office, speaking with my legislative aide, emailing me, handwriting me letters for months, now asking me to curb the steady growth of abortion industry in the state and to speak up for babies whose voices cannot be heard. Colorado already has some of the most progressive pro-choice legislation in the country. We have elective abortion up until the moment of birth, full term. But this bill that has been introduced seeks to go even farther. We are allowing children to seek what you call health care, without the ability of parents to work with their children to come to the best decision for that teenager and unborn baby. We are forcing medical workers to perform abortion-related services without their desire and against their deeply held religious beliefs. We are giving Colorado tax money to fund abortions to those who seek out of state. This bill seems to stretch and expand what is already strongly pro-choice legislation in our state. I do not believe there was enough stakeholdering done on this, and I think we are rushing through this without having some key, important conversations with my constituents. Loveland has hospitals, a lot of them. I have no nurses that have told me that they've heard from anybody in this chamber. I have doctors that have told me that they've heard from nobody in this chamber. I ask you consider further dialogue and stakeholdering with Loveland, at least Loveland. And on behalf of Loveland, I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I rise in support of this bill today because it provides important consumer protections. It ensures that individuals with private insurance can access reproductive health care, including treatment for sexually transmitted infections and abortion care. I really appreciate my colleague from Mesa County's concern for his employees. I know that he, like many employers, care very deeply about their employees and do agonize over the health insurance plan and package that they put together for their employees. But I just fundamentally disagree with the idea that we cannot cover certain services without copay and coinsurance. That has been the practice of the American healthcare system for too long. And the Affordable Care Act helped us to change that. For decades, the American healthcare system was a sick care system and not a healthcare system. You had to wait until you got sick in order to get treatment. We often provided care for people in the emergency room, and pretty much only that. That's the most expensive way to provide care, and it has the worst outcomes. So with the Affordable Care Act, we said prevention is important. We said we need to invest in people's health. We need to prevent people's disease and catch it earlier. And because cost is a huge barrier to care, many of those services that are preventative services come with no cost and no copay. You know, even among those who have health insurance, costs can pile up and negatively affect Colorado families. As healthcare costs have risen, deductibles and out-of-pocket maximums on health insurance plans have risen, passing along these costs to consumers and, yes, to employees. Typical health insurance plans on Connect for Health Colorado can have deductibles ranging from $5,000 to $7,000 before the coverage even kicks in, and out-of-pocket maximums as high as $9,000 or more. This can lead to bankruptcy, excessive medical bills. Of people who said that their medical debt had gone to collections, 37% of them were unable to pay for basic necessities like food, heat, or rent. According to the Colorado Health Institute's 2021 Colorado Health Access Survey, 1 in 5 people in Colorado skipped some type of care due to cost, opting not to see a primary care doctor or a specialist, or leaving a prescription unfilled. So when we're talking about services like cancer screenings or basic or contraception or basic reproductive health care that everyone needs, cost should never be an issue. And as we heard from one of the bill sponsors just yesterday, cost can be an issue for life-saving treatment. So I'd ask you to think about that as you're considering this bill. Think about transitioning our system of care to a healthcare system and enshrining basic reproductive health care services, including abortion care, among those services that deserve the protections of no copay and no co-insurance. And I'd ask you for an aye vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. There are many, many reasons I am vehemently opposed to SB 23-189. I'd love to know why the bill sponsors picked abortion to be covered. In Colorado, the top 4 killers of our constituents are cancer, 7,800, heart disease, 7,000 people, accidents, 3,000 people, chronic lower respiratory diseases, 2,600 people. National Cancer Institute calculated the average cost of medical care and drugs tops $42,000 in the year. Following a cancer diagnosis, some treatments can exceed $1 million. The total mean direct medical care costs for patients with established cardiovascular disease were $18,000 per patient per year. Cost estimates vary widely, however, depending on the presence or absence of other health conditions. It found that the mean annual total of COPD-related costs per patient to be $4,000. Both the cost for maintenance therapy and acute treatment increased, the severity level increased. Women who receive comprehensive prenatal care beginning in the first trimester of their pregnancy tend to have bigger, healthier babies. Simply put, timely prenatal care can provide women with valuable information and support that contributes to a healthy baby. Prenatal care is an important preventative measure that can save lives and reduce care costs. In Colorado in 2021, 81% of live births were to women receiving early prenatal care, 13% were to women beginning care in the second trimester, 5% were to women receiving late or no prenatal care. In 2021, about 1 in 19 infants was born to a woman receiving late or no prenatal care in Colorado. In Colorado, 70% of live births were to women receiving adequate plus prenatal care, 16% were to women receiving intermediate care, and 12% were to women receiving inadequate care. In 2021, about 1 in 8 infants, 13% of live births, was born to a woman receiving inadequate prenatal care in Colorado. Different cases of prenatal care are evident among Hispanic and non-Hispanic women in Colorado. About 1 in 4 Hispanic women, 26%, did not receive timely prenatal care compared with 14% of non-Hispanic women. Among the women who report not getting prenatal care as early as they wanted, more than 40% cited lack of money or no health insurance. So I ask again, why aren't we helping the women with prenatal care in the state of Colorado? Why is it all about the women that don't want babies? Costs of prenatal care, $90 to $500 a visit. Special tests are $2,500. Childbirth, $18,000 without insurance, $3,000 with insurance. Miscarriage, $9,000 for a first trimester procedure without insurance, $10,000 for a second trimester without insurance, $4,300 with insurance. Stillbirth, $7,500. So not only did I lose my baby and hold my dead baby, I still had to pay $8,000 for my baby dying. But not if you have an abortion in the state of Colorado, we're gonna pay for that for you. Postpartum, 60 days after delivery, $580, 90 days after delivery, $870, after delivery, $3,100. Abortion pills, $800. First trimester, $800. Second trimester, $2,000. Prenatal costs. Women typically have 7 to 12 prenatal visits over the course of a normal pregnancy. If any complications arise, they may have even more. The amount of your obstetrician charges for each visit could range from about $90 to more than $500. Additional services such as pregnancy ultrasounds and lab tests are typically billed separately and usually cost upwards of $100 each. And special tests like an amniocentesis, which I had to have with all of my children because my first baby died, can cost more than $2,500. Women who receive early, comprehensive, and continuous prenatal care and preventative screenings are more likely to have healthy pregnancies. Wow, wouldn't that be a great law to pass? They also can have $1,000 less in a hospital cost than women who don't get prenatal care. Prenatal care is instrumental in managing complications. That is because maternal hospital stays for women with complicating conditions cost about 3 times as much as those for women without complications. Average childbirth costs. Colorado's statewide vaginal delivery costs average $9,500, which is lower than the national average of $14,000. Similarly, a C-section in Colorado is less expensive and costs an average of $14,000 compared to $26,000 nationwide. Cesarean births are abdominal surgeries. They increase recovery time, extend hospital stays, and cost approximately $50,000 more than vaginal births. I know because I've had 4 of those. Since all surgeries carry risks, the least invasive option is preferred, but there has been a significant increase in C-section deliveries over the past decades. Taking steps to lower C-section rates has become an important global health initiative. Researchers at Harvard Medical School and the Stanford University School of Medicine estimate that the ideal rate for births by C-section is around 19%, but the U.S. average is still about 37%. Miscarriage costs. It takes an emotional and physical toll when you experience pregnancy loss and can also bring an unexpected financial burden. I've had one of those too, lucky me. Even with insurance, surgical treatment for a miscarriage can add up to more than $4,300 on average. According to Fair Health, a national independent nonprofit that uses healthcare claims data to provide cost estimate to consumers. Not to talk about DNCs and all kinds of other different costs to women, postpartum depression screenings and treatment. Maternity care also remains important after babies are born. Postpartum depression is a serious problem, and I don't know how many women in here have had it, but it's hard. And it affects 1 in 7 new mothers. It can begin shortly before any time after childbirth, and it affects every aspect of a woman's life, including her ability to be present and engaged at work. Without treatment, postpartum depression can last for months, even years. It can also have compounding effects on other health issues, and new moms aren't the only ones who can suffer from postpartum depression. Studies show that 1 in 10 men experience paternal postpartum depression. Abortion, we've already talked about the abortion pill. Average cost of abortion in the first trimester is $715. In the second trimester, $1,500 to $2,000. And when we look at the late-term abortionist Dr. Warren Hearn's fee schedule for abortions, early second trimester can range to $4,000, late second trimester can go up to $7,500, third trimester case by case, depending on the circumference of the baby's head, because if the baby's bigger, they're gonna charge you more, can cost from $10,000 to upwards of $30,000 at 33 weeks gestation. So we're gonna ask large corporations to only provide coverage for abortion. Sorry for the women that need help and prenatal screening and care in our state, but we're all about equity, so I'm sure that's coming somewhere down the road. First, we've got to cover every part of abortion that we possibly can. You're going to make corporations with real moral issues with abortion pay for them, and you're going to run them out of Colorado. Section 6, boy, my friends from Douglas County and all the other representatives, parental rights. We just can't get enough of taking parental rights from the parents. I have so many testimonies from my colleagues saying, developing brains are not fully ready to evaluate risks, regulate emotion, or implement self-control, leading to young people being disproportionately engaged in violent acts involving firearms. I can personally attest to this. I have a 20-year-old son who has his share of troubles and struggles with depression since his teens, with impulse control and forethought. We are waiting for his prefrontal cortex to develop. Let's see. According to the University of Rochester Medical Center, teens process information with the amygdala. This is the emotional part of the brain. This is not the part of the brain conducive to rational decisions. This is the part of the brain that could well result in rash action causing injury and death to others. We need to increase the age. Kids their frontal lobe is not developed. We need to increase the age, increase the age, increase the age. But not when it comes to abortion and contraception for 12-year-olds. For that, when you're 12, you can make all the rational decisions you want, because somehow magically your prefrontal cortex is okay to do that. Our pediatrician that we had gone to for forever.
Representative Bradley, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, it's Madam Chair now. Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaker, Chair, I'm sorry, Speaker,
No,
Madam Speaker, thank you.
That's fine.
It's been a lot of going back and forth. Our pediatrician changed the rules, so my son had to be, at 12, give me consent to get in his chart. I said, no way. Took my 4 boys out of there, found a pediatrician that knows that children under the age of 12 or 12 and up, 12 and under, cannot make rational decisions. I will tell you that this might work in Denver and Boulder, but parents in Douglas County aren't going to stand for it, and we will fight you tooth and nail when you try to strip our parental rights, and I will be right beside them doing it every step of the way. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Good evening, Madam Speaker.
Good evening.
Friends, I know we've had a long day. We have a lot going on. I'd just like to echo some of the sentiment from my colleagues in my caucus who have received many, many communications. I personally have received hundreds and hundreds of emails, phone calls, texts on this and the other 2 bills that we've talked about today. They're very passionate, very opinionated, very much disagree with these bills. You know, I'm the parent of 2. I have a stepson as well. I have 2 lovely little granddaughters who I adore. So I think I know of what I speak when I say it is not okay to cut parents out of the equation here. It is not okay. I get that families are different. Family dynamics are different. I've had family dynamics in my own family. But here's the thing, and I want to be very clear about this. We are not taking care of our kids when we tell them that they can and should make decisions apart from their parents. That is not parenting. That is not leadership. That is bad policy. And that's what this bill does. It tells our kids that they can and should make decisions apart from their parents. We've seen other bills like this. When it comes to allowing kids to make mental health care decisions apart from their parents. You have to at least give the parents a fighting chance here. And I also feel like, again, we're legislating to the exception. We're legislating emotionally. And that's disappointing. Yesterday, I spoke to this bill from my perspective as a woman of a certain age. And I also remember when abortion became legal in the United States. I was 12. And for years and years, the standard for abortion was it needs to be safe, rare, and legal. Safe, rare, and legal. And yesterday I made a comment, and I think this is true, that we are so far down the road from safe, rare, and legal that we can't read that sign anymore. And the other piece of it is if we look at RIA being passed last year, that really created the most permissive abortion laws in the United States, right here in Colorado. And that wasn't enough. We have to move the goalposts further. We're moving the sign further down the road. At what point does that sign stop moving? I don't know. I'm sure we'll find out. I am also very concerned about the insurance portions of this particular bill, because we talk a lot about affordability in this state, the cost of living in this state, the cost of health care in this state. And candidly, this is another example of how removing costs for some is going to increase costs for everyone else when it comes to health care. And perhaps that's easy to justify. I don't know. I don't find it easy to justify. I find it problematic. So I appreciate your rapt attention this evening to my comments, and I thank you for your attention. Have a nice evening. Please vote no.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, a long Saturday here to talk pretty passionately about some pretty big bills and pretty big impacts on our state. And a lot of different opinions, not only in this room, but obviously outside of this building. I think it's troubling to see things as we're talking in here, the things that pop up in the great world of social media on how people feel about our decisions that are going on in here, and how even people within this room feel about other people's opinions and decisions in here. But the idea that the voters have spoken and a supermajority versus a superminority doesn't bring much to the state when we have such a supermajority and superminority that there's no balance in any of these bills that are being pushed through. And this one in particular is affecting a lot of people. And to have this big of an impact on the people of our state, you need that balance. And that's why we have a body like this, where we should have balance, but we don't. And not having any latitude to go either way on this and really discuss all of the issues to make this the best thing it can be for everyone in Colorado, but rather, I can speak for my caucus, getting up here and looking around the room to see a few people that you make eye contact with while you're speaking up here. But in this bill, I think the biggest concern is the fact that that's our concern. This is where our concern is. You've heard me say this when we talked about the anti-gun bills that got pushed through. The fact that we're taking something from people and putting something else on them, when we should be focusing on something, the much bigger picture, and I know some of my colleagues over here have mentioned it, but there are much bigger issues that we should be focusing on covering for people that aren't able to do it. Our biggest crisis right now, there's been a lot of talk about that today, but our biggest crisis right now is mental health. I hope everyone in this room can agree with that. And if we had more, if we were working on CHIP, if we were working on Medicaid for kids, Medicare for kids, stuff that we can focus on, getting mental health treatment provided for everyone, even those less fortunate, to make sure that everyone has access to mental health care rather than reproductive health care. If we could change some of the ideology behind these bills that are going through, again, we would be making a difference. But instead, we're doing something that isn't fundamentally agreed upon. Whereas everyone in our state, I can speak for my constituents, biggest concern, crime and mental health. Those two coincide. Mental health is a huge issue in our crime in our state. If we could focus on that, we would be going somewhere with good legislation coming out of this building. But we're redirecting our focus and our energy in places that we're trying to push a pendulum, we're trying to push something while we have this supermajority and superminority. And it's disappointing to see that we can't focus on the bigger picture. We're focusing on things that we can get through now. And I just bring it back to parental rights again, because mental health to me is a big thing that parents need to be involved in. Not every parent, obviously, most parents aren't qualified to be providing therapeutic treatment for their kids. Our kids are faced with a lot of different things that people my age or older didn't deal with when we were that age. Internet,
Representative Armagost, thank you. Bring this back to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
The idea of what they're exposed to with mental health brings them to where they are. I don't think dancing around the issue with reproductive rights, access for kids without parents being involved is appropriate. I think if we were going the right direction with this, we would be going to involving parents in their kids' lives as much as possible, because right now, with all the devices kids have and everything else, there's a detachment that leads to more mental health issues with kids. So we should be focusing more on those mental health issues, not reproductive health care. I would ask everyone to redirect that focus to mental health care for our kids and our society. So I'm obviously in strong opposition to this bill as well, and ask for your no vote and consideration in future legislation. Thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's still an honor to serve with you.
It's still an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Members, there's been an awful lot spoken about I'm not sure how much I can add to it. But we're going to have new requirements for health insurance carriers to cover abortions and STI treatment. On the face, it sounds like it might work. But it requires that all individual and small group health and benefit plans must provide coverage for the total cost of abortions. And we've heard a great argument up here from an individual who understands business, small and large, and what that's going to do. You know, we're also talking about eliminating parental consent to provide contraception to a minor. You know, when that comes to mind, you think, well, a 17-year-old probably makes sense. 12-year-olds, I don't agree. I think we should be a little more careful. You know, I'm not positive about all of the details in regards to this, like I've said before. But we're going to make changes to health coverage for STIs by requiring HIV treatment and prohibit step therapy, prior authorization, or utility management for HIV treatment. I didn't hear a lot of argument about that when we were looking at the bill on seconds. You know, I thought that we had, as a society, pretty well come to the point that HIV treatment was something that we were doing. But the way that's worded, I'm not sure we have been. I'm not sure that that's, you know, it was a terrible scourge when it first came on this society. We don't hear much about it now, so some of us think maybe we're getting in front of it, dealing with it. The way the bill's written, we must not be. Paying completely for any procedure on individuals who have insurance doesn't seem fair, because there are people in those insurance policies that are not being given the same treatment for things that are probably just as expensive or maybe even more, and that could be a lot more health or a lot more deadly. You know, I know that if my wife or my kids were suffering with cancer or some terrible disease, and I had to talk to my employer, and they would say, well, we're sorry, we can't help you much with that, but you need an abortion, we'll get you one of them. I do really think that we should be talking more about young people and helping them make some of the decisions that are being looked at and forced upon them in this in this era. There seems to be a rapid rush to encourage young people to participate in sexual behavior. You know, my kids are grown, so I can't tell you, you know, their mother did a great job raising them. I want you to know that. I heard from one of us that we're afraid about having kids because you didn't want them to be as bad as you'd been. I know how that feels. But my kids' mom did a great job. They're great people. But we had those conversations. We had those conversations about when a person should be thinking about whether or not they wanted to have sex as a young person. You know, for a guy like me, that's kind of embarrassing. But we did have the conversations. You know, when we talked about what's the greatest gift you could give someone, that's one of them in my house. I know that our communities and our society has changed rapidly. So I won't come and say how much better a job I did than anybody else has done. That's not what I'm here for. But I am here to say we need to have these conversations much more often. We can't pass a bill to force it, but we're passing a bill to encourage. I wonder about that. I wonder about, could we spend a little more time encouraging people to think about these things rather than encouraging them to go get contraceptives without anyone asking? Because some of those decisions last a lifetime too. You know, when we passed the reproductive health care program last year on Senate Bill 21009, these programs went into place. You know, the reproductive health care program works within Health First Colorado to provide contraceptive to individuals that earn low wages and otherwise qualify for Medicare, not for their immigration status. So I'm not sure how far do we need to go out. How many more benefits do we need to be discussing? Where are we and where are we going? Will this be enough? Or next session, will we come with more? I know that this is a priority item to a lot of folks in this room. But the other thing I want to mention is there are some very big priorities in the state of Colorado that right now have been shoved to the back, and we're not talking about them. We're not prepping those conversations. But they are marching forward on us. Whether it be natural resources, crime, any number of items, you pick your priority. Because they are going to be here, and they're going to be here large. Hopefully we can get these social things taken care of so that we can put this as much attention that this room has paid in the last 2 or 3 days on those issues too. Hopefully there'll be a lot more agreement. But I want you to know, folks, this is a cumbersome way of passing bills. And it does get tiring, and it does get frustrating, because I can tell you, I'm there. But it won't trade it for any other form. It's given my caucus an opportunity to raise our comments. It's given your caucus to raise your opportunity too. And that's something that each and every one of us should look back on this evening when we're done and think about how good a process we do have. You know, I'm not going to agree. I'm going to be a no. I'm going to ask you to vote no. But we have given these an opportunity to be heard. And there are places in this world this luxury does not exist. So, this is a bill I would ask you to vote no on. But I want you to feel proud of the fact that we can discuss it, we can debate it, and we're not screaming at each other. For that, I thank you.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So most of the time, I try to speak without notes, but I wanted to make sure when I talked about this, I was clear and concise in what I said. As a father of 2 daughters, I would want to be there for my child in any situation, especially when she's undergoing emotional or physical stress or pain. There is nothing worse than your child being in distress and being unable to provide the loving support that they may need. If my 15-year-old daughter ends up pregnant, whatever the circumstances may be, and has an abortion, I would want to know. I would want to know that she was considering ending her pregnancy, to offer my support and tell her that there are several other options. Abortion can seem like the easy and fast way out, but there is nothing simple about that process or decision, whatever decision she decides to make. Once again, I'm going to say whatever decision that she decides to make. And if she chose to have that abortion, I would also want to know, and I'd want you to know, that I would not shame her or punish her, but so that I could be there for her and help her through it. In case there's a strong likelihood, I mean, we've read some of the statistics that there are some adverse effects to this. There's emotional, there's things that do happen, and if we are talking science, we can't deny that either. An unplanned pregnancy is an extremely vulnerable and emotional situation for any woman. When we bring minors into it, this becomes even more tricky. We're already facing, our kids are already facing issues. Good representative from Weld County, I mean, I put myself on a mental health bill for a reason, because I want to help solve problems. But I got to look out for my daughters, and I want to be there for them, and I don't want to be cut out of that conversation. You know, when my kids were born, I looked at them, to make sure they were fine. You know, you check them, you look them over, and you're like, okay, I did good. And then both of my daughters have had health problems. My oldest daughter had a stroke in utero, and we've been Children's Hospital in and out, and I have cried and spent money and time and effort to give that kid the best. And then my youngest daughter popped up with Kawasaki's. We were at Children's Hospital a month. First set of parents ever to have to go back 4 times for treatment for Kawasaki's. I mean, I'm sure somebody's beat our records since then. It's been a few years, but I'm talking from experience when it comes to loving those kids and the stress and the worry. You know, my daughter limps a little bit when she walks. The stigma. A lot of sleepless nights. A lot of stress, a lot of heartache. See my daughter cry because she's not the same as everybody else. That means something to me. I put a lot of time and effort into that. At a time in which so many young ladies are already struggling emotionally, to allow them to undergo the traumatic experience of an unplanned pregnancy and abortion without their parents' knowledge will further isolate them and tear down the support and family system that I'd like to provide. So today, I stand up here for my 2 daughters. I always stand up here for my district, but you know what? I'm going to be a little selfish right now. I'm going to stand up here for my 2 daughters because I cannot stand aside while scorched earth policy that will further isolate and traumatize possibly my daughters is pushed upon me. Policy in which parents are ripped out of a huge medical decision of their minors. And policy will not be an easy way out or an easy fix, but one that will leave that scar. We're picking winners and losers, and today I'm a loser in this chamber. I feel like I'm going to lose out on being able to be there for my daughter. Now, I'd hope I've done a good job raising my daughters. I really do. I'm a God, family, country kind of guy, if you guys haven't noticed, and I take that serious. And I hope that the values and the ethics in the home life that I have, our religious faith, are things that are going to help my daughters through this. I hope I'm laying the foundation that are going to get them through these things. But I'd also like to be there to help them and walk along. Be able to hold their hand, whatever they decide. Once again, I'm going to say whatever they decide, because I would never shame my children. But I should be able to be there for my children. And I ran on parental rights. I'm here to tell you that was one of the top things. You can go to my website, parental rights. Because my constituents, during the COVID shutdown, wanted to make sure that I stood for parental rights. Because they were in fear of having their rights stripped away. And like my good colleague from Douglas County, I will fight tooth and nail for parents. I will fight tooth and nail for parental rights. And I will fight tooth and nail to always be a part of my daughter's life in anything they do. Anything. Yeah. I urge a no vote.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I try to be a realist. I walked into the chamber. I can do basic math. I know what's going to pass, what's not going to pass. I know what policies we're going to talk about, what policies we're not going to talk about. And so I try really hard when I come down here to actually be a realist about the stuff that's in front of us. What can I do? What can't I do? I'm not going to change anybody's mind on abortion in this room. We've been talking about this for a lot of years, since long before I was born. I think most folks know where they fall on that issue. I know where I fall on that issue, so I can't vote for this bill. But when I come down here, that's not what I'm focusing on, because I know I'm probably not going to change minds on that. I'm trying to focus on issues that affect my district, that affect Colorado, and that I would like to think, at least a realistic opportunity of having a conversation about. And that's my disappointment with this bill, is that when I came down here, I tried not to get into the pro-life, pro-choice debate. I brought a series of amendments that was based on research and bipartisan policy from the highest level of our governments that said, if we are going to call abortion clinics healthcare, healthcare workers are a critical intersection point in ensuring that we treat broader issues in our society, and that folks that are manning and staffing those critical points have to have the training to be able to recognize a variety of different tragic things that may be driving someone to go seek an abortion and or health care, whatever we want to call it. The fact of the matter is, those individuals need to be a participating part in the community response to broader issues like human trafficking, like domestic violence, like child abuse. It comes from the highest level of our governments. I've seen it personally during the time that I spent working in communities, trying to build those collaborative, community-centered responses to address these critical issues facing our communities. And so I brought amendments to this bill that would have said, folks that are working in these clinics need to at least have training on an awareness about identifying human trafficking, identifying domestic violence, identifying child abuse, having the understanding about these issues and being able to make the appropriate recommendations to provide holistic care to those folks in our community who, per highest level documentation from our government, are likely to seek assistance from these centers. Those were the amendments that I brought. Those were the conversations that I was hoping to realistically have to stand up for those folks in our society who are suffering from those afflictions that I've just named: domestic violence, child abuse, human trafficking. Because I knew I wasn't going to change anyone's mind on the overall policy. And I don't feel like we got to have those conversations. And that's my big disappointment with this bill. So, I can't vote for it because it goes against what I believe in, but I'm also disappointed because of the second order effects that I don't feel we adequately looked at. And I'm concerned because I did spend so much of my adult life trying to stand up for those individuals. And I feel like their voices were not heard here today. And that's why I'll be a no vote on this.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a long day as we have long discussions about very important things. You see, this session, we are bringing a lot of legislation that vastly changes so many things in so many ways in the fabric of Colorado, in Colorado society, affecting every aspect of our state. It's not one, it's not two, it's not five, it's not 10. Dozens and dozens and dozens of very controversial life-changing, economic-changing things, including this bill. Now, I personally have a problem with this bill, and so do my constituents. Because for one, when I was a kid growing up, I just wanted to be a kid. So did all my friends. First grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade. It wasn't until about sixth grade we started thinking about what you all call gender dysphoria, and trying to think about what all this stuff is and who we want to be and what we want to be, and are we a boy or are we a girl? You know, we didn't care. If you were a girl and wanted to be a boy, you were called a tomboy, and we played with you. Oh, man, we played.
Representative Holtorf, to the bill, please.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to talk to the bill increasing access to reproductive health care, which does provide these services. No, it doesn't. Darn it. Back to the bill, increasing access to reproductive health care. But getting to my point now, with respect to this access to health care, now as early as 12 years old, all this stuff starts to become very real. Not something we just talk about or, you know, we kind of work through, tomboys and this and that. Now we're getting serious. And we're applying medical treatments and some very serious things. Here's the real problem with this bill, and we've had so many of them in the last 2 or 3 days. I mean, it's a machine gun approach. Madam Speaker, I really think we should have handled them one at a time, worked through them one at a time, and amended them one at a time.
Representative Holtorf, I appreciate that comment. That's exactly what we did.
Well, except here we are talking about all 3 of them together, and
We're
understand they
talking
went
about
through committee.
Senate Bill 189.
Yes,
To
ma'am.
the bill. Thank you.
Senate Bill 189. Coming through in groups, through committees, into the House floors, and to third reading. I understand that because I've been here all weekend talking about this stuff. But there are some serious costs associated with this socialized solution. Socializing these medical treatments under this and making everybody under certain categories, and I wrote them down here, I highlighted them because I wanted to get them right. These large employer plans, and also individual or small group plans under certain conditions. Who pays for all this? At the end of the day, who's covering the cost of all this? Well, once again, government turns right around to business and said, get out your checkbook, business, you're paying for it. Health insurance companies, big insurance companies, you're going to pay for it all. Because we're the government and we're going to tell you to. The government keeps telling Colorado businesses, society in general, more and more and more what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. More government regulations, more government mandates. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in rural Colorado, we don't want more government. In fact, we'd like for you to get the heck out of our way. Let us live. Let us do what we want to do. It might be a libertarian notion. We got a lot of that in us. But we can't seem to do this. Now, this particular bill, you know, I read through it and I said, there's all kinds of things, prohibits, all these things you cannot do, and all these things we're going to make you do. Well, that's not freedom. And the bill payers are the businesses. Because who has to pay the health insurance plans for their employees as a benefit? More mandates. Business. That's your go-to every time. More taxes, more costs, and we wonder why we have less economic vitality. And in some sectors, business is struggling because the government won't get out of the way, Madam Speaker. But now, we have another problem, which we get into in Section 4. Parents. Are parents the enemy of our youth and our society? Are parents bad? Should parents just get out of the way? Should we be like in ancient Greece, in Sparta, where your kids are taken at 8 years old and hauled off by the government, not to be seen again until they're 17 or 18? Why do you need parents? The government can do it all. And if the kids want to do whatever, don't tell the parents. In fact, that'll be encouraged. It's state law. Teachers, counselors, mental health professionals. Now we're going to tell those kids, you don't have to tell your parents a darn thing. We can fix all this, take care of all this, and you don't need them. Government will take care of you. In fact, I think I mentioned, Madam Speaker, there's legislation in California now that kids can leave, and the government there is going to help them go to a communal site. I don't know if it's a boarding house or what it's going to be.
Representative Holtorf will focus on the legislation in Colorado. Thank you.
I know, ma'am, but that's what concerns me, is what we're doing in Colorado. And what it's starting to look more and more like. I won't mention California. Well, let's continue. After we told the parents to get the heck out of the way, there's more. Here's the one thing you haven't even thought of. You got a piece in there about transportation services, non-emergency, expenses, medical. Who's going to pay for all that? Who's going to move all those pieces around, all those people around?
Representative Holtorf, you have 1 minute remaining.
Imagine that's a good thing for some of us in this room, including me. But I will tell you, you haven't even thought about all the implications of this. Transportation costs are higher than they've ever been due to bad government policy. We have higher energy costs than we've had in so many decades, higher repair, maintenance, cost. But guess what? This bill's going to make that be covered too. I wonder who's going to pay for that, Madam Speaker. I don't know. More government mandates, more demands on business, more demands on insurance company, and less freedoms for Colorado as we help the people through this socialized model that you want to help. I will be a hard no on this. And no, rural Colorado is not going to accept many of these things that are being...
Representative Holtorf, your time has expired. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, anybody venture a guess as to the area where the most laws come out of? Federal law, state law, anybody? It's actually private contract law, right? Agreements that we make one to another. If you were to compile all of the laws, that would be the largest stack. And I, for one, like to protect private contract law, the fact that people can make decisions for themselves based off of their unique situation. And so I rise in opposition to this bill for a number of reasons that my colleagues have already shared, but also because it involves the government in private contracts in a way that I don't think is appropriate. I also wonder if our involvement as a state into these contracts isn't then a violation of Article 5, Section 50 of the Colorado Constitution. Can this be deemed an indirect payment for abortion, forcing these companies to do something that we otherwise couldn't do? I don't know, it's an interesting question. But more interesting than that is the idea of incentivization. So this bill incentivizes folks towards one course of treatment with respect to reproductive health care. The two that I'm most interested in discussing with you today is abortion and sterilization. In essence, the state of Colorado, if this bill were to pass, is incentivizing folks to get abortions and to get procedures that sterilize. Now, my colleague from Douglas County pointed out that there are a range of other services that are equally as have as equally of high cost in the pregnancy realm, in the prenatal realm, in the preventative care realm. But we're not incentivizing those behaviors by paying for those things. And yet, we as the state of Colorado actually have a compelling state interest, in my opinion, to do the latter over the former. Because you see, if we continue to incentivize people to sterilize themselves and to eliminate the lives of the next generation, we won't have citizens. And the state of Colorado needs citizens in order to continue to exist. There's this thing, it's called demographic winter. And you can look it up and you can understand that in order for a society to reproduce, it has to have a reproduction rate of 2.1. Last I checked, I think we're somewhere around the 1.6, 1.8 range as a country, which means that we're not reproducing at the rate necessary in order to sustain our population. This is something that other nations are experiencing as well, which is why Japan and Russia are actually having holidays and paying people to reproduce. Can you imagine? Hi, boss. I'm ovulating now, and so I'm going to take this holiday so I can go home and hopefully make a baby, because if we don't, then our society and our ethnic group, our culture, our heritage, it just won't survive. Oh, yeah, no problem, right? The government has accepted that, and we get subsidized for it because those nations know they're in big trouble. We have yet to understand that. We have yet to understand that a healthy society looks more like a triangle where the youngest generation forms the biggest section on the bottom, and as people age, the triangle gets smaller. Well, the triangle in the United States is inverting more and more and more and more, which is one of the reasons why we're having conversations about Social Security and things of that nature, because they rely on that pyramid scheme. But this bill is incentivizing the people of Colorado not to reproduce, not to solve the worker shortages that we talk about a lot in this building, not to solve a lot of the economic issues that we talk a lot about in this building and our colleagues in DC talk about as well. No, this bill is actually incentivizing behavior that will make those problems worse. And that just doesn't make any sense to me. Regardless of where you fall in the question of abortion, why wasn't the other aspects of reproductive health care included in this payment structure? Why didn't they all get included? Why wasn't it just a blanket, hey, everything within this definition of reproductive health care, which we've talked about on other bills and was defined in RIA very clearly, why didn't all of those get this equal treatment? Why are we as a body incentivizing behavior that we know from other countries leads to economic death? leads to cultural death? Why is death the only thing that we're seeking to advance? What's wrong with life?
Representative DeGraff, this is your second time to speak. You have 3 minutes and 29 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair, Speaker, sorry. Confused. There are no trade-offs. There are no solutions. There's only trade-offs. If a good intention was a good idea, it wouldn't need guns. We have a box that we all agreed on, or we said we'd agree on, to solve problems, to maintain individual sovereignty, and not delve into tyranny. We've chosen a vector instead to an agenda that must be submitted to in totality, where the government owns property, colludes with business, and only the police have guns. Now to the bill. Once upon a time, kids were taught responsibility. If you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Once upon a time, our kids were taught the concept of stranger danger and the threat of any adult who wanted them to keep secrets from their parents. Stranger danger. Especially when it came to their boy parts or their girl parts. They needed to talk to their parents immediately, because any person that wanted their kid, that wanted a minor to keep secrets from their parents was a threat, is a threat. Now we want government, you want government, I'm not part of that. You want government to have access to the full form, function, and future operation or disoperation or non-operation of our children. And you want the medical community to do your bidding. What's left of it? This is not securing life, liberty, or happiness. This is an agenda that believes it's an ideology and will impose it by fiat and gun. Jacques Cousteau, 1992, UNESCO
Representative DeGraff, please go back to the bill.
Yes, ma'am, I think I am. We must eliminate 350,000 people per day. And I think that ties in with this agenda.
Representative DeGraff, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you,
Please
ma'am.
focus on the content of the policy.
The content of the policy is that you want to have unfettered access to the form, future, and function of our children's reproductive future. You are the stranger. You are the danger. This body needs to keep its legislation and hands off our kids' genitalia. Vote no on this bill.
Representative DeGraff. Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's still an honor to serve with you.
It is still an honor to serve with you.
Even after the marathon that we've been doing here, it's still an honor to serve with you. This marathon, what does it really mean? What did it really get done? Well, we worked on 3 bills, put inordinate amount of time. My colleague from Montrose brought up a good point. We put inordinate amount of time on these issues. Primarily because my caucus wanted something to be changed about these issues. That didn't happen, that came and went. And I want the record to reflect that my caucus came here and stood for 3 days to fight for life, to fight for parental rights, and to fight for good governance. I don't think we got any of those out of those negotiations. And I furthermore want to finish up with us being honest with the people of Colorado for just a second. Because one of the things that really disturbs me about these bills is some of the words that are used in them, primarily in the title. And what these bills really are is protections for access to abortion and increasing access to abortion. I want the record to reflect that that's really what these bills are about. So it's been fun. We've got a little bit of a weekend left. I hope we can start off the week next week and get a little more done than just 3 bills in 3 days. As my colleague from Montrose likes to say, and I like to copy his good words, bad bill, vote no.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I want to thank you all for sticking it out today. I also want to thank the incredible organizations who are leading this fight on the front lines and for working with us to bring this incredible life-saving policy that I am so profoundly proud to bring forward. I actually wanted to work on this policy when I was the executive director of one of these organizations about 15 years ago. So to see it now become policy is beyond anything that I could imagine. But I want to be clear, this bill doesn't change anything about minors or parents or consent to access any type of health care. I need to be very clear about that because there is a lot of misinformation happening on this part of the bill. Minors in Colorado can already access contraception on their own. This has been the case since 1971. Without notification, without consent. Read the bill. The law right now, which has been in place for over 50 years, lists all of the people who can give a minor permission to access contraception. Birth control procedures, supplies, and information may be furnished by physicians licensed under Article 240 of Title 12 to any minor who is pregnant, or a parent, or married, or who has the consent of the minor's parent or legal guardian, or who has been referred for such services by another physician, a member of the clergy, a family planning clinic, a school or institution of higher education, or any agency or instrumentality of this state or any subdivision thereof who requests and is in need of birth control procedures, supplies, or information. Their parents, their priests, their doctor, their school, and the last person on this list themselves. This is not new. Take everyone off the list, and it says birth control procedures, supplies, and information may be furnished by physicians licensed under Article 240 of Title 12 to any minor who requests and is in need of birth control procedures, supplies, and information. The thing that this bill does is expand provider types from physicians who in 1971 were the only people who prescribed contraception to healthcare providers within their scope of practice, like family nurse practitioners. Members, I am concerned. I am worried about the fact that I have to come up here and explain to a body of representatives who are charged with legislating what a bill does and does not do. Members, we owe it to our constituents to fight for them, and we owe it to them to use our limited time and energy on what is exactly and actually in a bill, and it's not stripping parental rights. That is not in this bill. This bill is about economic justice. It's about increasing access to health care. It's about making sure that when people who are faced with health care decisions about their reproductive health, including STIs, abortion, that figuring out if they can afford their treatment is not one of the factors. Healthcare, no matter what type of healthcare, comes with stress, planning, time off work, and having to figure out whether or not your insurance plan or you can afford it or your insurance plan can cover it should not be one of the factors. And when we vote yes on this bill, we are going to be expanding access to reproductive health services that are already legal and protected in this state. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my co-prime sponsor for an exceptional closing, and it's wonderful to work with you. It is also wonderful to work with all of the people who have been working so hard on this piece of legislation for many, many years. I'm grateful that my name gets to be a part of it. You talked about profound gratitude. I am filled with awe that I get to work on a piece of legislation like this. A piece of legislation that looks after my community, whether they need abortion care, whether they need STI care, whether they have the money to pay for it or not. We are going to take care of our community. And lest there be any doubt, I am a parent. And I am grateful that I raised my children in a state where since 1971, they could access reproductive care on their own. Since 1971, that means before I was born. Since 1971, Coloradans saw fit to give our children access to reproductive health care tools. 1971. This bill merely cleaned up some language in the code. Members, you have been called lots of names this evening, and I am sorry. I am sorry for the way the characterization of some in this room has been. I'm sorry that we have to go through pain like that in order to provide the good that we are providing. But let's not be mistaken. We will provide good. We will provide lots of good. Please vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 189 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Byrd, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Byrd votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 19 no, and 5 excused, Senate Bill 189 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Byrd and Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Members, I believe the Majority Leader has a couple of announcements.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'll repeat again, if you can clear off any food or drinks on your desk so that nonpartisan staff doesn't have to clean it. If you have anything in the fridge, please remove it. Also, I have an announcement regarding some general protocols for Monday morning, and each of you should have received an email from Robin Jones regarding that, but I just kind of want to read some of it right now. So at 6 a.m., the south basement entrance will be open. 100% screening for everyone entering the building is required. That includes legislative members, staff, employees, and the public. At 7 a.m., the north first floor entrance will be open. The same protocol above will apply. Additionally, all of the keypads, entrance and exit points will be locked down. The only access to the Capitol will be through the security checkpoints. Members and staff will be allowed to access the parking circle until 8:30 a.m. There will be a hard closure of the west side of the circle from Colfax to 14th, the inner circle, from 8:30 until the departure of the First Lady. After 8:30, only the east side of the circle will be accessible for parking. If members or staff would like to access the garage, that is an option. CSP will have personnel at the 14th Street entrance for access. Normal business should not be impacted in terms of accessing other locations of the Capitol in the basement or on the second or third floors. Once the event has wrapped up, the departure is completed, all normal security protocols will be in effect. Secret Service and CSP personnel will be present on both security checkpoints to ensure folks are getting into the building as quickly and efficiently as possible. Again, 100% screening will take place regardless if you bypass security normally. Thank you again for your help and cooperation. Please reach out to Mike Hahn for any questions or CSP Capitol Dispatch for any questions. If you need those numbers, please let me know, and thank you.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Monday, April 3rd.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Monday, April 3rd. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House adjourn until 10 a.m. on Monday, April 3rd.
Seeing no objection, the House will adjourn until Monday, 10 a.m., April 3rd.